The thing that could help Minsu return home was the space orb inside a dragon's heart. Now it stood before him, threatening to end his meaningless life right there, as if his body had been poisoned by a deadly toxin. He thought he couldn't do anything else. But at that crucial moment, Siu truly revealed his own power. A magic circle appeared instantly, making the dragon freak out completely as beams of light flashed. The wounds Siu had suffered were slowly healing, and this was no ordinary healing ability. Siu, with a healthy body, approached the dragon and challenged it. Will you take it out yourself, or should I tear your heart out? I'll give you 3 seconds. The dragon was stunned and taken aback. Don't tell me. He's not just an ordinary warrior. The moment the count reached 3, Siu lunged straight through the dragon's heart, killing it on the spot. The shiny object in his hand was the space orb. Few knew that besides being a hunter, Siu was also an extremely powerful healer. Looking at the red orb in his hand, he sighed. After rolling around for 100 years, all I got was this dragon pearl. Damn it, the food in this world is just as hard to swallow. A strange voice came from within Siu. It's not a dragon pearl, it's a space orb, Siu replied. Shut up, pray. Then he threw it into his mouth. Right at that moment, the magic circle glowed. Minshu rejoiced. Finally, I can go back. Back to my disciples, back to my sister, back to Earth. Siu lay motionless as a leaf fell. It accidentally woke him up. The moment he opened his eyes, Siu was startled. Hey, food prey! The space orb in his stomach grumbled. Why do you call me a food source? I'm busy vomiting in your stomach from the space shift. Siu thought to himself, that was a close call. Luckily, this guy made it through safely too, but his mouth still had to be cheeky. You disgusting bastard, just turn into food already. It started getting riled up again. Are you sure? If this body gets digested, the consequences will be severe. Siu's face went pale with annoyance. Shut up, before I throw up again. This is Earth, right, Prey? It got agitated again. What the hell is wrong with you? Can't even recognize your own homeland? Siu found it strange, but it made sense since the scenery on Earth varies by location. He felt the mana here was similar to being inside a gate. Suddenly, Prey froze. Hey, food, you smell like a weakling. After a few seconds of being frozen, Shu realized the problem. What the hell? Is there something wrong with my mana? Don't tell me. In a daze, Prey continued. You were useless from the start, weren't you? Let's part ways here. Mu panicked. Damn it, not again. This must be a side effect of the space shift from last time when I went from Earth to another world. 100 years ago, my power also dropped severely. My current state is probably only about 15%. Ah, no, maybe 20%. Prey freaked out. 20%? Are you kidding me? Recover quickly before we get kicked out of here! Siu understood the problem wasn't that simple. Last time, it took him 10 millennia to fully recover his power. Prey couldn't stay calm. 10 millennia? That's enough reason to break the contract. With this little mana, I can't use most of my top-tier skills. Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl was running for her life. Damn it, I was so busy running that I lost all my teammates. Are they okay? She was being chased by an ogre holding a huge mace. She could only scream and think to herself, we're still on the lower floor, so why is an ogre here? Help me! As she finished speaking, she fell to the ground, thinking it was the end. Right then, she appeared and casually took out the ogre. Hey, I have something to ask you. Is this Earth? In her endless panic, the girl still had enough awareness to reply, yes. Siu also asked, this is South Korea, right? What year is it now? The girl looked at Shu like he was an alien. What? Yes, this is South Korea. It's 2037. She answered in one breath, but she was still stunned. He took down an ogre in one hit. New pondered. 2037. The moment I was sucked into another dimension was 2027. So 100 years in the demon realm equals about 15 on Earth. Siu asked more absurd questions. Who is the current president? The girl broke into a sweat and answered, it's Choi Do-soo. Siu panicked and got agitated. Choi Do-soo? Don't tell me it's that muscle-brained guy with only one eye. The girl thought, he doesn't know anything. I thought he was just acting. Siu still found it ridiculous. President? That guy is president? Is South Korea really that short on talent? The girl was still dumbfounded. Is this some regression story or what? Anyway, let's set that aside. Siu got to the main point. The flow of mana here is very strange. Could we be inside a gate? The girl smiled awkwardly and replied, well, this is inside the guide tower. And Siu was very surprised. The guide tower? Yes, it's a place that suddenly appeared a few years ago, like a gate for hunters. If hunters get through this place, they can awaken their abilities and even receive skills. Depending on their awakening rank, they can join strong guilds, so everyone wants to clear the tower as fast as possible. Siu stroked his chin and thought, back when I was active, I didn't need any of this to awaken. The girl explained, that's from the first generation of hunters. Siu cracked his knuckles and warmed up. So, simply put, if I want to leave here, I have to complete this tower? How long does it usually take to get out? Normally 8 weeks. If you're exceptional, at least 6 weeks. The record is 3 weeks set by the second-generation genius hunter Ryuji Hwan. While Siu was sighing and thinking about the new information, a tiger crept up from somewhere. As soon as she saw it, the girl panicked and said, run, while Siu still had his eyes closed. 3 weeks? 3 weeks is a bit long. Due to the side effects of the space shift, my mana flow and body movement are both slowed down. I don't have that much time left. The girl shouted, hey, sorry, but can you think later? Didn't the academy teach you that if you meet a tiger, you should run immediately? As it roared and attacked, Minsu remained completely unfazed. No other choice. I'll set myself a more comfortable deadline. 5 days should be enough. 3. Before the tiger could attack, Siu did something that made it disappear instantly. Scene change. This young man with glasses was the guildmaster of the Empire Guild, Min Shijun. Upon receiving news that someone had just left the guide tower, he was quite surprised. Oh, if I remember correctly, it's only been about 6 weeks since they entered, right? The female staff member, sweating, reported. But this person wasn't in the initial entry group. Which batch are they from? Sir, they're not on the tower entry list, and they're currently causing a commotion. The moment he saw the image on the file, Sijun froze when he recognized his brother. As for the girl with Shu, she still couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell is going on? He completed the guide tower in just 5 days, Siu, after finishing everything, muttered to himself, fighting really helps me recover faster. I feel like my power is back to about 25%. The system announced, guidance complete. Calculating stats and analyzing skill compatibility. Measurement cannot be performed. The gate is opening. The moment he stepped outside, Seoul burst into view. Finally, I'm back in Seoul. The girl with him also got a ride. Wait, let me out too. The area opposite the gate outside the guide tower where Shu stood was very noisy. A group of people approached. Why is it so noisy here? The guy next to him replied. The gate just opened, but it seems there's some problem. A man with an armband saw a pretty girl and froze. Is it those two? I think I've seen that beautiful girl on the participation list. He decided to get closer. What's this? The manager greeted him. Ah, Team 2 leader is here. The thing is, these two just came out of the gate, but that guy isn't on the participation list. Team 2 leader looked Siu up and down. Siu also felt suspicious. A guy claiming to have cleared the tower without a scratch? Sounds pretty absurd. And look at that insolent look in his eyes. Looks like a starving parasite. He must have gotten a decent skill, huh? He decided to step in. Step aside, let me handle this. He bluntly asked Siu, who the hell are you? You're not on the list. Siu calmly replied, because I didn't enter through the entrance. Team 2 leader got agitated. If I entered through the entrance, of course I'd come out a different way. Which entrance did you use? Why did you come out that way? Siu didn't know how to answer. It just happened that way. How should I know? Cracked his neck and smirked. Haha, this guy really disrespects his seniors. Kid, I can tell. You just awakened some camouflage skill and are playing tricks. If you don't want to die, drop it now, understand? Siu kept a straight face, which made him angry. What's that shit-eating expression? I'm warning you, stop. Or should I tear that arrogant face off? Siu gave a slight smile, showing clear contempt, and replied, shut up, you stink terribly. Team 2 leader was stunned. What, you bastard, are you crazy? Siu cracked his neck slightly. What did you just say about tearing my face off? Shut your mouth and fight. Try to breathe less, that smell is awful. Furious to the point of vomiting blood, he screamed and threw a punch. Siu still looked very relaxed and calm. Oh, I told you to shut up, but you just wouldn't listen. The moment Empire Guild Master Min Shijun and his staff arrived, this group of people was all lying motionless on the ground. The female staff member panicked and asked, what the hell is going on? Well, actually, the person we just reported as causing trouble, he fought with the guards and then disappeared. The guildmaster turned and asked, is there any CCTV footage of him? Right after, they watched the recording. In just a few seconds, the young man in the video took down 5 hunters and vanished. Considering he didn't appear on screen, they suspected he might be a hunter with an invisibility skill. The guildmaster asserted, no, he simply moved too fast. While everyone still didn't understand what he meant, he kept muttering, Shu, I'm sure it's him. He looks exactly like he did 15 years ago. Hiding the information, knowing it only to himself, the guildmaster shouted, issue an immediate wanted order. Mobilize all Empire members to find him. Absolutely do not act rashly. Just bring him here. The moment he turned away, he couldn't stop thinking about his brother. Brother, where have you been all this time? Why show up now? Kidnapped? Ran away? There must be a reason. If you were still in South Korea, you would have come to find me. If so, where would you go first in this situation? Right after, Sijun went to find the girl who was with Siu. You're one of the people who just came out of the guide tower this time, right? She confidently replied, yes, that's right. But honestly, I didn't do anything. Someone else got all of us out. Anyway, we've awakened and gone out together. That's it. You went out earlier than expected, so you must have gotten a pretty good skill. The girl scratched her head shyly. I'm not sure if it's good, but at least it's a B-rank skill. The young man heard this and broke into a bright smile. B-rank? Even though there's no final evaluation yet, it's best to recruit first. Min Sijin spoke up. We'll offer you the best contract terms possible. Are you interested in joining the Empire? Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. The Empire? Really, if this is a genuine invitation, then it would be a great honor for me and my entire family of S-rank hunter Ji-Huan. The Diamond Guild suddenly appeared from behind and started mocking him. The guild's name is Empire, but their actions are no different from a gang's. Sijun looked annoyed. You should watch your words. Ji-Huan continued his sarcastic remarks. Oh my, seems I've upset you. You're too sensitive. Walking beside Ji-Huan was Choi Sung-in, an S-rank hunter and the guild master of wilds. Looks like you got here before me. Everyone must have received the notification from the association. The entire security team was wiped out. Is that the unregistered awakener the association mentioned? Ji-Hwan looked it over and gave a sinister smile. This guy sure is noisy. He's barely stepped out and already causing chaos, Choi Sung-in spoke up. We don't know who he is, but we'd better find him quickly. Judging by his power, it seems he's awakened a high-rank skill. That means he has the potential to become key personnel. To be honest, I think he's very valuable. Ji-Hwan looked excited. Then whoever finds him first gets him. And if our methods are a bit unorthodox, I doubt anyone will complain. Min Si-jun listened with displeasure but said nothing. Choi Sung-in finalized. Then I'll go find him myself. None of us has time to waste. If we find this awakener, at least we should report back to each other. Choi Sung-in turned to the girl standing beside Si-jun. And what about you? Here's my business card. Take your time to think it over. With your awakening rank, you'll be welcomed anywhere. Ji-Hwan waved his hand and left. Suit yourself. I'll report it if I find him. As soon as he stepped outside, Ji-Hwan gave the order. Jinx, gather all C and D rank members of Diamond into teams and deploy immediately. We need to find someone. Jinx asked curiously who. Ji-Hwan smirked. Min Si-jun, that damned bloodline of his. Cut to a different scene. The fragrant smoke from fried chicken legs wafted through the air. Pre complained. Just returned to Earth after 100 years, and the first place you stop by is just a fried chicken joint? Siu took a deep breath and replied, just try it, and you'll understand. Why am I rushing here like a starving dog? After taking a bite, Pri was stunned and exclaimed, what the hell is this? I've wasted my entire life. What is this? Is this fried chicken made from a golden dragon's legacy? How can it be this delicious? How did you survive 100 years in the demon realm without this? Are you insane? Siu puffed out his cheeks and savored it. I'm restoring my humanity. So shut up. Pri greedily yelled, fine, then hurry up and bring more. Don't eat it all by yourself. The rest is mine. After eating his fill, Shu decided to return to his beloved home. The messy house before him was his. As soon as he opened the gate and stepped in, familiar sounds and illusions appeared. Shu, are you home? You're back. A bit late today, aren't you? Are you hungry? I'll call Si-jun to eat together. Then came the image of two happy siblings running in, hugging their parents tightly. The kitchen was filled with the fragrant aroma of soybean paste stew. But returning to reality, everything was desolate. That warm space was now just the past. Cobwebs covered the house, bottles and jars were scattered everywhere. Siu was speechless. He went out to the porch and sat down, lost in thought. Just as I expected, I can't remember my parents' faces anymore. They say forgetting is a gift from the gods, but to me, it's a curse. 100 years in the demon realm, endless battles on a strange planet covered in blood, my human senses gradually numbed. A body frozen in time, a self slowly fading away during that horrifyingly long period. I clung desperately to my memories, afraid that the curse of forgetting would devour me. Memories of my younger brother, memories of my disciples, and then those memories were no longer just memories. They turned into obsessions and regrets. But it's okay. Thanks to that, I survived 100 years. Pri jumped in and teased, you seem lonely, don't you? To be honest, the place we stayed in the demon realm felt warmer. CEO countered, but they didn't have fried chicken there. Pri, hearing about his favorite dish, was also convinced. Logically speaking, that's true. Regaining his spirits, Shu perked up again. I just wanted to stop by and take a quick look. It's time to find the others. I wonder how they've been doing these past 15 years. I hope Si-jun is okay. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, Siu was surrounded by a group of people. They were all carrying weapons. From the rooftop, a voice echoed down. Found him. Damn it, finding you was a nightmare. Nice to meet you. You must be the one who caused the commotion at the exit above, right? I'm Ben, Black Moon, a C-rank hunter from Diamond. Do you know how hard we worked to find you? Siu looked completely uninterested and replied coldly, yeah. So what, you want me to comfort you or something? Black Moon sat arrogantly with his legs spread, showing off. Hey, are you listening to me? We're from Diamond. I'll say it again. Diamond, got it? Siu was annoyed. Diamond or whatever the hell, I don't care. What do you want? Just say it. Black Moon bluffed loudly. What do I want? Haha, this guy still doesn't get the situation, does he? Want me to teach you how to crawl instead of walk? The hunter world is all turned upside down now. Siu put his hands in his pockets and smirked. I think walking on all fours would suit your ugly monkey face better. These days, even gorillas can become hunters? This world must be pretty great, huh? Black Moon heard this and was furious. This bastard is hopeless. Take him out first, then we can bring him in. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his power and lunged at Siu. Siu just glanced back and let him make his move, letting his body slam hard into the wall. Black Moon thought he had won and laughed loudly. Did you just call me a gorilla, you brat? Black Moon's henchmen standing by praised him endlessly. Black Moon, are you okay? You knocked him out before he could even get his hands out of his pockets. Keep going, boss. Haha, Siu still lay still. In front of him was a notification with the following content. D-rank skill, Lightning Bolt. Effect doubles movement speed for a short time. If the body and stamina can handle it, it can move even faster. Siu asked Pri if he wanted to try it and received the reply. This is the first skill I've absorbed since returning to Earth. I want to taste it. With that, Siu shot up at a godly speed, instantly surpassing Black Moon, leaving him completely baffled about what was happening. In a moment, Siu slammed him headfirst into the ground with a straight arm. The remaining guys turned pale and dared not do anything. Siu began to chant the command, Devour Predator. The magic circle appeared again and began to glow, draining all of Black Moon's strength and skills. Siu was quite surprised. He didn't think it would still work on Earth. Pride clicked his tongue. Stealing skills is pretty cool, but it's not as good as fried chicken. Black Moon's henchmen saw this and shouted angrily, "What are you standing around for? Attack him now." Meanwhile, Siu shouted, "Pre, try out the skill we just stole." As the crowd surged forward from all sides, Pre received the order and shouted, "Supply drop." With super speed and a new skill, VIP Pro, in an instant, Siu had wiped out nearly all of them. The last one charged in but ended up getting taken out too. Notification appeared. C-rank skill, Heavy Strike. Effect: when activated, the body automatically reacts to strike the opponent's weak points. More effective when using a weapon. Siu sighed. The blade is completely dull. If you're a swordsman, at least sharpen your weapon. I'll take this. As soon as he finished, he launched a series of attacks. But someone stopped him and called out loudly, "Brother!" The moment the blade was about to pierce the opponent's neck, Siu froze. His beloved younger brother was standing right behind him, even calling out to him, "Brother Siu." Siu slowly broke into a smile. Sijun, 25 years ago, when the gates opened on Earth, a peaceful world instantly fell into chaos. Monsters poured out from the gates. Along with that, the first individuals to awaken their powers began to appear. A wild era where there were no laws or policies to control the situation, and everyone was just inexperienced. No one knew what to do in that chaotic world. Sijun and Siu, children who lost their parents early, were forced to find a way to survive. Siu, one of the first-generation awakeners, dropped out of school to become a hunter just to support his younger brother. The kid was still so small back then. "Brother, aren't you going to school today?" "I'm not going to school anymore. I'm working now." "Why? It's nothing. I'm just really bad at studying, so I decided to find my path early." At the moment of saying goodbye to his older brother, Siu said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." That was when the two brothers parted ways for 15 years. Back to the present, Siu was stepping into the house named after his younger brother. Wow, this house is really something. Looking at the furniture and every nook and cranny, he couldn't help but marvel. Damn, isn't this the Han River? Did you buy all this yourself? No loans or anything? Min Sijun did it. Sijun saw his brother like this and was helpless. It's nothing big. After all, it's thanks to the skills you taught me that I could earn the money. I bought this house for us to live together, so there's a room for you too. The reason Sijun still had a dazed look was that he couldn't believe the truth yet. He kept asking himself, this doesn't feel real at all. Is it really you? The person I searched for everywhere but couldn't find, suddenly appearing after 15 years like this? Meanwhile, Siu was still extremely excited and thrilled. There's even a separate room for me. Raising a younger brother, now it seems really fun. So surprising, but it looks like you've been through a lot. Min Sijun, after a few seconds of hesitation, his face gradually reddened and his first smile began to appear. It's really you, you've been through a lot. Seeing you still joking like this, you're definitely my brother. But brother, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Where have you been all this time? Siu walked over to his brother and patted his head. Sit down, I have 100 years worth of stories to tell. With a few cans of beer and some snacks, Siu gradually told his story to his younger brother. Sijun listened and nodded. To sum it up, 15 years ago, at the moment you defeated the fourth Demon King, you were transported to another dimension, due to the effect of an artifact the Demon King possessed. In that world, you met a creature called Predator, which could steal others' skills. You grew stronger thanks to that ability over 100 years, fighting and searching for a dragon with space magic, until you encountered the Dragon King. You defeated the Dragon King and used the space orb in its heart to return to Earth, right? Siu propped his hand up and explained, that Predator also came back to Earth with me. Now it's inside my body. Sijun was shocked, his face turning pale. Inside your body? You mean you're possessed? Yu explained that it was more like parasitism. Pre chimed in loudly. Hey, do you want to vomit blood? Seeing Sijun panicking, Nu, don't be too serious. I know it sounds like something out of a fantasy, but just remember that your brother isn't crazy. Sijun, though sweating, still tried to reply, of course I believe you because you're the one saying it. After all, we're living in a world where these things are no longer absurd, just hard to grasp immediately. Anyway, you coming back is enough. Nu asked back, right, now it's your turn. I want to know what the hell happened to this country in the past 15 years for that bastard to become president. Sijun slowly recounted, after you disappeared, Choi Desu took all the credit for defeating the fourth Demon King. He rose to the position of president with the title God of War, the greatest first-generation hunter, and used that fake reputation to gain public support. Yet now he still keeps pushing out policies that disadvantage our team. Shu crossed his arms, feeling indignant. That guy's intentions are crystal clear. The only SS rank hunter in South Korea? Sounds like a joke. And hey, those guys who attacked us earlier, those self-proclaimed diamond guys, are they Desu's henchmen? No, Choi Desu's guild is the Boundless Legion. Currently, South Korea has 7 major hunter guilds, collectively called the 7 Stars. Among them, Diamond is the guild of Ryu Jiwan, a second-generation hunter. That sneaky bastard. Leave today's matter to me, don't worry about it. Seeing Sijun's furious state, Shu was also quite surprised. He didn't expect his younger brother to have become so tough after 15 years. Shu wondered, and what about your disciples? Nijun stammered awkwardly, We've all gone our separate ways. No one has contacted each other in a long time. Xiaolong went back to his hometown, and Kong Yoa joined fair trade. Siu looked thoughtful. That's a bit surprising. What about Minjin? Upon hearing this information, Siu looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He was murdered. Siu's voice dropped. He passed away. Who did it? Sijun reported. The body disappeared, so the culprit couldn't be identified. The only ones who can kill a hunter are two types. Other hunters are unregistered awakened beings. At the time, SMCS launched an investigation but found no clues. Siu slammed his hand on the table, looking a bit stunned. SMCS? What's that? SMCS is the Hunter Management and Zone Control Bureau, an international organization that specializes in handling cases involving hunters. They have full authority to investigate and arrest awakened criminals worldwide. Simply put, they're the police of the hunter world. Siu asked back, do you have any connections there? Sijun wondered what his brother was planning. I do, but are you really planning to go there? If you need information, it's better to use our guild's intelligence team. That place is very harsh. You shouldn't go without a good reason. Siu insisted on his plan. It's fine. I need more than just information. Sijun looked worried. Brother, hunters are fighters, but the work there mainly involves handling related cases. You just came back. Don't rush. Rest for a while and regain your fighting sense first. Siu clicked the mouse and replied, Sijun, I've been fighting for 100 years in another world. Do you think there's anything I haven't done? Nijun froze, almost forgetting Siu's nickname. Well, since my brother has decided, I can't stop him anyway. All right? If you've decided, then Lee Iji from the Korean branch is a high-ranking official there. I'll contact her. Yu gave a gentle smile. Thanks, little brother. Even so, Sijun still looked a bit pale. Your face is the same, but your aura is completely different. What exactly happened to you in that world? After scrolling through the computer for a while, Siu recognized someone familiar. Huh? I've seen this face somewhere before. Let me see. Huang Donggu, captain of the Gangbuk team of SMCS, a 1.5 generation hunter. Do you know him? Siu looked dazed. Jonggu? No, that bastard's name is scene changed. 2 days later at SMCS headquarters, the Gangbuk team office. Damn it. These second generation hunters nowadays, they just shove a rookie into my team. And say what? People call them the incubator generation, all brains full of mush. The employee listening was speechless and cursed inwardly, but only replied, ah, yes. The Gangbuk team captain kept yelling, damn these kids these days. Back then, the hunter world was a lawless land. We had to write our wills before every mission. Get it? Have I told you about the time I almost died in a raid 15 years ago? The employee looked tired, thinking about 768 times, but only replied, yes, sir, I've heard. Gee. Jonggu kept running his mouth, but hearing it one more time won't hurt. Back when I was a rookie, I was fatally wounded on a mission. My team was almost completely out of fighting strength, all of us in despair. Just then, a healer with extraordinary abilities appeared. She used her Huatuo skill to save me and said, before he could finish, Siu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and called out loudly, why did you change your name? Your old name was fine, now look at you. You remember me, right? I'm the one who saved your life. After flashing a confident smile, Jonggu was completely stunned, never expecting that speaking of the devil would bring him right there. What's going on? Is that Hunter Min Xiu? While immersed in endless confusion, Jonggu's face twisted. Ahem, allow me to introduce our new member of the Gangbuk team, Hunter Min Xiu. Since he's a rookie, there will be many things unfamiliar to him here. If he needs any information, please provide it immediately. As seniors, we must treat the rookie well. The blue-haired girl looked puzzled. Wait, isn't that contradictory to what you just said? Why is Captain Donggu so strange today? The guy standing beside her broke into a sweat and whispered, shut up, look at the captain's reaction right now. It seems he's no ordinary rookie. Seeing them whispering, Jonggu pointed angrily, Kim CEO, you! The girl flinched in fright. Jonggu kept yelling, follow me to the meeting room immediately. We need to give a brief report to the new guy. Until they reached the meeting room, CEO was sweating as she briefed Siu, while Jonggu fumbled around, putting things away and taking others out. Hunter Siu, would you like some coffee, instant or Americano? Siu crossed his arms and replied like a boss, instant. Jonggu continued with utmost enthusiasm. Here's the SMCS field uniform. What size do you wear? After a while, CEO raised her hand to speak. Captain, even if it's a summary report, I haven't received any materials to prepare. I need to explain to him. To him. Seeing them flustered, Siu immediately suggested, summarize all the data on hunters who were murdered in the past 25 years and give it to me. CEO looked very shocked. Data from 25 years is a massive amount. Moreover, we have to report to the Hunter Association. No one is allowed to defy Siu's words. Jonggu grumbled and snapped back, hey, don't make excuses. You've worked here long enough to handle this. Then Jonggu brought a tray of coffee to Siu and said softly, don't worry, Hunter. Siu, our data manager, works extremely efficiently. CEO felt a headache coming on, wondering if her captain had had his soul replaced by someone. After searching for a while, CEO asked again, Sir, new guy, when you say eliminated, do you mean you only need information about the victims? Right? CEO sipped his coffee and replied, only cases officially recognized as homicides by SMCS. Additionally, I also need a list of unidentified hunter killers. CEO gripped his coffee cup tightly and thought to himself, killing an awakened being is nearly impossible unless the attacker is also awakened. Moreover, if someone managed to harm Minjin, a high-ranking hunter, then that person is definitely a professional. Whether the culprit has been caught or is dead, if they're awakened, the association must have a record. For now, priority is to find out their identities. After fumbling for a while, CEO asked, "Where should I send the information?" CEO held out her phone. "Send it to my phone first." Suddenly, a young man poked his head in the door and asked, "Captain, do you have a moment?" The police just requested support. A territorial dispute has broken out between gangs with awakened members. Jong-gu glanced and replied, "Can't the police handle that themselves? They're just low-level thugs." "But Captain, the problem is that one of them is from Severus." Hearing this, Jong-gu jumped up. "What? Those bastards again?" Nu was still confused about what Severus was. CEO explained, "They're completely different from ordinary gangs. They specialize in arms trafficking and contract killings. There are even suspicions of hunter smuggling. The police can't handle them alone." Hearing about hunter smuggling piqued Siu's curiosity, and he offered to go along. Siu quickly put on his jacket, but Jong-gu stopped him. "Even if you're a rookie, you should at least go through some training first." Elsewhere, bodies lay scattered everywhere. Severus's vice leader, Kang-ho, laughed loudly. "The elite forces of the Death God are nothing, right? Before Severus, they're nothing." Jigen, a B-rank leader of Severus, clicked his tongue. "Jealous, huh, Brother Kango? That's unfair. Half of those were cut by my flesh-slicing blade." They kept joking around with each other. "Jealous? Then beat me, Jigen. Haha, just wait. Someday I'll surpass you." Kang-ho was arrogant and conceited. "Haha, without me, how would you guys survive? Lucky I quit being a hunter to join our boss's organization." He really has an eye for talent. Then he declared that from today this place belonged to Severus. But before they could celebrate for long, a huge explosion occurred, catching them off guard and injuring them. Jigen was dazed. What's going on? There's still a war god left? With a jacket bearing the letters SMCS, Shu slowly appeared. "Hey, from the way you talk, it seems you've killed hunters before, haven't you?" Hearing this, Kang-ho was terrified, while Siu prepared to go all out against him. "Know me what you've got." A hazy scene unfolded around Kang-ho, filled with his comrades. "Huh? He's still okay? Never seen this face in gangbook before. More importantly, what idiot came here alone?" Surrounding him were the sounds of his comrades, but Kang-ho was lost and disoriented. "Strange. I swear I just heard the sound of a skull shattering." Kang-ho shouted boldly, "What are you waiting for? He wants a show. Give it to him then!" He activated his skill. B-rank full-body armor. Effect when activated creates an invisible armor covering the entire body. Duration depends on the user's mana. Increases physical defense by 30% and magical defense by 10%. All the others also charged at Shu simultaneously, but in an instant, everything turned pitch black. Kang-ho was dazed. "Huh? What just happened? Was I fighting? Wait, who's standing on that other side? Grandpa? Is he calling me over or telling me to stay?" Returning to reality, he was being pinned down by CEO. But it didn't stop there. He grabbed him by the neck again and lifted him up. "Come on, get up. It's just you now. Eat this, predator." Hearing this, Pride began to enjoy it. "Wow, your fighting skills are really good. It feels so satisfying." While gasping for breath, Kang-ho looked at everything blurrily and was shocked. "Just one person wiped out all of us? Why? What do you want from us? We don't know anything. We've never killed hunters. We're just pawns." Siu flashed a bright but sinister smile. "I know small fries like you wouldn't dare do something like that." Kang-ho struggled to ask weakly, "Then why?" Neu stood up and brushed off his hands. "I just wanted to test the strength of today's awakened criminals. You two look like trouble, so I figured I'd deal with you now." Just then, Jong-gu ran over. "Hunter Min Shu, are you okay? The entire upper floor of the club is under control. You insisted on going alone. I was really worried." Siu acted nonchalant. "Oh, you're done with those guys? Took you long enough. I kept one of the leaders in case we need to extract information. I wiped out the rest." "So is everything good now?" Looking at the mess of bodies lying around, all covered in blood, Jong-gu was at a loss for words. In principle, arrest is the priority, but defensive action if attacked is valid. Since SMCS operates under international law, we follow standard procedures. Agents must wear body cameras for evidence. Jong-gu tried to argue, but his mind was in turmoil. True, those bastards were brutal enough to warrant immediate action, but did he really wipe them all out? That Siu, with that blank expression? He was already known as a mad dog, but since when did he become this ruthless? And Siu scratched his head, feigning innocence. "Oh, the body camera, I forgot. But hey, I'm still on probation. You'll cover for me, right?" Yoongu had no choice but to reply, almost crying. "Yes." After that, he had people clean up the battlefield. Siu continued to explain, "But they really did hit me first. You see the blood on my clothes?" "Of course, I believe you." He said he believed him. But deep down, Yoongu knew it was someone else's blood. One remaining guy was hiding under a desk, reporting to his superiors. "I'm telling you, Severus, they're completely wiped out. I'm serious. And the third-class leader, Jiken, guy you told me to follow, is dead." On the other end of the phone, an A-rank hunter. "Hong Kong's Red Faction is asking again." "Say that again." Scene transition. A hunter from the Red Tiger clan appeared with two others. Before them was a group of men in black. Hunters from the Red Faction of Hong Kong had just entered the country. "We will escort you to the designated location." A gray-haired hunter bowed. "May the deceased rest in peace. I am Lee Jun Young from the Korean Hunters Association." With a serious expression, he asked, "Where is my brother?" Junyoung replied. The body of the suspect, Jikin, is currently at the forensic examination room. Hunter, you will come with us to identify the body, complete the necessary procedures, and then be taken to your designated accommodation. Jiat laughed sinisterly. Haha, a suspect, Jikin? I heard the one who killed my brother is connected to SMCS. Junyoung replied seriously. I cannot answer any questions related to that. Jiat narrowed his eyes and continued. Am I allowed to leave the accommodation outside of the schedule? No. You must stay at the accommodation until the day of your scheduled departure. If you leave without permission, under international hunter law, you will be forcibly deported, with appropriate penalties. So now we'll take you to the forensic room. Jiat looked extremely annoyed. So I can only offer incense and then leave. He then ordered, Ryu Ian is looking for you. Go. Wait there, you bastard. You killed my brother. I'll rip your heart out while you're still alive. Scene transition, Shiu and Sejun were talking. They took everything from the house? Yes. 2 days after Minjun was assassinated, the house was ransacked. A hunter's mana like fingerprints reveals their code, attributes, and rank, right? The investigating hunters at the time believed the culprit took everything and erased all traces. Since Minjun was an archaeologist, his house was full of important research materials. In fact, not a single item containing his mana remained. Niu hesitated. Are you sure it was the real culprit? Couldn't it be a random burglary? Looking at the list of stolen items, most are valuable. With this level of mess, the chance of leaving traces should be higher. If the real goal was to erase mana traces, burning the whole house down would be much more effective. Sejun was a bit startled by Xiu's analysis. You mean someone took advantage of the empty house after Minjun was assassinated? Xiu sighed. I've reviewed SMCS's criminal records. There are more similar cases than you think. Looks like we need to ask around. Sejun found it absurd. What? Even if fencing stolen goods takes time, it's been years. There's no way Minjun's belongings are still out there. Xiu smiled confidently. How do you know without checking? See you tonight. He was confident then, but now he was frozen stiff. Even I don't understand what I said. It sounded so convincing, but how can this tiny country have so many thieves? A whole week and I've found nothing. Get in here. Xiu was listening to Pri for the investigation. Pri was excited. Food, you have good instincts. Trust your big brother here. I'll guide you right. Now go right. Xiu listened and got furious. You're leading me to a dead end, you idiot. While he was freaking out, the CEO was startled by a noise. Someone is discussing something nearby. He immediately went to check. Have you heard the recent rumors? SMCS is cracking down hard on stolen goods dealers. Just yesterday, the entire Ion Dangpo district was cleaned out. The old man next to him puffed on a cigarette, looking worried. What, seriously? No search warrant or report needed. The skinny guy next to him panicked and continued. It's SMCS, boss. They have full authority to investigate hunters worldwide, and they have the right to execute awakened criminals on the spot if they resist. It's not prison, it's death. The big boss snapped. But aren't they just government lapdogs? Why not just take them out? The skinny guy replied, right, hunters with real power would rather join a guild. Obviously, the money is much better, so organizations like SMCS don't have any high-level hunters. But the one hunting the smuggler this time isn't some unknown madman. We specialize in handling stolen hunter goods. Maybe we should move the warehouse. 3. Xiu stopped eavesdropping and revealed himself, asking directly, where is that warehouse? The two men turned around in shock. Niu pointed. Your warehouse is confiscated now. As soon as they saw Xiu, the skinny guy broke into a sweat. I think it's him, that bastard. SMCS has wiped out all the smuggling gangs. The big boss immediately pulled out his phone and ordered, you guys get to Sector 2 immediately, emergency. Xiu still had his hands on his hips, asking, spill it, where's the warehouse? I'm busy. So unless you want to die, talk fast. There's no time left. The big boss pushed the skinny guy forward. Damn it, Hansen, deal with this bastard. He was sweating, but I'm not a combat type. Just then a group of people ran over. Boss, what's going on? Who is this guy? Why is there a fake here? The big boss tried to intimidate Xiu back. Aha, does this idiot know where he's set foot? Even if it's SMCS, if we bury him in concrete and throw him in the sea, no one will find him. Xiu remained calm, not even bothering to turn around and look at them. He started putting his hands in his pockets. Oh, you're gathering together to help me out? How cute. Priya, it's been a while since you used a skill. Want to try? Gree heard and got excited. One skill, one piece of fried chicken. A circle around the CEO glowed brightly. He activated a huge electric wave, instantly plunging those guys into an endless plane. Crackling with electricity, after giving them a little taste, he asked them again. Now, are you ready to show me to the warehouse? Hazen lifted his head, tears streaming, and asked, who the hell are you? Murked. Me? A madman. This was their warehouse. Xiu was tying up those thugs. Pri spoke up. See, this is our side. Xiu replied, don't make me laugh. You were just lucky. Xiu was holding a book that seemed to be the mana item he was looking for, but Pri kept complaining about the musty book smell. Xiu laughed and replied, right, I recognized it immediately. At least one thing remains intact. This book is Minjin's research journal. There's a protective seal on it, not an ordinary lock. A formation that only opens with the owner's mana. Bree muttered, hey, food, this book can't be opened. Can you read it? The CEO replied, doesn't matter. What I need isn't the book, but the mana inside it. Right after, he called Songgu. It's me. I've got a dozen awakened criminals tied up here. Come clean up. Oh, and bring a car, we have a place to go. A neutral zone. A place where dark techniques and bizarre abilities are traded. The black market of the hunter world, the dark heaven market. A woman was flipping cards and smiled. Oh, looks like an interesting guest is about to visit. She was the Grand Witch Mumium, one of the 12 leaders of the dark heaven market. On another note, Siu was observing. Compared to 15 years ago, nothing much has changed. In Siu's head, Pri's voice rang out again. Your famous food. Everyone's staring at you. Their abilities look pretty impressive. How about we drain one and eat? Two men in the distance stopped and looked at him. Siu half closed one eye lazily and replied, No, this is a neutral zone. Causing trouble here is a pain. He leaned on the cabinet. Long time no see. The Grand Witch Mumium placed her other hand on her chest, gently inviting. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in. Books were scattered messily on the shelf next to a locked box. The sitting mat was carefully laid out on the floor. Mumium sat opposite Siu. It's been 15 years, you haven't changed at all. Siu lowered his eyes, still the same, a nobody. She rested her chin on her hand and gave a bright smile. So, what have you been doing for the past 15 years without contacting me? Siu handed Mumium a locked book. Long story, not interesting to tell. Instead, I want you to extract the mana from this. She stroked her chin, intrigued. You're still as straightforward as ever. Fine, this is something I'm interested in. Mumium reached out towards the elegant silver cup on the table. You still remember how to do it, right? Siu picked up the knife and aimed it at his palm. Blood gushed from his palm. Mana is used through skills or magic. Once transformed, it's nearly impossible to return to its original state. The cup on the table was now half filled with Siu's blood. Imagine a complete spell like a curry stew. Mumium lifted the silver cup and took a sip. You can fish out solid things like carrots or potatoes from a cooked curry stew, but you can't separate the curry powder that has dissolved in the water and other ingredients back to their original state. Yet this impossibility became reality thanks to the woman known as the Nobody, with her mana hacker skill. She looked at the book in her hand, an legal medium, a power that defies causality, a force that goes against the laws of nature. Beneath that book, a small magic circle appeared. Abilities like this are often associated with criminal grand witches. Mumium closed her eyes, picked up the knife, and aimed it at her wrist. That's why society always looks at us with suspicion. Her face flushed with excitement. All right, it's done. Fresh blood, purer than ever. It feels like life is dancing on my tongue. Greed jumped in Siu's head again. Her skill is so bizarre, definitely not for me. Siu grabbed her wrist. A small magic spark appeared, passing by. Thanks for the compliment. Consider this one free. Mumium stroked her chin, watching Siu's back. Leaving already, young man? He held a small vial in his hand and replied, I have things to do. I'll come back next time. Mumium crossed her arms, assessing him. Truly a mysterious one. On the highway, at a traffic light, the trembling voice echoed there, sending chills down my spine. I never want to go back there again. The street is now deserted with no one passing by. Siu propped one hand on the window frame while driving with the other. You're being too difficult today, Bree retorted. You and that woman are both perverts, truly depraved. Siu closed both eyes and said calmly, What are you talking about? I only cut a small wound on my own hand, Bree asked wearily. Where to now? I just want to go home. The car, driven by Siu, glided silently through the streets. He said, The Institute of Ancient History. Siu stood before the vast Institute of Ancient History. That's where Minjin was murdered. Siu pushed open the large wooden door and stepped inside. Pree's voice was panicked. Food, now you have power. You just barge into everywhere like this? That's illegal trespassing. Siu reassured, Don't worry, this building belongs to the Imperial Guild. Luckily, Sijun bought and preserved this place early on. His eyes looked ahead, showing surprise. I'm not the only one. Siu muttered as he saw the illusion of many people ahead chatting happily with each other, still struggling to accept Minjun's death. His hand slammed hard onto the table. I need to see the memories of that day. Siu knelt down, letting his hand touch the tiled floor. Siu stared at Pri when he heard its question. Are you really going to use that thing? A magic circle spread from his hand, forming a large magic circle. The system displayed Memory Mana Mystic Rank. Effect when using this skill. The emotions the mana's owner once experienced at a specific location will be recreated. The completeness of the image depends on the quantity and quality of the mana used as a medium. The sparkling magic flow gradually accumulated in the room. Siu stared at the two illusions before him, replaying the past. The figure of a person wearing glasses holding their shoulder in pain stepped back. Pri spoke up in annoyance. Is it because your mana is too low? I can't see anything clearly. Siu replied helplessly. There's no other way. After all, memory mana only recreates the target's emotions, not their memories. Siu lowered his head, deep in thought. Minjun wasn't a weak hunter. Siu looked at the image of Minjun sitting slumped on the ground, leaning against the wall. If he was killed that quickly by just one person, that means the enemy has an extremely high level. Minjun's lips moved slightly, saying something that made Siu freeze. He gritted his teeth and pressed, Is this an order? A flow of magic surrounded the illusion of the fully covered figure. He smiled, revealing sharp fangs. On the upper floor, Siu fell into thought. VIP high-level guys like that. Minjun wasn't just a simple member of the Institute. He also belonged to some organization. Pri asked worriedly, Food, are you okay? The cup placed in the center of the magic circle emitted a stream of energy. What do you mean? Syl wondered. Pri began to tell, back in the demon realm, you always talked about your disciple and your brother. Even after 100 years, you never forgot them. The moment you set foot on Earth, the first thing you did was search for them. Yet now, you just witnessed your own disciple pass away with your own eyes, and you're still calm? Are you an emotionless person? Siu reached out and grabbed something under the magic circle. Pri, your vocabulary is getting richer. Where did you learn those words? Pri continued. Right now, your emotions are churning so much it makes me sick, but on the outside you show nothing, or rather you can't. Siu turned and walked away. I'm fine. After 100 years, this was bound to happen sooner or later. The door was opened from outside by someone. A person with half their face covered, standing in a formal posture, spoke up. Min Shu, right? He reached up to scratch his head and let out a sigh of relief. Where the hell have you been wandering all day? Such a hassle. Anyway, come along obediently. Someone is eager to meet you. Siu crossed his arms and sneered, looking at him. You're acting pretty arrogant, aren't you? Even though you're dragging along 6 little mice. Ru Ian Pang was taken aback by his words, furrowed his brow, and said in a threatening tone, I'll give you 2 choices. Choose one. 1, stay quiet, let us tie you up and follow behind Ru, who has countless other underlings. 2, resist, get chopped to pieces, and be dragged away covered in blood. That's still better than getting chopped. Siu didn't bother to say more. Tie him up. Rio quickly gave the order. But just as the group of underlings stepped forward, a fierce shadow pierced through the brown-haired man, making him bleed and scream. Another blow was struck, his whole body bleeding. Siu glanced at the little demon in his hand and smirked. I actually prefer the get-chopped option. Pri panicked. We've been tricked, you idiot! The group of underlings rushed in. One shouted loudly, Damn it! I'll deal with you! A cold voice rang out. Stop. Grit furrowed his brow. A red magic flow surrounded his hand. I'll handle that guy. He's my prey. Siu put his hands on his hips, amused, interesting. The man with solid, muscular arms looked at Siu. Linked hunter category, Min Siu. Is that you? His eyes narrowed with deep resentment. He raised his voice. Siu, you're the one who killed my brother! Pri said greedily, Hey, food. Out of all the guys I've ever faced, this one looks the most delicious. Siu scratched his neck bored. Brother? I'm not sure. Have you ever asked the name of the trash before sweeping it away? Grit's face darkened, his eyes becoming sharp. He took a running start and leaped, causing cracks in the tiled floor. You bastard! Grit's hands are enhanced with strength, shining brightly as he charges straight at Siu. I'll tear your heart out! His face turned ferocious as he threw a punch straight at Siu. A dazzling golden light appeared, filling the wound Grit had created. Siu flashed a bright smile, evaluating. Not bad, you're A rank. He was so enraged that the veins on his face were visible. Thought to himself, instant recovery. Is he a healer? Siu jumped back, retreating. He charged forward furiously, shouting, You insolent brat! 2 of Grit's underlings turned pale with fear, whispering to each other. He blocked the guildmaster's attack? The other shouted loudly, What are you standing there for? Charge! Suddenly Siu appeared, pressing his face close to one of them. No, I can't let you guys interfere. The electric shots from the head aimed at where the CEO was standing, attacking continuously, but he nimbly dodged them. The system announced skill, lightning flash. CEO was excited. It's been a long time since I had such an interesting fight. Everyone there witnessed the incredible speed. Siu wondering, a healer with a speed-boosting skill, what kind of monster is he? Grit looked at Shu, lifting his disciple by the neck, and thought, he analyzed all my movements and dodged with minimal movement. No speed-boosting hunter I've ever met in a gate has achieved this level of precision. How wide is this guy's field of observation? He's not an ordinary person. Grit became determined. At this point, I have to go all out immediately. Siu glanced at him and asked, It seems you're misunderstanding something. If there's a crime, whether it's your brother or you must be punished. You are awakened criminals, so dying by my hand is only natural. Why are you acting so wronged? The ones who should feel wronged are the civilians your brother killed. He turned red with anger, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, Stop talking nonsense. Do you mean every criminal deserves to die? A scene from the past appeared, showing when they were young, Grit being carried on his brother's back, happily playing together. He shouted loudly, You know nothing about the life my brother lived. Just because you have power in your hands, you think you can do whatever you want? You idiot, Jiken. My brother had no choice but to become a criminal to feed and protect me when we were young. He did everything just to survive in his own way. His muscular arms lit up, surrounded by black energy. Your crime is trampling on that life without hesitation. From Grit, countless sharp magic arrows appeared. His eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Shu and roared, Pay with your life. The system displayed. Skill. Heavenly Fang Wolf Strike, A rank. Effect. Compresses mana, materializes it, and creates a series of synchronized attacks. Tracking the target's movements, Siu stood motionless as the arrows came flying at him. I can't dodge this attack by just moving. Pri, use your skill. Pri grumbled. You're draining me dry, food. I'm just a mana fragment. I'm almost exhausted. A prominent golden magic circle appeared before Siu's eyes. He said firmly, Use it one last time, then rest. Leave the rest to me. His hand reached out to grab the magic circle. Siu read aloud, Nullify. The system displayed skill Nullify Mystic rank. Description. Identifies the opponent's skill type and mana level, inputs the opposite attribute into the formula, and cancels it using a magic matrix. Effectiveness depends on the caster's mana control and observation skills. Grit panicked as each of his arrows gradually disappeared before even touching Siu. Dispel? Rio? Broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he watched the fight, thinking, impossible. He has a high-level skill that can nullify an A-rank hunter's skill. Damn it, forget revenge. We're at a disadvantage now. Maybe we should surrender. A flow of magic surrounded Siu, dashed close to Grit. Did everyone in a situation like your brothers choose to become criminals? Don't try to sell me that cheap sentiment. He kicked the man. Grit roared, outdated! He was kicked far away, having to kneel to keep his balance. His group of underlings called out loudly, Guildmaster! His face turned green. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, panting heavily and ordered, don't interfere. Grit's hand had a swirling pattern around it. His face twisted in pain as he thought, skills of that level can't be used continuously. If he's a healer, I have the advantage in stamina. A healer will eventually run out of mana, so I just need to get close and finish him quickly. I'll crush you with Heavenly Fang Wolf Strike. Focus! He charged at Siu, but Siu was one step faster. Siu jumped up, grabbed Grit's head, and warned, don't use it. Siu's hand punched his stomach. Don't use it. I said don't use it. Doubled over in pain. Siu punched him in the face, a painful blow. This building was already run down. Will you take responsibility if it collapses, you damn criminal? He started to counterattack, roaring and using magic to attack. Ryu leaped high. Grit ordered, Ryu Ian Pang, tie him up. Ryu pressed his hands to the ground, creating magic chains, complaining. 1 minute you say don't interfere, the next you call for help. Which one am I supposed to follow? Ryu's chains bound Siu's body. Taking advantage of Siu being tied up, Grit focused all his power toward him. Enemy of my brother, I'll blow your entire body away, leaving no chance for recovery. Siu's hand reached out, creating a golden magic circle, breaking the chains piece by piece. Congratulations, you and your brother can become criminals together. Siu pushed the magic back, surrounding him, leaving him stunned. Life Drain. The system displayed Skill Life Drain SS rank. Effect absorbs the life force of targets within range. Grit gradually withered, his skin wrinkling as if the bones were about to show through. Rio sat on the ground, trembling and stammering. What the hell is that? Is that a healer's skill? Siu replied. A golden magic flow appeared beneath his feet. This is the first skill I awakened when I became a hunter. Rio was terrified. That thing? From the very beginning, I was never an ordinary healer. Siu raised his hand, and immediately the magic circle wrapped around Grit, lifting him into the air. Instead of using mana to heal life force, I control life force as I please. Called necromancy. Got it? Siu flashed a sinister smile, glanced at him, then turned to Rio. Next, Rio. Rio backed away in fear. Wait, I won't resist. It's just Siu smirked and struck Rio's neck. Shut up. He spun around and left, wondering if he had cleaned everything up. Suddenly, Siu reached out and touched the necklace on his belly. That's right. This time it should be working, right? His face became blurry on the screen. Siu held the phone and asked loudly, Hey, can you see me? Byunggu, is the recording okay? This time, I'm not the one starting the fight either, so that counts as self-defense, right? Jonggu on the other side wiped his sweat and answered, Yes, Hunter Min Su, the signal is coming through clearly, but you just pressed the live button instead of the record button. The scene shifted to a room. That AI voice rang out. This situation is definitely going to cause trouble for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A man with glasses across from the old woman spoke up. Since when did SMCS start live streaming the process of suppressing awakened criminals? The man next to him was confused. This was done about 2 years ago, serving as a promotional video for the SMCS International Headquarters. To recruit talent. On the phone, an image of a monster appeared, and that voice continued to ring out. The idea was to live stream the process of arresting criminals through social media integration, but in reality, it was almost a failed project. During the testing phase, there's no way SMCS could produce a video of decent quality. The man with glasses put his hand on his chin and wondered, so, has an extraordinary talent recently joined SMCS? But why would someone with these skills come here? The old woman asked, Is that the most important issue right now? She waved her hand and continued. What's more noteworthy is that the victim in this live broadcast is a hunter. Guest from the Red Lotus Society in Hong Kong. After verifying the authenticity of the video, there were no legal violations by SMCS under current law. But even so, a man walked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Or Jizu, the current president of South Korea, coldly spoke up. All right, what's going on? Everyone's gathered to eat at the cafeteria during lunch break. A few days later, at the cafeteria of the Imperial Society, Sejun sat across from his brother and called out, Hey, are you even listening? That live-streamed video that just came out. You didn't bother listening to me this time, did you? Siu leisurely stuffed food into his mouth. No, I'm eating. I'm listening, Pri complained. Don't bother people while they're eating. Just be quiet and enjoy the pork, Chini Siu continued to exclaim. Wow, the cafeteria here is truly on another level. No wonder they call this a major society. Can I eat here every day from now on? Sejun thought to himself. Lately, I feel like my brother is a bit obsessed with food. In a strange way. Siu munched away while listening to Shijun talk about that live-streamed video. The bear from the Red Lotus Society in Hong Kong. It's becoming a hot topic. Luckily, it was shot from a body camera. Though the image is shaky and Siu's face isn't clearly visible, Sejun looked at his brother worriedly and continued. But if Choi Desu finds out you recorded it, and the AI knows, what will he do? Didn't you say last time that your mana hasn't fully recovered yet because of the space distortion? Considering what Desu has done over the past 15 years to erase all traces of you, the best thing you can do now is lie low. You picked up a rolled egg and answered hastily, all right. If you're that worried, I'll be careful and keep a low profile. Now, eat. Nijin frowned and grumbled. Seriously, do you think I'm a kid? I'm almost 30. Siu replied nonchalantly. To me, will always be a little brat. A surprised voice rang out. Chairman, why are you at the cafeteria for lunch? Wait. That person. Siu looked at the group behind her and wondered. I'm sure I've seen them at the tower. But aren't they AIs? Sijin reached out a hand slightly. Hunter Shinji So. She just joined our society as a rookie. Even awakened an A-rank skill. But it's all thanks to Hunter Min Sung. The chairman told me about your name. Sian turned his eyes to the man beside him. But if Hunter Seok is with Jisoo, then there's a joint seminar for new hunters joining the society today, right? Is everyone gathered here for that? The introduction voice turned to the brown-haired man. This is Hunter Chu Ha-min from the White Lion Society. Then turned to the blue-haired man. And this is Hunter Yamato from the Han Soul Society. The boy smiled brightly and introduced himself. And I'm CEO Teji from the Imperial Society. Hunter Minsu, I've heard a lot about you from the chairman, but this is the first time I've had a chance to formally introduce myself. I hear you've been achieving quite a lot in SMCS. I look forward to working with you. Siu cheerfully replied, oh, I'm honored. A hand landed on TG SMCS's shoulder. You're the famous rookie causing a stir lately, huh? Haman continued. I saw the video of you taking down Rot. He was my rival, so you're the one in that video. That sounds ridiculous to me. TG turned pale and confused. What's wrong with him today? Hunter Chu Ha-min. Sejun coldly called out, his face tense, and he growled, you are being extremely rude to someone you just met. And right here in the Imperial Society headquarters. Haman acted as if nothing was wrong. What? Can I ask a question? Oh my god, the Imperial Society is so strict. TG broke out in a sweat. Hey, have you lost your mind? Sejun shouted angrily, letting out a barrage. Really, it's your White Lion Society that should be ashamed of this attitude. I don't know how Chairman Choi Sung-in, the White Lion Society, would react if he knew about this. Haman arrogantly placed his hand on his chest and laughed. Really? Are you going to tattle to your superiors? I am Chu Ha-min, an A+ rank Asura hunter of the White Lion Society, a direct disciple of Xiaolong, the chairman of the Black Water Alliance. Do you think I'll be scared just because of a society name? Su leisurely put food into his mouth, chewing continuously, thinking to himself, a disciple of Xiaolong? Haman pointed at his own face and said, from the start, Sung In-hyung has always spoiled me a lot. Someone clapped their hands to intervene. All right, that's enough. Siu leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and spoke up. Stop whining in someone else's headquarters. If you really want to verify it, come find me yourself and confirm it. Just by looking, it's clear that your so-called master has completely failed in teaching you how to behave. I wonder how far he's trained you in combat. Haman looked at Shu and gritted his teeth, thinking, this brat dares to bring up my master? If I weren't in someone else's society, I would have crushed him already. Min angrily pulled up his leg and glared at Siu, warning, be careful to keep your life. TG turned pale with fear and looked at Siu. Damn it, that guy really is the chairman. I'm sorry, I'll handle this. Sejun was helpless. It's fine, just let him go. Then he turned back to look at Siu. Don't worry, brother. I'll deal with that guy myself, and I'll also make the White Lion Society compensate us for the property damage. At least a few million won. Siu replied nonchalantly, don't worry, you saw it. I held back as much as I could. After all, he's just a disciple's disciple. You should also be a bit more lenient. On the cabinet were countless medals, a room full of solemnity. A voice rang out in the room. Then I'll consider this matter resolved. Chairman Choi Sung-in, Vice Chairman Bitch Jian-ho. Ni. The branch manager of HMC picked up his teacup and took a sip. Usually handling this through documents would be enough. It's an honor for you to personally come to our headquarters. Even with such a busy schedule. Cho Sung-in, the White Lion Society chairman, broke out in a sweat. Not at all. This time, it's not just about cooperation. We also need to formally issue an apology. He chattered on. Regarding the recent incident, I want to apologize for the rude behavior of a member of our society towards a rookie from SMCS. We have already discussed this matter with the Empire Society, but I felt it necessary to personally meet the person involved to apologize. Baek Jian-ho interrupted bluntly, without hesitation, then suddenly laughed loudly. There's no need for the White Lion Society chairman like you to personally apologize. After all, there was no physical conflict. Of course, I know what you're trying to do isn't an apology. It's recruitment. However, that hunter is an invaluable asset to SMCS, and they are currently extremely busy. Right now, they are on a mission at the prison, escorting awakened criminals, so they aren't even here. Cho Sung-in wondered, what a shame, but isn't it very rare for a prison to request support from SMCS? Why? John-ho replied, it's rare but not unprecedented. Until now, these kinds of requests have mostly been handled by the major societies. But from now on, there will be more changes, won't there? Sung-in stood up. I understand what you mean. By the way, if I can't personally meet him to apologize, could you let Hunter Chu Ha-min apologize directly? He picked up his teacup and leaned back in his chair. That's fine too. After all, this is a matter between the two of them. Have a safe trip, Chairman Cho Sung-in. A transparent door appeared. Sung-in walked away, thinking firmly, "You're really trying hard to hide him, but that doesn't mean I'll easily give up on such a talent." He called his secretary Sel. The secretary immediately appeared. "Yes, Chairman." Ordered, "Contact Hunter Chu and tell him to prepare for a trip. Tell him to bring his most polite demeanor." He looked at Sung-in and asked, "Understood. Where should I tell him to meet?" Incheon. A fat man lay sprawled on a hot chair, fanning himself continuously. "Isn't SMCS the one that requested support this time? Why haven't they arrived yet?" The person standing at the door said seriously, "They said they'll be here soon." He glanced at the newspaper and frowned. "Seriously, locked up for months, and now what's he causing trouble for?" The fat man threw the paper onto the table. "Can't criminals ever get along for once? Right during the inspection season. So tiring." The newspaper showed a wanted person. He angrily said, "Siri Vonk, this bastard was docile when he was arrested. So I thought there wouldn't be any problems." But suddenly he went berserk, as if he lost his mind. Even with the suppression collar on, he still seriously injured 5 people. The other person chimed in, "I heard that in the underworld he was a notoriously special criminal. Even the investigative agencies had a very hard time catching him." He spoke up, "Hurry up and send this nuisance to Gangwon. The sooner, the better." In a prison cell block, a voice of a person with both hands cuffed rang out. "Siri Wan, this is a message from Bestia." A person covered head to toe placed a mouse on his hand. "You already know about the upcoming meeting, right? The organization has made its move here. You have a mission to do, if you want to get out of here, cause a little chaos in the prison." Siu looked up at the prison and muttered, "That place? The prison for the awakened in Incheon." Haman held his head and shouted loudly, "He just left? Why the rush to transport a prisoner like this? If it weren't for that stubborn Sanjin." Right. Haman glanced at the green car driving away in the distance and asked, "Wait, is that the unmanned vehicle?" The prison guard was confused. "I think so." Naaman irritably got into the car and exclaimed, "Damn it, I might have to run straight to Gangwon. I absolutely must get the raise and allowance. This time, it's really that damn chairman." On another side, Siu was in the car, leaning back in his seat and drinking water. And suddenly a voice called out, "Hey, Siri Vonk." He smirked, "You're hurting my feelings. Drinking alone, is it good?" Nishu showed an indifferent attitude and replied curtly, "Yeah." He grumbled and wondered, "Cheeky brat. Am I the warden of the prison I was transferred to?" Siu answered his question, "No." Siri Von quickly half-closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. "Then what? Did some big society send you? I've never seen your face before. Judging by how you're still following me even after hearing my name, you must be pretty confident in your skills, huh?" Siu used his big watery eyes to look at him. "Are you an AI?" He broke out in a sweat. "Seriously? Got on and don't even know who I am? You're crazy. At least you should know why a prisoner is being transferred." Niu took a real gulp from his water bottle, his mouth full, and replied, "Because you talk too much, so you got transferred." Siri One angrily frowned and cursed, "You bastard. I have to wear these damn cuffs because I turned 5 awakened criminals into a pile of bloody mush. Now do you understand your situation?" Siu still looked calm, his face expressionless. "What reason do you think a Class A awakened criminal would be transferred by an ordinary transport vehicle with only a rookie soldier accompanying him? Are you starting to see the problem now?" Harry Vaughn couldn't hold it in anymore and roared, "You're dead meat!" A huge explosion sent the car tumbling and wrecked it. They fell onto the grass by the roadside. An old man leaning on a cane stood next to someone sitting down and asked, "Is he dead yet?" Sherry Vaughn angrily kicked the door and roared, "Damn it, you crazy old man!" His head popped out of the window and he spoke irritably, "Are you trying to kill me too?" The old man twirled his cane and laughed loudly, looking at him. "If the Grey Wolf Bestia went down that easily, forget it. Right now you look like nothing but a chained-up puppy." He angrily shouted, "Want me to pull out your false teeth?" The old man chuckled, "Haha, still can't take a joke. You must have dealt with the escorting officer by now, right?" Sherry Vaughn stepped out of the car. "Of course, I kicked him right in the temple the moment the car exploded. So by now he's probably lying somewhere drinking brain fluid with a coffee flavor." Inside the car, Siu lay sprawled on the floor with a spilled ice cup beside him. Harry Vaughn held out his cuffed hands. "Can't you take these off a little faster?" The guy standing opposite grumbled in reply, "If you don't want your hands to fly off, sit still. Mana technology is very delicate these days." After unlocking the handcuffs, Sherry Vaughn rubbed his shoulder and sighed, "I thought I was going crazy and dying there." The young guy sneered, "Stop exaggerating. It's only been a few months." A voice rang out, freezing everyone in place. "Stay right there, you damn criminals." Min stood before them and spoke. "I was wondering why you chose this dark road. So you finally stirred up big trouble, huh? I predicted this, but seeing him beaten to a pulp like this, he really is nothing special. Officer Yin truly has no eye for people." Haeming clasped his hands together, staring tensely at the criminals. "So who are you? Which organization do you belong to? Do you want to talk right here or get beaten up first before you confess?" The young guy lowered his voice and said, "That face, I've seen it somewhere before. It's Class A Hunter Chu Haman from White Lion. Since when did he tail us?" The old man spoke up, "I no longer detect any other hunters nearby." "And alone." Sherry Vaughn smirked with interest. "Good, it's been a while since I've had some exercise." Amin assumed a combat-ready stance and said, "Stop whispering. I'll ask again. Who are you, you rotten criminals?" Sherry Vaughn said with a hint of sarcasm, but do you really need to know? Right after that, he transformed into a terrifying werewolf. Either way, you're done for. The system displayed the skill, Class A Werewolf Plus. Description. Transforms the caster's body into a werewolf, sustainable until mana runs out. Haman gritted his teeth and thought angrily, a shape-shifting awakened one. Still, if I defeat him, he'll revert to human form. Haman roared. A red magic circle appeared behind him. You arrogant piece of trash. Both of them charged at each other. The system displayed the skill, Asura's Wrath Diamond Class A+. Description. By rotating mana, within the skill, it covers the entire body with an invisible armor, enhancing close combat techniques. The momentum and force of a higher rank will be engraved. Haman landed consecutive blows on Sherry Vaughn. He raised his hand to block the attack to his abdomen. A Class A skill that increases attack speed? If facing him alone, it's a bit troublesome. Haman raised his hand with a powerful magical source. Thought infusion. Damn it, what the hell is this? I clearly sense the impact force and damage accumulating. Haman punched Vaughn repeatedly, but he still wouldn't fall. He blocked the blows with a contemptuous look. Is this a welcome massage service? The young guy put his hand on his head. But either way, you've taken quite a beating, haven't you? The old man watched the battle and ordered, hey, when will the reinforcements arrive? We don't have time to waste. Kid, finish it. Hearing that, the young guy extended his hand forward, creating magic in his palm. Got it? Tie him up. 10-headed serpent. Amin glanced over, startled. Many giant serpents rose up and headed toward him. He shouted, what are you going to do with these snakes? 2 heads of the giant serpent opened their mouths wide. Haman was tightly constricted by 2 giant serpents. He thought, damn tracking skill. Seizing this opportunity, Vaughn struck and mocked. White Lion isn't anything special, is it? Mamin took a painful hit and rolled to the ground. Vaughn looked contemptuous and said, who do you think you are? Just because you were pampered in a big guild? In these dark alleys, you're nothing but a loser, brat. Min lay on the ground and growled, damn it, acting all high and mighty while 3 of you gang up on one. Vaughn lifted his foot and kicked Haman. If you're stupid, take it. Just sit there and wait for backup. The old man immediately reminded Vaughn, no more time, finish him off. He replied, got it. A magical aura surrounded Vaughn's hand. He looked at Haman and asked, any last words? Even if you do, I don't care to hear them. Haman frowned in annoyance. Die here, huh? A wall of earth appeared, blocking his attack and extending toward his 2 accomplices. The young guy was hit and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Usu appeared with a bright golden magical aura. Giving up against an enemy? Is that what Xiaolong taught you? Haman's eyes widened in surprise. You're still alive? Siu reached out and touched his belt. It took me a while to figure out how to use this tiny thing. Which button is for live streaming and which is for recording? Bree spoke up. Are you getting old? Take out a magnifying glass and look. Vaughn was stunned and couldn't believe it. Impossible. I clearly crushed his skull before leaving. The old man frowned. That brat is dead. Even I can't sense any mana flow. This is an ordinary skill. Haman shouted a warning. Hey, you're no match for them. Wait for backup. Niu stood in front of Haman, facing the criminals, and listed their crimes. Attacking an escorting officer first, unsealing an awakened criminal, destroying the prisoner transport vehicle, attempting to murder a useless hunter, daring to disturb my sacred coffee time. Under the authority of the SMCS hunter, the 3 people before me are considered criminals caught red-handed. All will be dealt with right here. Siu stood protecting Hamin under the hunter's authority. The 3 behind me are considered criminals caught red-handed. All will be executed on the spot. Siu instructed Hamin, hey, disciple of Xiaolong, lie there and watch closely. Asura is not just a skill for simple attacks. He made a few hand gestures and strange seals appeared. The werewolf guy was annoyed by Siu's tone and charged like a hungry beast. You lunatic, what the hell are you talking about? Although the werewolf's body was several times larger than Siu's, with just one punch, his face was twisted. The guy was sent flying far away. Siu explained that is a penetration skill. You can understand it as the skill Asura's Fist Dance Black Armor. Description. The ultimate form of the skill, rapidly rotating the magical flow within the body to create armor covering the whole body, enhancing combat and leaving traces during movement. Haman's jaw dropped in disbelief. Isn't that exactly Master Xiaolong's ultimate technique? Before the werewolf even hit the ground, Shu rushed over. If you want to eat meat, you have to drain the blood first. Siu used the Maharaga technique to blast the werewolf away before he could touch the ground. This is the skill, Heavenly Thunder / Maharaga, Class A+. Description, a lightning element magic skill that simultaneously delivers area attacks and precise strikes on the target. The monk standing far away observed. He didn't expect Siu to dodge the Heavenly Thunder Slash. Impossible, Siu patted Frey. A combo attack with a cursed tool, huh? Looks like you haven't wasted the past few years. I acknowledge that. Frey didn't understand what the hell was going on. I've never seen a skill like this before. Can it be eaten? Siu looked at the monk in front of him. No, it's like a one-time scroll. If you channel magical power into another pre-made magic, it activates and creates this. It's expensive, so poor hunters wouldn't dare dream of it. Frey thought it was just cheap junk food, so he lost interest. Haman, sitting on the ground, finally managed to speak. Hunter Shu, who are you? How do you know my master's ultimate technique? But before he could finish, he was pressed down by something invisible. No one else did it. It was the monk. Around him were all sorts of eerie spells. Don't act rashly, kid, unless you want to see him crushed under my gravity field. Maymon's face turned pale with fear, but this didn't worry Siu at all. So while his teammate was beaten, half to death, the old man was sneaking around scheming behind the scenes. Now he's trying to threaten me? The cowardly monk pointed and explained, "No, this is a deal. Let us leave here. And if you agree, he'll be safe too." He thought he could still persuade Siu. You just happened to get caught up in this mission, right? Isn't that so? If you leave quietly, hearing this, Siu's hands itched. What the hell is he talking about? If I didn't have my own agenda, I wouldn't have taken this dirty mission from the start. And Haman getting beaten up a bit, what's the big deal, right? And Siu truly didn't care at all. Meanwhile, Haman was both angry and scared. What do you mean? No big deal. The monk was surprised. Wait, you two aren't on the same side? The ones truly on the same side are you people and the prison. Niu replied, "You're assassins who specialize in hunting hunters, right? And you work for a big organization." Hearing this, the monk's eyes widened. I didn't expect Siu to know all this. Siu stepped closer, carrying many high-level cursed tools. You have skills that counter awakened abilities, and you're connected to the prison, so it's clear. Who do you work for? The monk saw he couldn't brush it off anymore. You figured out that many details and still dared to come here alone? Kid, who the hell are you? What do you want? This time Siu seemed genuinely annoyed. Didn't I just say it? What, forgot to take out your hearing aid? I asked you, who do you work for? The monk was about to lose his mind. The orb in his hand grew larger, and the number of lightning bolts increased. If you take one more step, Siu's face didn't change at all. With just a wave of his hand, the monk's weapon malfunctioned. He held his staff in his hand. Oh, no, my cursed tool. The monk stepped back to save his life. He couldn't understand. Did you just overload my weapon with a similar lightning skill? That should be impossible. With the mana density of an ordinary person. Frey seemed more interested now, isn't it? The meal looks a bit more appetizing now, doesn't it? CEO looked at his palm. 40% recovered already? Looks like a proper warm-up had a bigger effect than expected. CEO looked back at the panicking monk. Get up with that old back of yours. Old man, don't waste time. At your age, isn't every moment priceless? He tried to resist. You only know one side of the story. Even if we belong to an organization, do you really think I'll spill easily? Despite his tough talk, the old man's legs keep calling out the name of his useless teammate who had passed out and woken up. Any AI belonging to a real organization has signed a vow of silence. This vow is bound by the man of the signer, and anyone who reveals the organization's secrets immediately becomes a target for execution. Haman behind him had managed to break free from the gravity curse and tried to stand up. That werewolf with his trembling body could barely sit up. Hearing the cough, the old monk turned around. Finally awake, huh? You blockhead. Siu smirked. Is this all? Are you that afraid of dying? If so, don't worry. Go down to the underworld a few more times and you'll get used to it. The monk was terrified of Siu's power, wondering what move he would use next. The old man ordered the werewolf, Vaughn, to do something instead of just standing there. Although he had only recovered for a moment, Vaughn was still resilient. Got it, damn it, old man. Vaughn didn't seem afraid of Siu at all. After seeing a bit of your power, even if I have to die, I'll tear you apart raw. Niu threw a punch straight into Vaughn's chest. It's not that easy. Haman wiped the blood from his nose. Finally, the numbers are even again. But Vaughn looked annoyed at Hamin's weird, smug expression. You should have stayed down instead of getting in our way. Haman smiled with determination. Nonsense. Now the real fun begins. But everything had pushed Siu's patience to its limit. Wind cutter. With just 2 words and a light flick of Siu's hand, the tornadoes easily captured Vaughn and the monk. This was the skill Heavenly Wind 10,000 returns, a wide-area wind magic. It uses magical power to interfere with the air currents, spinning them at extreme speed to cause devastating damage. The old monk, with Siu gripping his neck tightly, asked, "How does it feel?" "This is what it's like to go down to hell." Siu casually held the old man's neck, no different from preparing to slaughter a chicken. With just a slight clench of his fist, the old monk screamed in pain. Siu's face darkened, looking no different from someone who had just crawled out of hell. How many times do you think you need to try before you answer my question? Even though Siu had beaten him to a pulp, the trembling old monk grabbed Siu's hand. Well, what are you really? Once isn't enough, Siu asked in a low voice. Haman, standing beside him, was too scared to speak. Crazy Siu is healing them right before they die. If I were in that situation, I'd rather go to hell. What the hell is that bizarre recovery skill? Namin stood outside observing, not daring to make a sound. Siu suppressed his violent nature, crossed his arms, and looked down. I'll ask for the 3rd time. Who do you work for? Having endured too much pain, the king knelt down and begged, "Please stop. Old man, talk, please." The monk, completely drained of strength, whispered, "Bestie." Niu's face immediately brightened. "All right, so it's Bestie." The old monk lay in pain on the ground. Looked at the boy. He admitted he had been half doubting, but after seeing the boy's skills, he could be certain that the boy was one of the 3 legends who had disappeared long ago. Mad Dog Min Shu. The boy approached them. Now that your mouths are open, let's start the real conversation. Members of Bestia. Siu got straight to the point. Do you know where that person is? The assassination organization Bestia. An elite group of assassins specializing in murder led by Crow. In this world, they are a formidable force. both in skill and numbers. I myself spent a long time hiding in the shadows as a first-generation hunter, so there was no reason to hesitate when receiving an invitation from such a large organization. For assassins belonging to an organization, keeping secrets about teammates is the bare minimum rule. The moment you swear to remain silent, your life is in the organization's hands. Loyalty until your head hits the ground. That's the rule of this world. It had been 15 years since the old man joined the organization. He had never thought of betrayal. He would rather cut out his own tongue and die. But after personally experiencing the feeling of truly going to hell multiple times, his mouth gradually loosened. The old monk couldn't take it anymore. It revealed that the person was a member of Bestia, codenamed Black Mamba. The image of someone appeared in the CEO's hand. The CEO thought for a moment. Black Mamba. The real name is never mind, so you're from that organization. Then I have a question for both of you. The two became trembling. After experiencing the most horrible moments of your lives, have you ever received a mission to assassinate Hunter Minjin? The boy looked straight at Vaughn. Not answering? With just a short sentence, he made Vaughn feel a murderous aura that prevented him from lifting his head. Damn it, it feels like the skin on my face is being peeled off. What kind of monster is this? The old monk spoke up to explain. No, although it's called an organization, we're actually just a loose group of individuals. Cooperation is very rare. We don't even know each other's identities or whereabouts. However, there is one reason we came to take this wolf out of prison. It's because the organization's meeting, held every 2 years, will take place next week. The organization ordered us to free him and attend the meeting together. If you wish, we will tell you everything about the location and how to infiltrate, and we will devote all our strength to support you. Vaughn beside him gritted his teeth and looked at the old monk. The old man seemed truly subdued. He knelt down. Please accept us as your subordinates. Heyman was annoyed. Hey, what nonsense are you people talking about? Heyman turned to ask the boss. You're not really going to accept these criminals, are you? Since when did I become your boss? Heyman blushed and explained awkwardly. Well, you used Asura. Just by looking, I can tell you're connected to my master. At the very least, you must be a fellow disciple or even a senior. My master, so boss, don't accept these criminals. It's better to take me as your disciple. I might have been a bit rude at first, but if you take me in, I swear to become your right-hand man. Siu stood up and dusted off his clothes. Shut up. He never expected Heyman to be so obedient. The man immediately fell silent. Siu thought silently. What he wanted was information about that damn snake, Black Mamba. As for these guys, if he ignored them, the organization would soon eliminate them anyway. But if they leaked information about him to Black Mamba first, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Siu made a decision. All right, I accept you as my subordinates. Heyman beside him shrieked. No way, boss, the old monk rejoiced and thanked him. My lord, we swear loyalty and will never become a burden to you. But Siu also had a condition. Even if forced, someone who has betrayed once can still betray again. Therefore, you must swear by a mana oath. Vaughn whispered fearfully to the monk. A mana oath? Binding contract. Breaking the oath will seal the mana core. Damn it. Another contract around our necks? The old man knew this, but still had to accept it. Shut up. Do you want to go down to hell and come back up another 10 times? Niu meant what he said. Where they knelt, a magic circle appeared. He had prepared everything. Now, focus your mana into your core and speak your names. The two could only comply, not daring to make a sound. I am Red Ghost. I am Saravan. Rhea was very happy to get these two as errand boys. The little brat has become my lackey. Red Ghost Saravan. From now on, you are my minions. Heyman, watching from the side, couldn't believe his eyes. The CEO, taking these two as lackey Shu, took out a contract paper. The price of loyalty is my protection. As long as you are bound by the oath, your lives will be safe. Understand? He pressed Vaughn's head down. They said in unison, we obey. Naaman was so angry he cried. He lay on the ground, thrashing. What about me? You took in those criminals. But why won't you take me? If you don't accept me as your disciple, I'll go straight to the association and… Niu didn't say much, just flashed a sinister smile, accompanied by a sharp, murderous glare directed at Haman, making him retract his words. Sorry, I was just joking, Siu put away the contract. Oh, the meeting is in a week, right? Hey, disciple Xiaolong, I will accept you as my disciple. Hearing this, Heyman jumped up and stood at attention. Really? Naaman was as happy as a child, his eyes sparkling. Really, boss? No, master. Xiu sighed wearily. Yes. Currently, I need as much manpower as possible for what's to come. After being accepted, Heyman immediately became arrogant like a child. See, I am now the senior disciple of a great figure. If you dare mess with me… Ghost and Vaughn had no idea what Haman was talking about. Xiu quietly left. He summed it up. Now he had 4 people. Ooh. Just enough to cause a ruckus, but it seemed he would need one more person to clean up the battlefield afterwards. At the prison, it seemed like nothing had happened. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. What the hell is going on? The prisoner escaped from the escort vehicle? Do you understand how dangerous he is? And the entire escort team is still alive? That means he just ran away? I heard HMCS has been doing efficient work lately. Turns out it was just a rumor. Donggu recalled the scene. Siu crossed his legs and recounted the story. He was so fast I couldn't keep up. Donggu was both angry and helpless. If you're going to lie, at least make up a believable story. Did you think just saying clean up the scene would fix everything? Ridiculous. That fat guy kept talking. And the new escort officer? This is serious negligence. HMCS must take full responsibility for this mission. Yoongu spoke up. Bishop, normally when escorting an awakened prisoner, at least 4 to 5 officers accompany them. Especially when transferring a prisoner to a higher security prison, the number can be up to 10. Hearing this, the warden couldn't scold anymore. But this time, you yourself requested only one person to be assigned, not to mention the driver from the Inshin prison. The fat bishop stood up angrily. What are you implying? Losing a prisoner is still HMCS's responsibility. But from what I heard, Yoongu continued. The new escort officer reported that right before the escape, the prisoner confessed to bribing the superiors of this prison. This made the fat bishop so scared his face turned pale. What? That officer's body camera was off, right? So clearly he's making it up. A group of people entered through the door. Jonggu admitted the bishop's words were correct. We can't fully trust that testimony. But now that it's been mentioned, we have a responsibility to verify it, right? Therefore, HMCS will conduct a full investigation into the escaped prisoner in this prison. I hope you will cooperate. It seemed Junggu was the person Xiu had chosen as his cleanup man. After handling everything, Junggu was so exhausted he was completely wiped out. This is the main panel, not a defective one, Xiu, as you instructed. I've taken care of everything related to the escort mission. We've also launched an investigation into the bribery case involving the assassination organization. But Hunter Hamin, alias White Lion, stood still, scratching his head, and an old man with an unclear identity. Isn't this the prisoner who just escaped? Xiu quickly covered Younggu's mouth. Shut up, sit down. This is a long story. After a while of explaining, finally, she was able to start the meeting to discuss the mission. Tomorrow we will infiltrate the meeting of the assassination organization Bestia. This is an important gathering where about 8 high-ranking individuals who specialize in hunting hunters will be present. These traitors will explain the details of the infiltration plan, so Younggu and Hamin listen carefully. Younggu was a bit startled. Wait, you mean we're going to infiltrate a meeting of the assassination organization? Without any official backing, with just a small group like this? What is the real goal of this mission? Yu gave a terrifying smile. To destroy them, of course. I'm really looking forward to the next event. Over at the Bestia Assassination Organization, they were completely unaware of the terrible thing about to hit them. It's rare to see everyone gathered like this today. You idiot. Rose and Vaughn aren't here. We've already lost 2 people. That brat's chances of ascending are very high. No. That's not even counting those traitors over there, you fool. The others didn't expect it either. They don't seem like the type of people brave enough to betray the organization. What a surprise. Maybe we should just deal with them now. Another assassin was so worried he was gripping his hair tightly. You idiot, we were planning to go together. I will definitely take your life. One with a large scar on his mouth irritably interrupted. Enough. Me. The decision to deal with the traitors belongs to the boss. Another assassin didn't feel the same as the rest. What's wrong? I find these things interesting. Go on. 3 people absent from such an important meeting. Even I find it surprising. Does anyone else have anything to say? The others heard this and immediately fell silent, not daring to say a word. Seeing this, she twirled her 2 thumbs in a circle. How about we hold a death match? To decide who will deal with the traitors. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere here became gloomy. Silence. No movement. The person next to her saw this and told her to calm down. Boss, your joke is terrible. You should stop. We can punish the traitors any time, but the real problem is that they already know the time and place of the meeting. So what? What can those 2 insignificant nobodies do? Do you think they'll just charge in here right now? As soon as he finished speaking, an alarm sounded. Alarm. Detected unidentified movement at entrance 15. The boss seemed completely unfazed. Just as I said, it couldn't be avoided. Everyone knows their mission. They stood up with tired postures. The intruders have 5 entrances. Each of you handle 1 spot. What a hassle. Geez, I just put on new clothes today. There are only 3 of you left. Handle it quickly and come back. See you later. Wait, boss Asai, what about you? Okubin, Black Mamba, you're not going either? Mamba was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea in his hand. I have no interest in those small fries. There are enough people here. I'm gonna play around. Pokubin took out his phone and kept his face buried in it. Asai said to Mamba, thinking back now, I should have told them to bring back the heads to confirm their identities. This group is way too violent, boss. Just the fact that you can keep these wild beasts on a leash is impressive. Although they claimed to be experts, they didn't know their conversation had been monitored all this time. It was none other than Younggu. He thought to himself he had never even won a 50,000 lottery ticket in his life. And now he had hit the jackpot like this. It turns out it was 30 minutes ago. The whole group had arrived at the meeting location. This was Bestia's meeting hall. They had really found a perfect hornet's nest. Go explain to everyone. There are a total of 5 entrances, each with sensors to detect intruders. Because the internal layout changes frequently, we can't determine where each entrance leads, but these 5 entrances are the only way out, and they all lead to the main hall, where the target is meeting. No matter which entrance we choose, we'll reach the main hall. It's just a matter of how long it takes. See you assigned. Then each person chooses an entrance. If we all go the same way, the target might escape through another exit. Younggu, did you bring the radio? Younggu quickly checked his bag. Yes, I have it. Good. Then we go in, each through one entrance. Since they have sensors, just assume they already know we're coming and are prepared. If you encounter an opponent too strong to handle, use the radio to report to me immediately and hold them off. Long as possible. Especially if the target named Mamba appears, report immediately. Everyone following, the CEO said in unison. Understood, let's go. Younggu hid behind a pillar, carefully observing. So far, everything was fine. But, not long after he entered the designated path, the way was blocked. He then found a way through the nearest ventilation duct, easily going deeper inside, and somehow even Younggu himself didn't know how. He was the first to reach the main hall without encountering any battle. They hadn't even bothered to turn on the sensors at this entrance. What? Everyone here is at least A rank or higher. The security seemed lax, but with the layout of the paths leading straight to the center, like this, they didn't need to defend. They just waited for intruders to walk in and take them down on the spot. Currently, the guards had gone to check the entrances. That means 5 battles are happening simultaneously. Even if they called for reinforcements right now, they couldn't regroup immediately. Maybe I should reduce the enemy numbers myself first. Thinking it, he did it. Younggu took 2 small marbles from his pocket. The marbles successfully attracted the attention of this group of assassins. Pokubin approached one of the marbles. Huh? Why is it in my pocket? Boss teased Pokubin. Are you still playing the slot machine? Sorry, but I hit the jackpot yesterday. As soon as Pokubin picked up the marble, immediately exploded, giving her no time to react. Just like that, Pokubin lay still on the ground, not moving. Boss, don't you know she's ascended? Mamba stood up with an annoyed expression. A nimble little mouse has snuck in here. As soon as he finished speaking, another object fell. This was a grenade. Not only that, but its pin had already been pulled. The grenade flew straight towards Mamba. He used his arm to block it. Nice ambush, but I don't like hide and seek. Mamba threw the grenade straight back towards Younggu's position. The explosion created a large hole in the ceiling. Younggu immediately fell down. Mamba and Younggu clashed in battle. He recognized him. You're a member of HMCS, the hunter Huang Younggu. He took off his backpack and set it aside to engage Mamba in combat, but Younggu didn't pay any attention to Mamba's words. He was very worried now. Damn it, I only took down 1. Even using a specialized anti-terrorist magic grenade, they're still intact. Especially that one who looks like the leader. There's something off about him. He doesn't seem to be using any special skills. Mamba held his head and sighed. You didn't come alone, did you? So did those traitors run to MCS and spill everything? Younggu gritted his teeth and answered cautiously, what if they did? Mamba squinted his eyes. I'd be impressed. Risking your life to leave the organization only to choose something even more useless than Dungu. Younggu was annoyed by this guy's tone. You bastard. He threw a powerful blow, but the guy blocked it. Younggu didn't stop. He used hidden weapons to attack, aiming straight for Mamba's head. Asai sat still, enjoying this confrontation with a cup of tea. Oh, NTD0, huh? Younggu successfully created a wound on Mamba's cheek. Ah, I almost forgot. Your skill is psychic control, right? Younggu hurriedly grabbed more weapons. Damn it, his skin is too hard. His regeneration ability is also too fast. It's just mana-enhanced body, but his speed and durability are this insane. What's wrong? That's enough to get started. Mamba took out a set of sharp claws from under his coat, charged straight at Younggu. With a single blow, Mamba sent Younggu flying, slamming him hard into the wall, causing many cracks to appear. Mamba approached. I wasn't planning to leave fingerprints on your internal organs, but since you're already bleeding, I have no other choice. Boss, can I let him ascend? Asai sipped his tea slowly. Let me calculate first. Urgent situation. Younggu took out his radio and called. This is Huang Younggu. I'm engaging the target in the main hall. There are 2 of them, but before he could finish, Mamba stomped straight onto Younggu's chest. Mamba put his hands on his hips and stepped on Younggu. Looks like you're a bit slow, so who's coming here next? The HMCS branch manager, the traitor named Ghost, or that little wolf pup? Or maybe hurried footsteps running to rescue Younggu. Mamba guessed that all 3 of them had arrived quickly and without prior arrangement, appearing behind Mamba at the same time. All of them, huh? As soon as Mamba finished speaking, everyone except Shu was already right behind him. A loud explosion rang out, but Mamba nimbly dodged it. This is a bit surprising. I didn't expect you guys to get past the bestie assassins so easily. They stood shielding the injured Younggu. Mamba turned to ask the leader. You must be very disappointed, right? I thought I had picked some decent guys, but I didn't expect them to be this weak. Asai sighed. Mamba is truly very perceptive. Still, something was wrong. Based on the wounds, there was clearly a fight. Hamin ran over to check on Younggu's condition. What's wrong? Mamba smashed the ground and lifted them up. What? I don't think you could have taken down Tigray or Grizzly that easily. The concrete blocks collapsed with just one kick from him. Hamin couldn't stand this guy's words anymore. He charged at him. You murderous bastard, you talk too much. Then he swung his fist straight at Mamba. But this was nothing to Mamba. He grabbed Hamin's fist tightly. Saju, you're the hunter Chu Hamin? Why is someone like you here instead of with HMCS? Hamin was thrown far away like a piece of cargo. Mamba deliberately threw him towards the severely injured Younggu. Hamin tried to control himself but couldn't avoid it. Sorry. Rose and Vaughn were also starting to get exhausted. They sat on the ground, panting heavily. No matter how you looked at it, nothing made sense. You don't act like a team. You're just a bunch of misfits thrown together. You come from completely different organizations. There's no reason for you to gather here. Indeed, Mamba is very sharp. Who is it? Who gathered you all? The scene shifted to another place. A familiar hand grabbed a head like grabbing a trash bag. It was none other than Siu. He had taken down all the assassins without a single wound, not even a scratch. This bastard. He's looking down on Hamin of Baksaju. Hey, Jonggu, wake up. Jonggu propped himself up on his feet. But how did you get here so fast? Hamin recounted. After hearing the radio, I rushed straight here. Well, I wanted to say the same thing, but actually, I was fighting someone near the entrance. But then Master suddenly appeared and ordered me to go straight to the center. Maybe Ghost and Vaughn were in a similar situation. Anyway, before Master arrives, we have to hold that guy off. Vaughn grumbled. Damn it, how do you subdue an A-rank Awaken without killing him? And it's Mamba of all people. Ghost was also trying to resist. He hasn't even used any skills yet. And this hall, something feels very wrong. The Awakened variant Mamba, in terms of speed and attack power, is almost the second strongest in Bestia. But he doesn't have high-level perception or tracking skills. That means he prepared something in advance, or maybe Asai, the leader of Bestia. Her skills are still a complete mystery to me. Even I know she's going to play some card up her sleeve. Rose plants her weapon into the ground. I'll handle the boss. You all focus on restraining the enraged Mamba King. The dirty work always falls to me, damn it, old man. But there's one undeniable truth. Neither of those two can be a match for Mamba. Looks like no one's answering my question. Vaughn collapses to the ground. Ghost is determined. Until the master arrives, no one is leaving here. Ghost successfully sets up the ceiling formation. To hold them back, the chains tightly bind Mamba. Hammond takes the chance to strike his head. And even though Asai doesn't want it, the chains have also kept her pinned to her seat. Really? Are you all really forcing me to fight? Ghost stands outside, pointing. Stay right there, Asai, even you. Escaping a legendary level ceiling formation is no easy feat. Asai doesn't seem afraid at all. Oh, your new master seems very concerned. Preparing all this heavy gear for you, huh? But turning your back and betraying the organization is as cold as flipping a coin, isn't it? Too absorbed in watching Asai, Ghost doesn't notice that behind him, Pokupin is woken up. Right, Pokupin. By the time Ghost realizes it, she's already right behind him. Ghost is sent flying. Vaughn rushes over. Old man Jonggu, what the hell? She was definitely knocked out cold. Looks like wasting any more time with you is pointless. Mamba easily cuts through the surrounding chains, cracking the ground. We're really busy, you know. No idea when the reinforcements will arrive. And I still have to clean up the remnants of this rotten organization, so you'd better die as soon as possible. Mamba's appearance is transformed. This is the A+ level Dragon Blood skill, a body modification effect that turns the user into a form of venomous lizard. The transformation lasts until mana runs out. Yungu wants to help. Hunter Haman I'll support from a distance, but Haman tells him not to move. His ribs are broken. Besides, no matter how strong he is, he can't pierce that fabric immediately. So run, now! Black object whips straight toward them. From the very first impact, Haman realizes Mamba's transformation resembles Vaughn's. But the mana density is too high, and in this hall, he's controlling the ground, as if it's part of his body. In this situation, Haman knows he's just a living punching bag. His endurance is overwhelming. Right now, I can only buy time, and the others over there are in just as much trouble as I am. So reinforcements are out of the question. Damn it, no one has ever dared to tell me I can't handle my own strength. Mamba swings his fist, ready to finish him off. A knife comes out of nowhere, aimed straight at Mamba's arm, but he doesn't show any pain at all. And the knife even catches fire. Yungu can't believe it. He can still use elemental magic. Mamba has truly gone mad. He lets out a roar, pushing everything around him far away. A large concrete block falls freely, aimed straight at Yungu's head. Haman shouts, Yungu, above you. But Mamba finds it strange. You still have time to worry about each other? Haman startles and turns around. Mamba slashes sharp claws down into the ground. Mamba appears behind Yungu in a flash. Hunters on the good side always make the same mistake. They think that rank, skill level, mana amount, those numbers decide the outcome of a battle. You walked in here on your own 2 feet. Did you really think we wouldn't have prepared defenses for our own headquarters? Mamba tightens his grip on Yungu's neck. On the other side, Asai is broken free from control. Ghost lies slumped to one side while Pukubin relentlessly attacks Vaughn. Die, you damn traitorous bastard! The hall looks terrible now. The entire floor has been preset with tracking and strengthening formations. Defenses for emergencies. This is the barrier. The moment you stepped in here, your fate was sealed. So don't make it difficult. Just die peacefully. Yungu tries to resist. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashes past Mamba's head. He senses the killing intent. Mamba dodges quickly, but there's only white smoke in front of him. A familiar figure flashes by like lightning. It's none other than Shu. He easily and simply subdues Mamba. Finally found you, you dog. Siu's face radiates killing intent, looking no different from a demon. Siu charges at terrifying speed, pinning Mamba to the door. Found you, you venomous snake, Pokupin. Doesn't know who this guy is with such terrifying power. She charges at him. Who are you? Even from a considerable distance, the CEO easily takes down Pokupin with a single blow. Asai stands in disbelief. No way. Did you just nullify all the magic in this area? Siu just stares without saying a word. Ray speaks up. This was only possible because I helped him. He's not that skilled. Asai seems intrigued, impressive. This facility cost 10 million thousand to build, yet you turned it into a useless pile in the blink of an eye. Mamba isn't unconscious yet. Siu's appearance surprised him at first, but now he understands. Steps back, dodging Mamba's vicious attacks. Mamba thinks he's the suspect who killed Bestia's assassin and gathered these people. You're the damn suspect, you bastard. Siu holds his head and curses. Asai is also confused. Hey, I think he's here for you, Mamba. What did you do? Mamba tries to remember. No way. Captain, I just took a mission. But from what he's saying, this seems like a revenge hit. Mamba voices his doubt. He clearly never leaves a trace after killing a target. But somehow, you still tracked me down. Siu doesn't say much. His hand casts a spell. Revenge, huh? First, I need to know something. The surrounding rocks encircle Mamba. Asai tries to step in to stop him. But Ghost has already restrained her with his staff. Don't move. You want to hear something? The assassin group isn't what it used to be. Okupin is unconscious, and Asai is surrounded. Asai raises both hands in surrender. Haha, I didn't mean to make you tense. What makes you so loyal to him? She's genuinely curious. Who is this person in front of her with such terrifying power? The lightning bolts from the magic circle grow more numerous. Mamba struggles to resist. Damn it, the spells I cast earlier are now backfiring on me. Mamba doesn't understand how he could have recognized him. Could he be a scout? His attack speed is incomparable to an average warrior-class hunter. A kick straight to Mamba's chest sends him crashing hard. Like a lizard clinging to the wall, Mamba spits blood and reverts to his original form. I've never met anyone like you in my life. I pride myself on knowing most high-level hunters, but who the hell are you? He secretly casts a spell. What do you want from me? A large number of light bulbs spread out. But somehow Shiu has already appeared right above Mamba's head. I think you're misunderstanding things here. I'm the one asking the questions, not you. Don't you recognize that? I'm being very careful with you right now. Siu stomps his foot straight onto Mamba's head, slamming it into the ground. Siu stomps repeatedly on Mamba's head. But without killing him, I can kill you right here, so just stay put obediently. Until I tell you that you can move. Mamba truly has no strength left. He lies still on the ground. Don't. Siu grips Mamba's neck tightly and lifts him high. Higher than a VIP? Shiu growls, his face full of killing intent, interrogating him. Who hired you to kill Young Minjun? The image of the archaeologist, Jung Minjun, flashes through Mamba's mind. He's a bit surprised. But the corner of his mouth curls into a smile. Haha, so you're connected to Minjun. Go on, I thought you wanted to live. Siu gets straight to the point. Mamba grabs Siu's arm. Of course I'll talk, but even if I do, he opens his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Then sticks out his tongue, which bears a magic symbol. You won't be able to hear it anyway. Because your ears will be melted off. He spits venom straight into Siu's face. Mamba thinks he's succeeded. Aha, an assassin can't reveal client information. Siu coughs and sputters in annoyance. Did you just spit in my face? His patience has run out. Looks like you don't want to talk seriously, huh? Then I'll make you want to talk. Mamba can't believe it. Self-healing skill? Could he be a healer? Master, I can't escape! Mamba turns to Asai for help. Captain! But Asai can't do anything right now. Sorry, I'm surrounded too. This time, Mamba is truly terrified of the power of the man before him. I'll talk. The client is Pandemo. But before he can finish, Siu strikes him down brutally. You had already guessed it was pandemonium. He sits still, thinking. Suddenly, the leader, Asai, opens her glowing red eye wide and laughs like a madwoman. With just a snap of her fingers, she takes down those surrounding her. Asai removes her hood and cloak. Now I know who you are. You're the first-generation hunter who disappeared 15 years ago, the Mad Dog. Siu frowns and asks, are you with Pandemonium too? Asai acts friendly. Haha, no way. Our group is all assassins. We don't take personal requests. Assassins are just tools. I recognize you from your power and how you know about Pandemonium. She once told me about a hunter from the first generation who used a strange healing skill. Siu wipes the blood off his face. So you really don't know anything? Don't lie to me. I'll find out myself. Asai steps back as black clouds appear from nowhere. I'm not lying to you. You've already found me, so your question has its answer. But it's strange. Why did we all forget about your existence? That has nothing to do with me. Hey, Pokepin, get up. Hearing the leader's call, Pokepin, who was unconscious, suddenly jumps up. An explosion occurs, filling the room with dust, blurring everyone's vision. Asai and Pokeyupin are floating in the air. Are you gonna chase me, Mad Dog Shiu? Puts his hands in his pockets. I don't need to. I already know what to do next. Asai grins wickedly. Is that so? I'll see you again. She opens a portal and escapes the scene with Pokeyupin. Heyman runs over, confused. Boss, you're just letting them go? Siu knows that if he chased them, they would activate the destruction magic already cast on the floor. No one here has the strength left to dodge it. We got what we needed. Clean up the scene. Zhonggu cries. This is what it's like to work for a living. Meanwhile, Siu is still repeating two names in his head. Pandemonium Minjin, what did you discover? Siu silently looks at Mamba's corpse. After finishing the job at the Bestie Assassination Organization, Siu returns home. Siu searches the internet for information on the name Pandemonium. As he remembers, 25 years ago, the first gate opened on Earth and all sorts of things poured into this world. All sources of mana, stone monsters, magic, and demons. This is a race from another dimension with an innate ability to manipulate mana. And possessing unique skills, just like human awakeners, they invaded Earth during the initial period of chaos. The first gate caused this and blended in very smoothly, and they not only claimed sovereignty over the gates as overseers of the higher dimension, but also took full control of all gate-related activities. They treated humanity as an inferior race, stripping them of their technology and civilization. After mana and monsters stalled everything, they built a fortress, a magic tower right in the middle of 6 locations and monopolized all the gates sprouting up on Earth. That was when they started acting as if they were the true masters here. Among humanity, there was a group that swore allegiance to the Demon King, a pathetic organization called Pandemonium. Fortunately, the tyranny of the demons didn't last long. The first generation of hunters, those who learned to use mana, rose up against them. A war broke out between humanity and the demons who controlled Earth. In the end, humanity won and ended the chaos. It's been 15 years since you defeated the Demon King and disappeared into a spatial rift. Pandemonium had already disbanded before that. Why is that name surfacing again now? CEO, call Afrey, have it answer you. Demons exist in that other world we're in too, right? But they look a bit different. Freya admitted that was true. Because among all the species it had ever encountered, demons had the greatest influence across dimensions. Even there, they enslaved dragons, dominated weaker creatures, and exploited them. So no matter which world they go to, they act like bastards, huh? When Siu asked about this, Freya wasn't sure, because it still hadn't recovered any memories from before it met him in that world. But it did have a faint remaining memory that they had stolen something from it. However, after dealing with demons for 100 years in that world, it could say for sure that they were exactly the kind to do that. Niu tiredly scratched his head. Right now, they didn't have enough information. 15 years ago, he was busy destroying them, so he didn't have time to trace their origins. And in that world, they only ever encountered low-level soldiers. They mostly focused on survival. All he knew was that the mana pattern of demons was different from humans. Compared to 15 years ago, they had gotten better at disguising themselves as humans. Frey was also skeptical. What else are you thinking? Just destroy them all and be done with it. Siu used his foot to turn off the computer. That move is just like me. If it's that simple, then why bother talking? Suddenly, a familiar figure opened the door and walked into the room. Seeing this person enter the room, Siu didn't look surprised at all by the unannounced visit. Oh, you're early. It was Siu's younger brother, Si-jun. His face looked a bit puzzled. You suddenly told me to rent an office, so I thought you must have gotten into some kind of trouble again. What is it this time? Nothing much, just tracking down some leads, but Si-jun had already noticed. Is that all? The team leader told me you wiped out an organization that was assassinating hunters. Don't tell me this office is for gathering people involved in that, and you even brought an AI along, having to keep it secret from the guild and the association? Si-jun sat down tiredly, looking at his crazy older brother. I've told you a million times, we can't pull this off. If Disu finds out, Shu silently cursed that blabbermouth Yoongu. Niu reassured his brother. Don't worry, Junggu has erased all traces linking me to it. As for Daesu, I'll go see him myself. Si-jun couldn't believe it. What? Siu explained. Because there are too many loopholes if I show up directly. You won't be able to pull any stupid tricks. Hearing his brother say this gave Si-jun a headache. But you haven't fully recovered yet. I can't stop you, but don't rush it. It's been 15 years. The world has changed a lot. If you fall into danger again, Siu walked behind him, hugged him tightly, and ruffled his head. I said I'll handle it. What do you have to worry about? Cut it out and stop climbing on me. Si-jun pushed his hand away. Fine, whatever. You have to keep your promise. We'll have to train our guild's rookies in exchange for the office. Oh, you remember the hunter Jisoo, right? Turns out her awakened skill is more complex than we thought. It would be great if you could take a look at it. Siu lazily scratched his ear. Okay, of course I will. Anyway, let's eat something. I'm hungry. The growling of his stomach disgusted Si-jun. Right now? You just had dinner. Does your stomach have a black hole or something? Freya said it was hungry too. Feed it. Siu's stockpile of mana food was pitiful, so he said, bring some fried chicken here. Siu blamed Freya. It's clearly the reason both of us are starving. Suddenly a phone rang. Siu picked it up. It was Yoongu. He asked, Senior, need to erase your name from all mission reports, right? Siu got angry. Hey, watch your mouth. You already snitched to my brother. Do you want to be eliminated? Yoongu shouted, no, that's not important. But do you realize how big this case is? This is the first time a group of assassins specializing in hunting hunters has shown up. And now, the Bureau has single-handedly wiped them all out. Every news agency is bombarding them with requests for cooperation and interviews. Everyone in the office is going crazy because hundreds of calls are coming in. Yes, we'll handle that issue on our end, since we're an official investigative agency. No, that's not the problem. Besides, you realize how closely the director has been watching their team ever since the Gape incident, right? Thanks to you erasing your name from the reports, only he's left. At least he gets all the credit. That's good, isn't it? Siu didn't know that Junggu on the other end was tearing his hair out. Credit? This isn't about credit. How am I supposed to explain taking down an entire army of assassins alone? Siu was completely indifferent. I don't know. Long as your story matches the White Lions. Isn't Heyman from that team? Junggu had already asked them. Even the guild master of the White Lion was completely suddenly. Another call came in. Yes, I'm team leader Yungu. Yungu begged, please understand, the Imperial Guildmaster wants to protect his brother, but because of the last prison break incident, it would be better if you stepped forward. Siu interrupted but didn't exactly agree. I see. Need to eat first. Good luck with that. See you tomorrow. And Siu coldly hung up, not letting Yungu finish. Siu walked out of the room complaining, what a guy, and that guy. Si-jun was in the kitchen preparing food. Was that AI team leader Yungu? Siu tiredly sat down on the sofa. Oh, he loves his job. He's absolutely thrilled. Suddenly, Siu remembered something and turned to ask his brother. Oh, by the way, Si-jun, how's the situation with the demons these days, same as 15 years ago? Si-jun replied, actually, after the 4 great demon lords disappeared, the demons themselves proposed a peace treaty. After it was agreed upon, they mostly stationed themselves in the polar regions and set up research institutes to study the mana that had seeped into Earth. Aside from that, they haven't caused any major trouble. Some countries even occasionally conduct research with them, but the demons have hardly left the polar regions. It's been a long time since they appeared on the front lines. These days, a lot of kids even think demons are an urban legend. You get the picture. Siu's expression immediately changed. A peace treaty? Siu felt it was ridiculous. Demons and peace in the same sentence? How absurd. Frey felt the same way. But look at humans. There's plenty of scum among us too. Demons can't all be identical, right? Asai uses mana the same way demons do, but there's something strange about it. Could she be a Mala human created 25 years ago? That was the first time demons appeared on Earth, so it's not impossible. Shiu picked up the photo and studied the faces in it closely. All of this started because he wanted revenge for Min-jun. But as he followed the trail Min-jun had left behind, whether in the past or the present, this figure standing in front of the demon research facility made CEO feel this war would be longer than expected. The person who arrived there was none other than Min-jun. Could he still be alive? The new office was fully equipped with all the essentials. CEO instructed the people he had taken in. Circulate mana in your body and focus. Think about your Dantian. Haemon's mind was a tangled mess. Dantian? What's a Dantian? Not understanding, Haman spoke up to ask his master. Even if you say that, I still can't understand. Isn't awakening a skill something that bursts out when adrenaline spikes? No matter how long I meditate here, I don't think it will help my projection at all. Wouldn't exercise and discipline training be better instead? She smacked Vaughn on the head for dozing off. You guys begged me to train you, and now that I'm doing it, you complain. Ah. Siu sighed and explained, do you think skills are like sweat? You think you just sweat a little and then it dries up? Seriously, these days nobody cares about mana control. Everyone just closes their eyes and fires blindly. Vaughn defended himself, but if that shot is overwhelmingly powerful, then don't we not need to bother with all this complicated stuff? Nu made an annoyed face. It's that tutorial tower, isn't it? You must have gotten the wrong idea about skills from a fake gate. We burn mana like fuel, but really, we're affecting the power we've created. If you can't even master basic mana circulation, how can you sense your Dantian while using skills so recklessly? Ghost was silent, then nodded in acknowledgement. Now, I'll only explain this once, so listen carefully. When humanity first came into contact with mana, a reservoir formed inside them. That's called the Dantian. Mana concentrates and flows into the Dantian, creating power. Awakening manifests as a unique skill for each person. 3. The strength of a skill depends on how well you control the mana in your Dantian. Through training, your Dantian will develop, allowing you to store more mana at a higher level. You can even open more Dantians in your body. But from your perspective, humans have only known about mana for a little over 25 years, right? It's still new, so understanding it is more important. Haemon looked at the power in his hand. Perspective? So training mana control through meditation is the best method. So shut up and focus. And Frey found it amusing. This guy ran around like a headless chicken for 100 years, and now he's talking big. See you. And Siu told them not to worry. Tomorrow, I'll also push your bodies to the brink of death. Especially you two. Don't think that just because you're bound, I'll go easy on you. You have to work until your bones are ground to dust, until you've paid off your debt. Rose and Vaughn were as obedient as puppies. Suddenly, the door opened. Senior, I knew you'd be here. You didn't even answer your phone. Do you know how hard I looked for you? It was Junggu. Siu made a face. That's because you always call like a stalker. Younggu, looking haggard now, said urgently, you have to come to headquarters immediately. The branch director has summoned you. I'm truly worthy of HMCS. The workplace looked really expensive. Everyone here was busy, always on their feet. Everyone seemed busy. CEO followed Jungwoo. He wondered, why did the director summon me? Or did you drag my name into it? Younggu quickly replied, of course not. I don't know why either. But it might be related to the Incheon prisoner transport corruption case when suddenly 2 guys blocked the way. Hey, look at this AI. Captain Junggu, I heard you pulled off a big case while we were away. Has the Seoul North team's Daiji become the new hotshot? What kind of magic did you use? Then Ra-1 and Junti saw Younggu and looked extremely annoyed. That bastard, he's already done before we even started. How? Cho Shu beside him felt it was really strange. Younggu, just brush them off and go back to your desk to work. Why are you picking a fight with people passing by? Picking a fight? No, just checking in on a friend. No need to get so worked up. Look, behind you is that rookie, huh? I heard you caused a big mess in Incheon. Why does Seoul North always recruit people like that? Your captain has some peculiar taste. But these words meant nothing to Shu because he couldn't care less. I don't know what that guy did to Junggu before. That it made Cho, a person who is always so gentle, get annoyed. That's enough, Juan. Do you have a plane to catch to keep spouting nonsense? T spoke up from behind. Our mission is in Japan, no planes here. Come on. They've never been abroad, right? Must be frustrating, huh? The Gangnam team gets called all over the world. While they have to work overtime and miss out on catching low-level fugitives. Younggu. Hearing these taunts made Cho even angrier, while Sue calmly scrolled on his phone because this wasn't his business. But the protagonist's spotlight shone on him. Hey, you rookie, no matter which team you're on. We are still your seniors. Don't you know how to introduce yourself? No manners? At least you should greet us, shouldn't you? Ganti pushed up his glasses, acting like a senior. I hate these types the most. Siu, true to his reputation as a mad dog, raised his delicate finger, pretending to push up his glasses. Greetings? Why won't he and that stinky boss of his just disappear? And putting on airs, pushing up his glasses. The guy is all muscle and water, blocking the whole path. Don't you see the path is blocked? Are those glasses just for show? These two were so angry they turned furious, but couldn't say a word immediately. Junti was so mad his hands were shaking, holding his glasses. He forgot to lower his hand, didn't he? Humiliated, Junti was about to lunge forward to teach Choshu a lesson. Let me teach this crazy rookie a lesson. But someone spoke up. Hey, Junti, Donggu said in a threatening tone. Are you crazy? This is headquarters. Learn to distinguish between work and play. One beside him chimed in. What nonsense are you talking? Do you think you're AI lecturing my subordinates? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that bastard rookie spouting nonsense? Donggu turned to ask Siu. I didn't hear clearly. What's the matter, Junior? Oh, probably because that pile of fat is blocking his hand. One was furious. You bastards have all lost your minds. Fine. Since the headquarters staff are watching me, should I drill a hole in your skulls to stuff your brains back in? People started to notice and turned to look when they heard the conversation between the two sides. One still didn't know what was happening. Let you know, the management bureau here is run by AI. Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Sorry, One, but I am the one running this place. That turned out to be branch director Gun-ho. One turned around and saw a face drenched in sweat, losing all his previous confidence. Both of them were scared pale. Not only that, Jun-T was so scared his glasses cracked. Director. Branch director Gun-ho ignored the two of them and walked straight to Siu. Hunter Siu, I was wondering why you hadn't arrived yet. Turns out you were stuck here. Younggu, you should have resolved things quickly and arrived earlier. Bowed his head in apology. The other two were completely ignored and couldn't put on a show anymore. Director Junho put his arm around Siu's shoulder. Hunter Siu, do you like camellia tea? Today we have an important guest, so I prepared a special fine tea. Yu replied, that's fine. At this moment, Wan finally snapped out of it and still didn't want to let it go. Wait, Director Wonho, that bastard didn't even... Before he could finish, Director Wonho cut him off. Hey, Hunter One, I heard that during the mission in Japan, you requested services outside your official duties. If you want to take charge, at least try to focus on your own work first. Stop wasting time on meaningless things. Although the director's mouth was smiling, his words were no different from threatening One. The two who were just arrogant and proud of being sent abroad to work were now silent, not uttering a single word. These two only dared to speak up after they had walked far away. Damn it, that rookie, who is he? Does he have backing so strong that even Director Gunho would intervene? I don't know. Director Gunho led Shu into his office. This is our first time meeting in person, isn't it, Hunter Shu? Since you joined, you've been incredibly busy. Looking at this reception, he seemed to hold him in high regard. Yu looked at Junggu sitting opposite him, his face full of tension. Oh, I guess so. What exactly did you call me here for, Gunho? Gunho laughed. Haha, straight to the point. I really like that. Very refreshing. All right, the reason I called you here is very simple. I want to ask about the Incheon prison case. Hearing about this case, even Donggu seemed quite startled. Director Wonho continued. Coincidentally, thanks to the Bestia case, investigative authority has been transferred to us. Additionally, an investigation into corruption at the Incheon prison is also underway. But that doesn't mean we can ignore the escaped criminal. So tell me, Hunter Shu, a person strong enough to defeat Asai's Rotten wouldn't just let a fugitive slip away. Are you sure you don't know where the fugitive is? Siu looked straight at Younggu. The atmosphere in here was tense. Director Gunho turned to Younggu. Can you step outside for a moment? Younggu quickly stood up. Yes, sir. However, as he reached the door, Younggu silently prayed, Sorry, Junior. After Younggu went out, Gunho became even more straightforward in his questioning. Hunter Shu, I'm not that rigid. I've known Hunter Younggu for a long time, and he is very capable. But taking down an entire assassination organization alone, that's hard to believe. The collapse of the assassin group, Hunter Bestia. The fugitive must be connected to them, right? You must have discovered something during the transport. You know, this is a big case. Surrender procedures. If the fugitive provides information about the organization, we can consider leniency. But no matter what, we cannot ignore an awakened criminal who is already in the investigation records, especially when a newcomer with an unclear background like you is involved. Right. So I contacted an old friend for advice, and it turns out this person knows you very well. Yu sat still, very confused. Siu turned around. Me, who are you talking about? This is a living legend from the first generation of hunters. One of the 3 pillars in South Korea. A pair of shiny white leather shoes stepped into the office. This person was the chairman of the War King Hunter Association, Kyung-hoo. They moved to another location to talk more easily. How many years has it been? I wasn't sure even when Gun-ho told me. I thought you died ages ago. Siu explained it was due to some trouble. You look so old now. Frey wondered who this friendly name was. He is a first-generation hunter and one of the 3 pillars, the sword demon. Back then he was by my side. Kyung-hoo laughed. Haha, I'm not old. It's you who hasn't grown up. You disappeared for 15 years and came back with a perfectly intact face, and you're so handsome. But where have you been all this time? Your followers have been searching for you. The CEO leisurely enjoyed the drink in his hand. The CEO changed the subject. How about we order another bottle? I think we have a lot to catch up on. So it turned out to be a meeting of old friends. After hearing Shu recount the story, Kyung-hoo said, so that's it. You lost 100 years. That actually doesn't surprise me, but I can't believe you spent that much time there. Siu picked up food from the table. That's right, a spatial spell was cast on me right when the Demon King died. I don't know if it was intentional or not. No, the Demon King is still alive. Kyung-hoo interrupted him. Hearing what Kyung-hoo said, Siu couldn't believe it. His expression changed instantly. What? He's still alive? Then why could you sign a peace treaty with those demons? Siu slammed the table in anger. Are you all crazy? How can you trust them? Kyung-hoo told Siu to calm down and listen to him first. He's alive, but only in fragments. Kyung-hoo recounted the old days when Siu was here. The conflict between humans and demons was very intense. But after you defeated the Demon King, they proposed a peace treaty. They said the war was the Demon King's idea, not the will of the entire race. Siu felt these words were nonsense. They were just scared after seeing you defeat the Demon King. Kyung-hoo also admitted, yeah. As for us, the situation wasn't great either after the first gate appeared. The world fell into chaos. We almost closed the gate, but the awakened hunters went crazy. The war with the demons left everyone exhausted. In that situation, the demons proposed a peace treaty. They offered us a way to close the gate. In exchange, they wanted the remains of the Demon King and a piece of land. For them to stay until they could return to their dimension. That was the time when gates and mana were still unfamiliar. Everyone thought the best thing for humanity was to get used to this new power. We accepted the offer, and the top hunters representing each country agreed to sign the treaty. I, Choi Dae-soo, am the hunter representing South Korea. The demons never cause trouble or leave their territory unless we need them. Some first-generation hunters didn't like the treaty, but since you were gone, they went their own way. Now that the world is stable, attention on the demons is very low. Kyung-hoo also admitted that he himself didn't care much about them, but the way you returned made him suspicious. Siu was confused. Suspicious of what? You mad dog Min-shu. Siu's expressionless face looked a bit dumb. All records of you disappeared 15 years ago. There are also rumors that Dae-soo contributed to that. They erased you so well that second-generation hunters don't even know your name. New recounted past events. Even Kyung-hoo himself didn't even remember what Siu looked like until today. The two of them had fought together as part of the trio. Yet you were forgotten for 15 years. That can't be a coincidence. Siu swirled the glass in his hand. Do you think the demons and Dae-soo have a secret? After thinking for a while it's possible, he would do anything to defeat you. Hearing this story, Ray couldn't help but get angry. Damn demons. Siu was lost in thought, cooperating with demons. Just to erase me. With his level of pride, Siu wondered too. But why would those demons erase me? Could it be just because I defeated the Demon King? That's not enough of a reason. There must be a bigger reason that made them join hands like Kyung-hoo said. Since then, the demons haven't done anything. They really helped humanity get used to mana. We don't have a proper reason to accuse them. It's truly a perfect cover, Siu. Hearing these things made him even angrier. The war would never have happened if they didn't see themselves as superior to us. Kyung-hoo didn't know what to say. But anyway, they were sucked into the gate. Kyung-hoo offered a suggestion. I think your followers will know better than me. Why don't you go see them? Hearing this, Siu suddenly stopped. But according to what Kyung-hoo said, haven't they all disbanded by now? Kyung-hoo sighed wearily. Haha, isn't Yeonhwa still in Korea? 15 years ago, she was just a kid, but now she's an S-rank hunter. She's the leader of the Changhwa Guild now. I remember back in the day, she used to cling to you all the time. Now she works for Dae-soo. 015 is a really long time. She must have her reasons. Siu downed his glass of liquor in one gulp without saying a word. After putting the glass down, Siu felt this tasted like crap. Kyung-hoo pointed straight at his face and said, that's because your palate is still too green. That liquor is expensive, man. I should have brought Sejun along. Siu quickly stopped him. No, that guy would go crazy if he knew I came to see you. He's overly protective. Their cheerful conversation was unexpectedly being watched and photographed secretly. The photographer hurriedly called to report, Chairman, I just sent you the photo. The person meeting with Kyung-hoo, I think he's also from the inspection bureau. On the other end of the line, after confirming the photo, the person ordered, all right, you can go now. Looking at this silhouette, I don't need to tell you all who it is, right? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. No one else but Yan Hua. She didn't seem surprised when looking at the photo sent to her phone. Mingxiu. Oh, he's still alive. Yan Hua stared intently at the photo on her phone. Based on her observation of the Empire Guild's recent movements in the Guide Tower incident, she wasn't sure, but after seeing this photo, Yan Hua could confirm that Xiu had truly returned. Her legs had no strength left. She plopped down onto the ground. Then Yan Hua sobbed like a child. Master. Yan Hua recalled the time before, ever since she started working with Desu. Sijun wouldn't even look at her. Following Kyung-hoo was a precise move. Everyone said Xiu had died, but she didn't give up. She couldn't find him anywhere in this world, yet now Xiu had reappeared in Korea, just like before. Something only a master could do. Seeing how Yan Hua cherished the photo, it was clear she treasured Xiu deeply. Yan Hua pulled herself together. She couldn't stay sad like this. She had no time. She had to go see him right away. But just as Yan Hua was about to leave, a familiar voice rang out, making her freeze in place. Yan Hua. No one else but that bastard Desu. Yan Hua turned around. Boss, I told you when it's just the two of us, call me uncle. What are you in such a hurry for? Yan Hua stood frozen, unable to move. She was trembling as she held the phone in her hand. Perhaps she was afraid the secret of Xiu's return would be discovered. Nothing, just going out. Desu stepped closer and grabbed Yuga's shoulder. Nothing. I've never seen you with that expression before. Even when your mother passed away, you didn't have that expression. He must have come back. Yan Hua's face drained of all color. No one else. The person Desu guessed was none other than Mad Dog Mingxiu. This guy was way too perceptive. He must have come back. Mad Dog Mingxiu. Yan Hua heard these words. Her face turned as green as a banana leaf. So that's why you're rushing off like a dog running to find its owner, huh? Desu sighed. But I don't know what scheme he's cooking up. Desu gently patted Yan Hua's head. Yan Hua, you're still so naive and foolish. Even if he abandons his bloodline, you are still his only niece, the only daughter of his younger sister. There's no way he'd let you go that easily. Yan Hua tried to endure it, even though she was so uncomfortable she was about to explode. Yu knocked away Desu's dirty hand. Just because I willingly came to work for you, don't get the wrong idea. From the very beginning, my only goal was to find my master. You think I don't know that? Desu sneered. You approached me believing I was involved in the CEO's disappearance. You know full well that I knew you were pretending to obey orders while secretly digging for the CEO's confidential information when I took you in. The reason is very simple. Hunters of your caliber are very valuable. Yoa couldn't believe it. What? He didn't let her speak. Today's world sees hunters as a huge financial asset. Did you really think I would hand over a useful worker, let alone my own bloodline, to that bastard? Yuga shouted. Don't make me laugh. You abandoned me when I needed you most. What right do you have now? I have never considered you family. The person who raised me to be who I am today is my master. Yes, and he has no idea you're the daughter of a vile criminal. These words cut like a knife into Yuga's heart. She couldn't argue back because it was true. Desu walked past her. Don't be so stupid, Yan Hua. You, of all people, have been watching Xiu for a long time. You know how ruthless he is with criminals. What do you think his reaction will be when he finds out about your past? No matter how noble he pretends to be, he can't change your roots. Yan Hua stood frozen like a statue. Yuga clenched her fists, unable to argue or show it. The vast hallway held only Yuga standing there. She didn't even dare speak loudly now. You bastard. At the training airport, everyone was busy with their own work. Jisoo awkwardly scratched her face. This hunter, Xiu. I've heard from the chairman that you would personally lead our training today. But are these people joining too? Jisoo was referring to Ghost and someone who was barely breathing, about to die in a pink bear costume. Xiu introduced them. Ah, these are my subordinates. No, I mean my juniors. They might learn something too. Consider them your seniors in terms of experience. So the person in the cute outfit was Vaughn. He had to do that to cover his face, but it was really too hot in there. The two of them bowed and introduced themselves. So that's it. Please take care of us. I'm Hunter Jisoo of the Empire Guild, and I'm Hunter Binguk of the Empire Guild. They looked at Old Man Ghost. Wow, I've never seen a hunter that old. His aura is no joke. His face was really fierce, but then this old monk became cheerful and looked quite friendly. Oh dear, I hope to receive a lot of help too. You young ladies look quite smart. You must be quick learners with broad knowledge. Ghost successfully won Jisoo's favor. Yes, I will do my best to learn. Muttered to Vaughn. Training? For you guys, it's more like community service. If you mess up, you'll lose your lives. Got it? Vaughn was confused by this threat. You think I made a mana oath for fun? If I mess up, I'll lose my head. Everyone knows that. The important thing is to do it sincerely to pay off the debt. All right, I know. Don't look at me with that scary expression. The CEO led everyone straight through the gate. Let's begin. This is the entrance to Gate F. Jisoo followed closely behind Xiu. I'm so nervous. To be honest, because of the unique nature of my skill, this is the first time I've entered a gate since the guide level. New told her there was no need to be nervous. A gate is just a connection point linking dimensions. It's just a door. Nothing more. Binguk was a bit worried because there had been cases of disappearances before. People didn't escape before the gate closed. They called it being eaten by the gate. Xiu found it ridiculous. Eaten? It's just a door closing. Ghost had quite a lot of knowledge. Exactly. By now, humans basically hold the keys to these gates. The fact that private guilds own their own gates is proof of that. What was once thought to be a disaster, gates are now nothing more than a lucrative business. Mana cores, monster carcasses, it's all money. If you're scared before you even start, you won't make anything. Stepping through the door was a completely different world. It looked like they had arrived in a forest. They couldn't believe that passing through the door could change the scenery so much. Jisoo and Binguk were extremely surprised by this new experience. But Jisoo had a bit of trouble stepping through the gate. She felt dizzy. Is this a constructed gate? Binguk looked around. Unlike the tower, this entry area has no monsters. Siu turned to Vaughn. Anyone would think we're going on a picnic. Are all kids these days like this? I heard there are even hunter academies now. What? Do they even teach there? Vaughn replied, Master, I know you're from the first generation, but since gate tactics have been standardized since Generation 1.5, hunters are basically a different breed with a fixed curriculum. They get ranked through the guide tower, then guilds recruit them based on their scores. They learn and fight for real after joining a guild. Siu was confused. Real combat? You mean clearing monsters in F-rank gates? Sounds like mass production. A bunch of weaklings will be swept away by a big wave. Siu called out, Recruits, before we go into real combat, let me see everyone's skills. Jisoo looked quite confident, yes, but Binguk was still unconvinced. He thought they were complying because the chairman had ordered it, but who the hell was this guy? And why was an outsider telling them what to do? Being stuck in a group with a rookie who couldn't even use his skill properly was just absurd. Jisoo was straining herself. Done. Jisoo thought she had succeeded. She was overjoyed, wanting to see the results of her work. Before she could celebrate for long, a huge explosion blasted Jisoo far away. Siu called out, Hunter Jisoo. Jisoo sat on the ground, fortunately unharmed. She quickly apologized. Forget the apology. Niu threw an item to Jisoo. Here, take this. Jisoo confusedly took what Siu had given her. Isn't this a staff? Niu explained. This is an auxiliary tool for incantation. The more complex the spell pattern, the more effective it is. I heard from Shizu about your unique condition. Use this as a catalyst and try again. Jisoo obeyed. He stood up, holding the staff to try again. This time, Jisoo performed with a bit less difficulty than before. Suddenly, rustling sounds around them caught Binguk's attention. It turned out that above their heads, a group of goblins had appeared. Binguk shouted loudly to warn everyone, but Siu wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he found it perfect. Why don't you take them down quickly? Binguk turned in surprise. What, me? Siu replied. Who else? You're the one training. You don't expect me to do it, do you? Do whatever it takes, just don't die. Binguk was flustered. This was probably his first time in real combat. Ghost observed a tracking type skill that's hard to master. At best, it's B rank. Plus. Frey also felt that guy's skill didn't look very useful. The effects were flashy, but the actual impact was nowhere to be seen. Joe watched closely how Binguk fought the goblins. He thought that if he kept spamming skills like that, he would run out of mana quickly. At this point, Binguk was struggling immensely. Goblins were basically easy monsters to handle, but making a rookie deal with an entire pack alone. What kind of terrifying training was this? Binguk was about to lose it. He yelled, Hunter Jisoo, are you done yet? Jisoo on the other side was still carefree, almost. Suddenly, Binguk's magic circle disappeared and he fell down. As expected by Rose, it was time for Binguk to run out of mana. A goblin took the chance to throw an axe straight at Binguk. Fortunately, at that moment, Jisoo had just succeeded in taming the monster. As Jisoo finished speaking, the goblin stood still like a statue. This is a rank a monster taming skill description. Allows the caster to control the actions of a monster. For a duration of 10 minutes, the number of controllable monsters and their rank will increase, based on the caster's mana. Good thing Jisoo acted in time. If not, Binguk would have really died. Jisoo commanded the goblin to back off. The goblin followed Jisoo's instructions to the letter. It lowered its weapon and retreated. Jisoo was overjoyed. She made a gesture and the goblin behind her copied it exactly. It's done, Thosen Shiu. What do you think? That's my skill taming. Rose and Vaughn felt it was quite impressive. That woman? She used a control skill? I've heard that type is very rare, considering the support of a spirit companion. Then that skill seems to be high rank. It looks promising. That Frey is such a glutton. Finally, something worth eating. I want that. Let's make a deal. Go on. Biter. Food. Nu, who had been sitting on the ground observing, finally spoke up. Though it was interesting, controlling just one monster, what do you plan to do next? Jisoo forgot that she was surrounded by a whole pack of goblins. Not just one. Jisoo hurriedly ran over and shook Binguk hard to wake him up. It's coming! Wake up! Jisoo screamed in terror, her voice filled with despair. Help! Her voice echoed everywhere. After a day of training, they returned. Jisoo thanked Siu profusely for today. Though Sanshu, thanks to you, I finally grasped the feeling of using my skill. Look at Jisoo, she looks so battered and pitiful. Look at the wounds and dirt on her. Binguk couldn't even stand anymore and had to be carried by Vaughn. Siu thought this was all normal. You can't keep up, then tell Sejun to arrange another instructor. Jisoo gave a forced smile. No, I mean it. To be honest, I was a bit complacent. I thought that just by awakening a skill and becoming a hunter, it would make a person special, and that a higher rank skill would make that person even more special and outstanding. Binguk passed out on Vaughn's shoulder. He really had a long day. Jisoo understood that the skill she received was just a tool, a method. It wasn't her identity. No matter how great the sword you hold in your hand is, how you use it is up to you. So adapting to mana and training are the most important things. Siu also felt that as long as Jisoo learned at least one thing, it was good. Keep trying. If you need help, ask the bearer, this old man. As for me, I'm heading back now. Suddenly, there was a commotion from a crowd around them. Siu saw that those people were strangers. We have uninvited guests. Could they be from another guild? Jisoo remembered. All right, I heard there's a negotiation between the Cheongho Guild and other guilds regarding a gate recently discovered in the Middle Eastern desert. I think those must be the delegates sent there. They seem to have just arrived. Shu muttered and observed the group before him. The Cheongho Guild, huh? For some reason, Shu walked towards them, surprising Jisoo. Now, Thosan Shu among this group, none other than Iowa was there, they were discussing. So, based on the report, this gate is different from ordinary gates. When our guild and the Imperial Guild discovered it, we found the bodies of the first hunters who entered. Unlike typical monster attacks, their bodies were intact, but their internal organs were completely shattered. It's puzzling. Internal organs? How strange. There's no way that could happen. Something was inserted into their bodies. Even Iowa couldn't understand it. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind Iowa. Iowa, we finally meet. At some point, Siu had walked right up to her. Iowa. Siu smiled at his former student. Iowa, your master is back. Why no greeting? Yuga was probably genuinely happy, but she remembered the memories from not long ago. Yuga gripped her own arm tightly and averted her eyes, avoiding Xiu's gaze. You're back, master. If you're free now. Before Xiu could finish his sentence, Yuga interrupted him. I'm sorry, but I have things to take care of. I'll take my leave now. Yuga abruptly left, and her followers hurried to keep up with her pace. Guild leader. Xiu was left standing alone. For the first time, Frey comforted someone. You just got rejected at the speed of light. Rude. Do you want me to comfort you? Ghost clasped his hands and walked over. What an impolite young lady. She's the master's former disciple? Who admitted it, but he sensed something strange. Wasn't she crying? So Xiu had observed Yuga very closely. Even though she tried to hide her emotions, in the past Iowa used to do the same. Would often hide in a secluded place to cry. Look, she's hiding in a corner sobbing again. Xiu walked over and sat beside Iowa. Go away, she chased him off. What's there to cry about? You and Sejun are the same age. Losing one sparring match, no big deal. Why do you always hide and cry? Everyone knows. Niu patted her head to comfort her. Iowa pushed Xiu's hand away. Because I'm the master's biological sister, of course he teaches me more thoroughly, right? I'm just someone he picked up. Iowa cried as she poured out her heart. Iowa was also grateful for taking in a homeless kid, but she wished he wouldn't meddle in everything. She knew he was strong and had a generous heart, but he wasn't even her real brother. Xiu didn't care and rushed over to ruffle Iowa's hair. I don't care, I do what I like. Xiu thought being born into this terrible world was hard enough. At least he could choose his own family. He would see her as his own sister. She should see him as her own brother. That way, wouldn't it be less frustrating? Iowa's face showed she really liked the way Xiu ruffled her hair, but she didn't want to show it. She had to change the subject and refuse. Who would want that? Who would borrow you? And so they opened up to each other more. So should I double your training tomorrow? Do you want to cry even louder? He said it as if he hadn't been pushing her to the brink every day. Looking back, I was joking, but also half serious. I never wanted to be the best little sister or the best disciple of my master. I wanted to stand on equal footing, to be strong enough to be by his side, a comrade, someone to share his worldview. But somewhere along the way, I developed feelings I shouldn't have. The child of a vile criminal, Ni. Even though I was abandoned, I was still raised by their stolen money. How could I have the right to have those feelings? Even though it hurts me a lot, Deoksu was right. The master shouldn't be involved with someone like me. But even so, I couldn't just sit and do nothing. If I can't stand proudly by his side, then at least from behind, I will fight for the master who gave me this life. Yuga stormed into Sejun's room. He was surprised to see her standing before him. Yuga? Sejun looked extremely cautious towards the woman standing before him. Guild leader Chongho. The meeting is still a long way off. What are you here for? Calling him by his name. Sejun, I need to speak with you privately for a moment. It's important. Looking at this face, the determination of Yuga was clear. On the other side, Kyung-hoo was thinking, hesitating. Hey, it's not that I don't trust you. Ever since the first gate appeared, we three pillars have stood on the front lines against the demons. In that lawless time when those drunk on their new powers ran amok, I never belittled the comrades who fought for humanity's survival. But even so, if you made unavoidable agreements with those demons to rebuild civilization, to restore the destroyed country, Doksu replied, no need for the pretty words, Kyung-hoo. He smirked. So you've met Shu. Hearing this, Kyung-hoo fell silent. Doksu continued. Did he say that he finds me suspicious? How amusing. 15 years should be long enough for that mad dog to tuck his tail between his legs. But Kyung-hoo, don't be mistaken like everyone else. What I seek is not national peace or the benefit of humanity. The three pillars? How ridiculous. It seems Deoksu dislikes this name so much that it angers him every time he thinks of it. A thirst for power. Deoksu returned to his smile like a madman. Mana is the energy bestowed upon humans, so shouldn't we see how far we can push the limits? My goal is to face the strongest, defeat them, and strive for even greater power. Power is just a tool to reach that position. Whatever agreement I have with the demons serves my purpose. The world leaders shaking hands with demons wasn't just for peace. It was because it brought them benefits. Now, just 15 years later, humanity has rebuilt a civilization even greater than before. Back then, even you thought the treaty was necessary. Now you want to blame me. This bastard Deoxu is truly a master manipulator. Kyung-hoo couldn't say anything against Deoxu's tight, insane logic. Kyung-hoo asked back, so you really did make a deal with the demons regarding Xiu? Were you involved in his disappearance and the erasure of records about him? Deoxu denied it. What nonsense. Listen, I have nothing to hide. If Xiu is returned, it means I now have the chance to completely crush him. If you want, I'll even agree to a direct confrontation. Oh ho, how convenient. A very familiar voice made Deoxu choke on his words. The voice came from above. I have something I want to ask you directly. Kyung-hoo and Deoxu looked up to see who was speaking. None other than Xiu, floating under the mystical moonlight. Long time no see, Xiu. You found your way here. I like how he didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. No wonder he's called the Mad Dog. Long time no see. Xiu looked down from above. He raised his powerful hand, lightning enveloping it. The reinforced glass window was nothing. Jisoo lightly smashed it into 100 pieces. Deoxu laughed like a madman when he saw him. He didn't even run to avoid the broken glass. Xiu, you live pretty high up. Coming through the front door is too troublesome. The clearance procedure is absurdly complicated. Xiu stepped into the room. Xiu got straight to the point before those troublesome guys swarmed in. I'll be blunt. 15 years ago, the 4 demon kings know, was it you who conspired with Pandemonium and pushed me into another world? Deoxu smoothed his slicked back hair. You did all this just to ask that? You've really become boring. What mad dog? Then I'll tear this building apart. Answer me, you one-eyed rat. Xiu must have found more clues. Called a one-eyed rat, Deoxu got furious but had to restrain himself. Aha, that arrogant attitude, just like before. 15 years have passed, and you haven't even gotten a scratch. Must have had a fun vacation in another world, huh? What made you so angry that you stormed into my house? Xiu didn't bother to answer. If he had been off by just a little, Deoxu would have died. Luckily, Xiu only threw it past his face, leaving a small scratch. Extremely annoying. A vacation? Should I tear off your limbs and throw them into another dimension? If you don't want to die, answer me quickly. Have you ever worked with that trash from Pandemonium? Are you involved in Minjin's disappearance? Wipe the blood off your cheek. And now, are you causing trouble for Yuhua or any of my disciples? You look like that. But you really pay attention to every tiny detail about the people you consider family. Haha, this is the mad dog I know. He tilts his head back to the ceiling, laughing like he just finished playing a game. Oh, that bloodthirsty battle energy is so nostalgic. Xiu stands within his magic circle. You're getting more and more ready to take that bastard's life, aren't you? I don't know what gave you that confidence. But while you were busy playing in another world, I used my position to fight alongside the world's strongest hunters and became far stronger. Now, an outdated opponent like you doesn't even make me itch. It's not enough. It doesn't interest me. Usually the ones who talk too much end up poor early. To answer your boring question, it's not enough. You need to be blazing with anger. It has to be enough for us to risk our lives fighting. He snaps his fingers, showing off his power. But is Xiu an AI? Your Mad Dog nickname isn't just for show. Do I need to poke another hole in your throat to get an answer? Kyung-hoo ran over and stopped this fight. Wait. He advised both of them to calm down and think about what was happening. Both are SS rank hunters, national representatives. Are you really going to start a war in a civilian area? Do you understand the responsibility that comes with your position? So the guards and security downstairs had no idea what was happening upstairs. Kyung-hoo turned to Xiu. You too. Even if you're currently under the jurisdiction of the Management Bureau, isn't your safety the responsibility of the Imperial Parliament? This isn't the lawless old days. A fight between hunters will attract unnecessary attention from the public. If you don't want to cause trouble for your brother by making your guild look like rebels against the government, then stop right now. Xiu's face only wanted to jump in and give that Dasu another hole in his throat. Dasu didn't flinch at all. Kyung-hoo, you're still as boring as ever. I preferred the old days when we could fight and take the lives of any AI, endlessly seeking each other out in an unending struggle for power. The era we live in is so boring, isn't it? Dasu retracted his power into his palm. But in return for giving me a moment of excitement, I'll answer one thing. I had nothing to do with Minjun's disappearance. Dasu answered Xiu. As for Iowa, she came to me willingly. If your disciple became a disappointment, that's hardly my problem. If you still have questions, come find me properly next time. I'll prepare a place where you can vent without limits. Dasu turned and left. Xiu watched his back without saying a word. No one knows what he was thinking. Kyung-hoo sighed, relieved he had stopped the catastrophic fight between the two. The sound of the elevator going down. Dasu stepped out. His subordinate saw him and hurriedly said, President, we just detected a strange noise upstairs. Shut up. How many times do I have to tell you? In this territory, there's no AI strong enough to threaten me. That bodyguard quickly bowed his head. I'm sorry. More importantly, there's work to do now. I need to contact the Infinite Legion and order them to prepare the Adi Gate. Also call Yuhua, night is falling. Mystical moonlight illuminates the clouds drifting with the wind. Sejun sits in his office, thinking back to 7 hours ago. What is this? This is a conversation between Sejun and Iowa. You know that too. We found the bodies of hunters near the gate. We discovered it together, right? The autopsy shows their internal organs were crushed to the cellular level. Either they encountered an enemy with a special skill, or they all consumed something. The problem is, all these hunters were connected to an unknown guild called Easy. Easy is a guild operating at the gate we discovered. It's so obscure that even I have never heard of it. There's almost no data on them. However, there's a rumor that the guild master is a demon. Sejun couldn't believe what he was hearing. Wait, that rumor? Iowa interrupted him. You'll hear a lot of things when you work closely with the government, believe it or not. Anyway, this matter will be investigated independently. They will definitely take action when they find something more. I'll report back. Having said what needed to be said, Iowa decisively turned to leave. Before she left one piece of information. Disu is keeping an eye on your guild. So don't contact me until I contact you first. Disu wanted to call her back. Iowa, he was genuinely curious why Iowa was doing this. Iowa didn't give a reason, but only said, please don't tell Master, because I have no intention of returning. Sejun sat and pondered Iowa's words. I was suspicious, but it wasn't for nothing that Iowa worked for Disu for 15 years. Sejun tiredly leaned back in his chair to rest. Many things for him to think about. But why now? Even if Iowa joined Disu to find clues about her brother, he's back now. Why is she doing this? His 3 direct disciples, he always completely trusted them. But for him, they seemed burdened by their own secrets. He couldn't fully trust any of them. Sejun thought, his head aching. Not Iowa, not Xiaolong, what are they thinking? Suddenly a voice asked, what about Iowa? Because Sejun was lost in thought, he didn't notice Siu had entered the room. Sejun startled and sat up. Brother, what did Iowa tell you, huh? Sejun avoided Siu's gaze. Don't try to hide it anymore. Tell me, what's wrong with Iowa? 15 years ago, right after Siu disappeared, a conversation took place in an abandoned factory. You want me to cooperate in erasing Siu from history? Desu was talking to a demon. Their movements were truly mysterious, weren't they? One of the few who pushed the 4 great demon lords to the point of death. This is the second subordinate of the demon lord Hikatan. He believes that to lead demons with strong independence, the authority of the demon lord must be kept intact. Once a record of a demon lord nearly being defeated by a human is a disgrace and a threat to our system. The war may be over, but it's still a chaotic time because we signed the treaty. Maintaining order among our kind benefits everyone, doesn't it? Disu found it utterly ridiculous. Just because we accepted the treaty, you think we're blind? Victory will still belong to humanity. Moreover, the agreement was signed under the condition that you demons will help us recover the damage. Why would I agree to a deal with those exiled to the polar regions like you? Disu's reasoning made Hikatan laugh. Hunter Disu, SS rank, we've been watching you for a long time. Deep down, you yearn for the war to be over. That's right. A new type of power has been discovered, and its potential is limitless. But now, you can't use it freely because the laws have restricted it. Disu flinched because Hikatan had hit a nerve. Hikatan continued, as expected of a demon. Don't try to deny it. In the end, you've always craved fighting the strong, haven't you? The ultimate form of mana. We can help you reach the pinnacle of that power. Desu didn't know what he was thinking, but he hadn't given an answer yet. His hands clenched. Nonsense. Went this far just to erase a record of a demon lord's defeat? Suppose I accept your offer. If I truly become stronger, wouldn't I become an even greater threat to your demon race? Disu's thinking is very sharp, isn't it? Hikatan spoke with his chin. Has that never occurred to you? Unlike humans, our lifespan is much longer. The perspectives of humans and demons are different. All that we pursue, merely the true nature of magical power and the spatial gates that link the worlds. Having said what needed to be said, Hikatan quickly left. Then I look forward to a positive answer from you, the strongest hunter in Korea, Desu. He watched the demon's back as it left this desolate place. At the Murian Association, inside the exclusive Epic Gate, Disu came here alone, his subordinates followed behind. Sir, as per your orders, we have prepared an empty gate with no investigative value. This gate is under the sole ownership of the Murian Association. Entirely within your jurisdiction, we have blocked all public access under the Guildmaster's orders and confirmed that there is no sign of life inside. Hearing this, Disu turned around and gave a compliment to his subordinate. Good, very good. Now take your men and leave this place. The invitation has been sent, hasn't it? The subordinate seemed a bit hesitant when mentioning this matter. Sir, about tomorrow's summit, I know. Don't make me repeat myself. Disu reminded his subordinate. Suddenly a figure appeared behind them. First you tell me to go on a business trip and now you summon me to a place like this? It was none other than Iowa. Disu reminded Iowa to be careful with her words when there were people around. He signaled his subordinate to withdraw quickly. Iowa didn't wait for the man to leave before getting straight to the point. What is it now? Do you think I'm involved in Siu's disappearance? Right? Hearing this, Iowa's face darkened. No one would believe what Disu was about to say. At that time, I neither responded to nor cooperated with the demon's offer. However, even as I gradually became aware of Siu's existence fading from the world, I couldn't do anything. Whether he disappeared or not was never my concern. Iowa was annoyed and couldn't believe what he was saying. What the hell are you talking about? So Disu was planning to play dirty, but the reason I wavered because of my own past indifference was that I once asked myself if that was why I gained power. But no, that wasn't the reason. I only wanted one thing, certainty. The certainty that between me and Siu, the stronger one was me. So Disu was planning to eliminate his own nephew. Luckily, it was Yuga. If it were anyone else, they'd be dead. She quickly dodged. You madman! Can you even hear what you just said? The Demon King's offer? Iowa stepped back. Iowa really couldn't take it anymore. So you really had a hand in all of this? My master's disappearance? The erasure of the records? Iowa seemed ready to explode, charging at Disu. Iowa kicked straight at Disu's head, but he quickly blocked it. I told you, you're just like your mother. That instant temper, that disgusting cunning, willing to kneel before an enemy to get what you want. That slow, stupid brain that can't grasp the situation. With just one blow from Disu, Iowa was sent flying, creating a thick cloud of dust. You are just a tool. A tool to push Shiu's killing intent to its limit. The smoke cleared. Iowa lay in pain on the rubble. This scene looks just like a scene from Endgame, doesn't it, everyone? A refreshing start to loosen up the joints, the inferiority complex that had haunted us like a ghost from the past. It gradually faded along with the disappearance of that mad dog, but like a stain that can never be completely erased. It still lingers in our lives now that Siu has returned. It's time to erase the last remnants. I feel like this guy has a narcissistic complex. Everyone Yoga laughs when hearing these words. Haha, you really think my master will dance to your dirty schemes just because of me? I'm sure just looking at this picture, you've been kicked, everyone. Ha, Desu is truly cold-blooded. He's leading his own granddaughter. Back then when that fool wasted time with his warm family act, I couldn't believe it. But after looking into his eyes recently, I became certain over the past 15 years, he's left too many things behind in that world. You just need to be the spark that ignites it. I really know nothing about Minjun's departure, so I just need to play the cards I have. While saying this, he pressed hard on Yoa's wound. He conjured up a bunch of chains and locks. As expected, Desu used those to tie up and take Yuga hostage. Don't waste your strength resisting. This is a Juku crafted by the greatest master of the Black Heaven. Even a high-level hunter can't easily break it. The more you struggle, the more the Juku absorbs mana, slowly gnawing at your Dantian. If left unchecked, you'll only become a cripple. I don't know how long the battle between me and him will last, but go ahead and struggle, because that's your only role right now. Iowa in pain from exhaustion, her voice barely a whisper. Doing that won't change anything. You're still just trash. As soon as Iowa finished speaking, something caught her eye and her eyes went wide. Iowa couldn't believe it. Somehow, or maybe it was the protagonist's aura. Shu had found his way here. He gathered all his mad dog energy and struck. An explosion far more devastating than before occurred. Looking like ocean waves, Disu frantically emerged from that hazy smoke. No, from now on, history will be rewritten in a more accurate way, because the outdated hero of the past will have to die right here, and the name Desu, the strongest of these 6 regions, will be etched deep into history. Siu looked at the madman in front of him and found it utterly ridiculous. No more words, that was Siu's way. He quickly created a magic circle. The ground around where Siu stood shook and cracked toward this Desu guy. He looked quite excited. Perhaps he had waited 15 years for this battle to happen. You're still as light as trash, mad dog. 15 years have passed and the gap between us has only widened. Siu didn't waste words on him, but Frey watched and witnessed it. Damn, he really is a monster. Right now you haven't fully regained your strength, but there's no time to worry about that. Siu glanced toward Yoa, ordered Frey to boost to the maximum, go all out. Frey heard what Siu intended to do, making him think you had a problem. Are you crazy? I've only recovered at most half my mana. I can also feel that human is stronger than any human I've ever met. I'm not even sure I can devour a skill of that scale while trapped in this pathetic body. If you use your limit in this situation, who knows what side effects it will cause. I told you, CEO thinks half is just 50% of your power used in another world. It's fine, no problem at all. Disu saw Shu just standing still without attacking. What are you muttering about? Regretting charging in so confidently, huh? Both of them unleashed their full power to make the opponent tremble. Siu appeared in front of Desu in a flash. This is more than enough for a bastard like you. The surrounding rocks and earth kept flying everywhere. Loud noises kept exploding. Yoga was still tied up, watching the fierce battle in front of the two of them. This is the battle of a first-generation hunter, the one they call a true awakener. The speed and chanting were so fast that even following the battle with the eyes became difficult. I knew there was a power gap, but I didn't expect the difference between S rank and SS rank to be this huge. A spear appeared from the magic circle. Disu grabbed his weapon. Haha, it's been a long time since I've felt this. Disu picked up his spear, cast aside all limits, and charged straight at his opponent with the nature of a warrior, but I don't see any warrior like this crazy bastard. In contrast to the frenzied Desu, Shu was calm. 15 years have passed, but your bad habit of pulling out 10 toys and causing chaos hasn't changed, it seems. You had erected an extremely solid stone wall. On the wall, a small hole appeared, and a light flashed from within. Disu's spear shattered the barrier, making Frey feel that even for a human, this was insane. It looked like he could take on even high-level demons by himself, and that spear didn't seem like an ordinary creation at all. As for Xiu, he thought Disu always had a few gorilla-like traits. Anyway, it's not that important. I like the way he mixes it up. Xiu snatched Dasu's spear, but no matter what, he's still just a half-baked human. For some reason, Dasu burst out laughing when Xiu grabbed the spear. Disu conjured up many other weapons. That pose looks funny, doesn't it? Then Disu picked a familiar weapon and took it without even blinking. Ah, mad dog. He slashed fiercely towards Xiu, a thunderous explosion. But before it reached him, Xiu erected a barrier to protect himself. Even though he had just escaped danger, cracks had appeared in Xiu's barrier, making Desu even more delighted. Pathetic to this extent, and you're already cracking? This pitiful shield. From somewhere he pulled out another hammer. I'll turn it into a gift for Desu. Kept pounding hard to completely shatter Xiu's protection. Even so, Xiu still looked very calm. Ice spear, ice and snow appeared in a pot and attacked Desu from behind. The impact was so strong and emitted a light that no one could see. Even the person watching Desu's hammer, as expected, had developed cracks. Desu brushed the ice and snow off his hair. Even the tendons aren't easy to take down, huh? Xiu brushed the dirt off his clothes. Stop blabbering and destroy that thing if you don't want to die. Desu said, if that's your goal, then that bastard no longer means anything now. After pulling such a pathetic stunt, you really think you can sit down and eat as if nothing happened? Iowa was growing weaker by the moment. Desu laughed, thinking that after pulling such a pathetic stunt, really think you can sit down and eat as if something happened? That alone is enough to make that thing valuable. That thing Desu mentioned was none other than Iowa. Isn't that a great enough honor for the daughter of a serial killer? These words were no different from a fatal blow, draining all the blood from Iowa's face. She tried to scream in defiance. Shut your mouth. If you say one more word. Iowa's tears appeared, rolling down her cheeks. But Xiu spoke up and warned, don't move, Iowa, you'll get hurt. On Xiu's face, even though the author covered it with hair, one thing was certain. He was angry seeing his students suffer like this. This was exactly according to the plan he had laid out. Haha, here it is, the feeling like skin being scraped off. Let me see how long you can keep smiling when Xiu has shown such a terrifying expression. This guy has so many weapons. Desu pulled out another treasure. Let's get serious now. Desu hadn't even finished speaking. Xiu was already in front of him. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Desu reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been done for. Desu couldn't believe it. The weapon in his hand was shattered by Xiu with a single blow. The way he controls mana, its density has changed. Desu took out another treasured sword and stepped back. That cowardly fighting style, the skill of adjusting output, hasn't changed in 15 years, has it? Let's see how long you can keep talking like this. The ground was constantly being ravaged. You're the last one who should say that. That tactic? Desu kept dodging the attacks. Back when I was young, I was still full of energy. Strange swords appeared in Xiu's magic circle, but from the attacks just now, I realized one thing for sure. Only then did Xiu notice his foot had been caught by a chain. A giant sword, or giant to me at least, slowly appeared. You are no longer worthy of me. I wonder if Desu still has any confidence left. If he knew he wasn't the protagonist but still talked big like that. The smoke surrounded everything, making it impossible for Iowa to know Xiu's condition. Master, this time I wonder what Yoga saw again that made her face look so astonished. The smoke slowly cleared. Xiu spoke up. Of all the nonsense you've said, this is the only thing that's right. You are no match for me. I really can't believe it. You blocked that attack just now with just one hand, and he wasn't even injured. Xiu's power is truly terrifying. He squeezed the sword tightly in his hand. Desu had been talking tough just now, but his hand was trembling non-stop. He couldn't believe that a legendary divine weapon, a great sword that could slice a whole building, didn't even budge. Desu tried to resist. You've been fighting for 15 years? Xiu suddenly yanked the sword toward himself and punched Desu right in the side of the chest. I've been doing it for 100 years, you bastard. The armor on Desu's body shattered. He couldn't believe this truth. The power of the attack was truly strong. Xiu punched him flying. It was absolutely top-notch. Desu sat beside the rubble. Interesting, truly interesting. It's been a long time since I've bled. Desu stood up and approached. So you compressed mana to unleash a single blow? If so, I should respond with all my strength. Desu took out a ring hidden under his clothes. About 5 years ago, all the recognized SS rank hunters in the world were required to wear this ring. Mana, physique, skills, everything is restricted to prevent causing massive harm to society. Just removing the controller without government permission will make you a criminal immediately. These things, I can see the limit. Desu removed the ring and dropped it to the ground. Niu laughed contemptuously. A dog chain? That fits. A beast that only knows how to fight needs a leash. So you really climbed to this position just to get government approval for a fight? Xiu was curious. After removing that ring, power had increased significantly. You overestimate yourself. You really think that's the only reason I'm here? But that's true too. The ground, needless to say, every time they fight, the ground ends up like this. Because until now, no one was worthy enough for me to test this power. What kind of weird power is this? The only problem is Xiu doesn't like talkative people. You sure like to talk big, don't you? Then show me what you've got. This time let's check out a new move. Xiu sends a slash down from above. In other words, they're fighting here. The wind force looks pretty strong. I wish I could bring my clothes here to dry because the north is having issues. My clothes just won't dry. Iowa, who is chained up outside, is being heavily affected by this attack. Iowa rolls on the ground. She tries to break free from the chains, but can't. Just the touch of mana is enough to crack the ground. At this rate, the entire gate won't hold and will collapse. If this continues, the Master's power could harm innocent people. Iowa struggles to stand up. No matter what, I have to stop this. The terrain here is constantly changing. While enduring these two fighting, they both charge at each other without stopping, then unleash deadly moves without giving an inch. Disu uses a hammer to smash the large rocks. I'm just wondering where this old man finds so many cool weapons. Meanwhile, Siu is using the radiant light technique. He moves from one place to another so fast you can't see him clearly.
Wow.
Prey seems to like this move. Haha, my stomach is a bit upset, but this feeling is amazing. Using only half my power, and it's already like this. At full power, it's on a whole other level. This is true strength. Disu spits out blood. He's astonished. Even after releasing his limits, the power gap is still this huge. How? Impossible. That can't be. Damn it. Disu summons a pile of his weapons. He picks up and grabs one weapon. His memory is pretty good too, being able to choose one weapon instantly from a pile when needed. He then throws it straight towards Shu, tearing him apart. Who would have thought this was a divine artifact? Looks no different from a white tiger raising its claws towards Siu. He is a bit surprised. Monster sealed inside a divine artifact? Siu doesn't hesitate. He sets up a magic circle to tame this monster. Disu says, "You really go from one surprise to another, haha." He wonders, what the hell have you been doing for the past 15 years? In an instant, Shu has tamed this ferocious monster. Shu says, "Use your arrogance well. All right, time to choose a new master. Attack." Disu goes crazy but can't do anything to the bastard. He hurriedly creates a protective barrier. But just as they are about to charge at each other again, Iowa runs over in time to stop them. "Enough! Have you two lost your minds? Look around you." Shu hears Iowa calling and is startled. The gate is on the verge of collapse. Do you two know what will happen if all this mana spills out into the world? Yoga threatens Desu. If that happens, even you can't escape responsibility. You know full well the consequences if this is brought straight to the international court, right? Desu looks at his arrogant granddaughter. Iowa says that while the two were losing control, she managed to contact the association and HMCS headquarters. Soon they will respond and reopen the gate, so end the fight here. Iowa looks towards Siu. Nu says nothing. He maintains the same attitude and stays silent. A notification sound comes from the bracelet that Desu threw down. Picks it up and reads the information inside. Damn it, on the other end, HMCS headquarters. This is Edward, President Desu. This is an urgent matter. Please make time immediately. The mysterious person on the other end of the line is AI. Desu is annoyed at having to leave right now. Damn it, I'll be there. He turns and leaves. This is exactly why people say you shouldn't tame wild beasts. I've lost interest. Get lost. From what I see, if he stayed a bit longer, he'd probably be selling salt out of frustration. At this moment, Iowa can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Her shadow is cast on the ground, so it's all over. The master is the last person she wants to know this truth. Yoga slumps to the ground, clutching her arm tightly. No matter what, she doesn't want to betray the sincerity and kindness that her master has shown her. Even if it costs her life, she doesn't want that to happen. Yoga is afraid. If her master asks her now, how should she answer? How can she tell her master that the disciple he was once so proud of is actually the daughter of a criminal? Siu approaches. Are you okay? Are you badly hurt? Siu gently checks on his disciple. Yoga is truly moved and surprised. Oh, master, you're still so gentle. Yoga cannot answer. Instead, she bursts into sobs like a child. Yoga joyfully runs and hugs Siu tightly. Master, and Siu thinks this is just like Yoga, always full of excess energy. In the silent space, Dazan's low voice echoes, carrying a subtle mockery. I don't know why you went this far based on the words of a hunter. But to be fair, there haven't been any violations yet. Of course, that idiot hunter made a fuss, which got the management bureau contacted first. That caused major chaos at headquarters. But reacting so strongly to a small training session in an already closed gate seems a bit excessive. He finishes speaking. He slightly raises his voice, speaking with a feigned air of authority. You, Blackwood, on the other side of the screen. Edward maintains his aloof demeanor and sharp tone. That was before you removed your limits, Mr. President. An SS rank hunter is strictly forbidden from interfering in personal battles. Any act of removing limits must be reported to the Management Bureau or the Hunter Association. Furthermore, any use of magic targeting a hunter under the Bureau's jurisdiction will lead to an arrest warrant. Don't come here. Edward suddenly emphasizes his tone. Each word carries the weight of a direct warning. Given your position as president, you could also be brought to trial at the International Court. Even if national law has no such provision, international law will be applied. However, in peacetime like this, there's no need to cause chaos over such an accident. So I ask you to handle this matter within South Korea. Having said that, Edward stands up. His tall figure casts down like an invisible pressure. Of course, even if this accident is overlooked, we still need to hear from those involved. To assess the situation, I must meet the person who engaged in a normal fight with an SS rank hunter. Deezen's eyebrows furrow slightly. His expression shifts as if he has just realized the truth. Mingshu, is that so? Then I'll see you in South Korea. As soon as the call ends, the fake calm on his face immediately crumbles. Ridiculous. In Deezen's mind, Waves of resentful thoughts begin to surge violently. I already knew the power gap between us 25 years ago, but it's completely different now. Back then, I could still keep up with him. I was convinced that this time, I could finally surpass him. Yet after 15 years of disappearance, he suddenly became stronger, as if he had completely transformed into a different entity. The rising feeling of helplessness tightens Daeson's chest. His unwillingness is clear in every thought. For 10 whole eras, I have relentlessly pursued power. I cannot accept this ridiculous power gap. What has he been doing all this time? That feeling of risking my life in battle, how long has it been since I last felt it? He clenches his fist until it turns white. Then he grinds out to himself like a solemn oath. The power I am holding back is still not enough. At least I have found someone worth defeating again. Welcome back, Mad Dog. A week later, at the main headquarters of the guild in Manhwa, the atmosphere is quiet, suddenly broken by Sue's voice. So you knew I was coming, but you didn't even bother to greet me? Iowa quietly rubs the can in her hand. A faint smile gradually appears. Because I feel unworthy. Still, I'm glad that Master has finally returned. Hearing those self-deprecating words, Siu slightly tilts his head, his tone full of feigned complaint. Really? Have you been following Minjun's case all this time? Upon hearing this, she suddenly lowers her head, her voice heavy with emotion. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find anything. Ooh. The only thing I'm sure of is that it was caused by someone from outside the country. The reason Choi keeps me as a subordinate is simply for personal gain. There's no evidence that he intended to approach or manipulate your brother or your students. Finishing, Iowa awkwardly waves her hands and quickly raises her voice to explain further. Of course, it's not because I'm related to him by blood. It's just based on my observations or evidence. Seeing her flustered look, Xiu speaks up to reassure her. I know. He reaches out and gently touches her hair, his demeanor becoming much softer. If he truly saw you as family, he wouldn't do something so despicable. Faced with that warm gesture, Iowa smiles faintly, her eyes seeming to lighten a little. Master just helped me recover, so I'm fine now. Xiu immediately replies in a cold tone with a more serious attitude. The issue isn't whether you're fine or not. I'm talking about you stopping your involvement with that idiot. Just because of the blood ties. No matter what crimes your mother committed, your life is still your own. You haven't done anything wrong. If you feel guilty about it, repay the world by living an honest life. After those stern teachings, his voice gradually softens, carrying the warmth of understanding. I will help you. Yoga hears this and bursts into laughter, a smile mixed with happiness and emotion. Her voice gradually chokes up. Tears also form uncontrollably. I have never been alone. There has always been someone else helping me. Putting that aside, I feel really sorry for Sejun. I put unnecessary pressure on him. From his perspective, it must be hard to trust someone with as many secrets as me. Siu maintains his relaxed demeanor. He runs a hand through his hair and calmly offers advice. That kid is always cautious. Go meet him tomorrow and talk things out clearly. Hearing that, Iowa is startled and turns around, her face showing clear embarrassment. Huh? Tomorrow? I still feel awkward. In contrast to her flustered state, he casually folds his arms behind his head, shutting down any attempt to back out. You're both adults now. What's the problem? I already talked to Shizun about it. Having said that, Siu takes out his phone and scrolls through the remaining notifications on the screen. I wonder how that bastard Choi De cleaned up this mess. But I'm glad it didn't cause too much of a stir. Sejun is really sharp. He even called me 9 times that day. Wait, what? At that moment, Jonggu's voice suddenly rings out. Senior! He immediately looks up, his eyebrows slightly raised at the unannounced appearance. Hey, Jonggu, I told you. I'd go straight home after work. What are you doing here? Upon hearing this, he hurriedly explains, his tone urgent. Something urgent came up, and you didn't even answer your phone. Do you know how hard I had to look for you? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Ho cuts in with a serious tone. What? Hunterman Shu, we just received a call from the main headquarters of the International Management Bureau. Vice President Blackwood is coming to Korea to meet you. Do you understand what that means? Hearing the familiar name, Sue shows no surprise, only sighs wearily. So Edward is getting involved too, how troublesome. What's the problem that requires meeting me? Jian Ho observes his reaction and continues, his tone carrying both curiosity and concern. The entire branch is forbidden from disclosing anything. We have no detailed information at all. Meanwhile, Jonggu stands beside him. Couldn't hide his shock, thinking to himself, Edward, don't tell me you actually know the vice president of headquarters. The man beside him kept pressing into this rare incident, his voice full of seriousness, but he named you directly. Maybe you'll know right away. This is the first time this has happened in the history of the Management Bureau. What's going on with the Korean branch? Under the pressure of questioning, immediately stood up, his demeanor decisive as if to end the conversation. I'm sorry, but if there's already a ban in place, I can't say anything more. Knowing he couldn't extract anything further, Jaeon Ho turned to leave, but still didn't forget to leave a clear order. We'll summon you as soon as headquarters sends the official schedule. Until then, stay on standby at headquarters. As he left, he couldn't help but wonder, lowering his voice, do everything to pry. Information from the mini-hunter, by the way, isn't the president of the Changhua Guild one of Choi's people? Hunt? How does she know Minshu? Why are they sitting so close and friendly? Donggu at this point could only pale Helpless against the tough questions, I give up. I really don't know anything. Behind them, Iowa, sharp as ever, had already noticed the curious glances, softly spoke up to remind, Master, let's go back. There are many people watching us now. Outside, it had already grown dark. The mysterious veil of night enveloped the space. As the two walked together, Siu suddenly turned with a surprised look. Waiting for you to come back? In response to that, Yanhua gently broke into a radiant smile. Master's kindness is as vast as the sky and sea. And besides, I was already on my way home. Suddenly, his face turned somber. Then he tilted his head and asked softly, So what do you plan to do next? She heard that, and without hesitation, her eyes showed clear determination. If you think it's okay, I'll follow you. Minjun's death left many questions in my heart. I'll do everything to help, though I'm not sure. But I'm still the president of a guild. Right at that moment, a car suddenly approached and braked sharply, startling Iowa. She was no exception, momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she immediately raised her hand to shield her eyes, staring intently at the unfamiliar car. At that moment, the dark-tinted window slowly lowered. A cold voice rang out from inside. So after knowing everything, you still choose to follow him? How boring. Iowa's voice instantly changed, shouting in shock. Choi Dasan, in contrast to that fury, Dasan maintained a calm, cold demeanor. Minshu, get in the car. That arrogant attitude was like pouring oil on the fire, making her burst out in anger. After pulling such a stupid stunt, you still dare to act like this. What kind of dog is this? Meanwhile, Siu kept his indifferent face, slowly asking back, Why should I do that? Hearing the challenging answer, he immediately curled his lips slightly, a smile hiding unpredictable calculations. If you still want to play the drama of deep love and heavy duty, you'd better listen to what I'm about to say. Iowa heard that and got so angry she lost control. Unable to hold back, she wanted to step forward and question, Are you kidding? But immediately his arm reached out and stopped her. Iowa then turned around and gave a reassuring smile to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Goodbye for now. I'll call you back later. Though her heart was full of unease, she could only stand rooted to the spot. Anxiously watching her master, Yoa stood silently, watching the car gradually disappear into the distance, leaving behind a terrifyingly quiet space. At that moment in the cramped car space, Dazen spoke up to break the silence. You look annoyed. Siu crossed his arms, his brows furrowed, showing extreme contempt. Beaten so badly you lost everything. Don't you feel any shame at all? Hearing that, he burst out laughing, then immediately adjusted to a serious tone. You're wrong, the battle never ended. If only Kang Iowa hadn't interfered, I could have ended it fair and square, but thanks to that, things have become even more interesting. You mad dog, thanks to you, I'll be very busy in the coming days. I guarantee I'll organize an official global match. Soon, in the face of the other's ambitious declarations, the CEO still kept a calm expression. Just accept it and disappear. I can't believe someone like you climbed to the position of president. Ignoring those words, Dazen suddenly lowered his tone. Pandemonium. That organization should have disappeared by now. Yet there are still remnants scattered all over the world. Actually, after you disappeared, 15 years ago, the demons came to me through them. They asked me to erase all your records, so even the bastards of Pandemonium couldn't ignore your disciples anymore. Having said that, Dazen lightly raised some questions. But his attitude was irritating. Could they just be a cult relying on unknown power, or are they truly demon insiders? Ever since Pandemonium collapsed, and the demons were exiled to the polar region, they seem to have vanished from the world. Though later many world leaders, including me, closely monitored every move of the demons, but found nothing, however. Dizan paused briefly, then continued in a venomous tone. Recently, I heard about a group of half-demons in the Middle Eastern desert. Hearing this, Xiu could no longer maintain his initial composure. His brows suddenly tightened. A group of half-demons, huh? Noticing the other's agitation, he immediately added more information. Yeah, they are people who have long-term contact with demons, or hybrids between demons and humans. Different from ordinary demons, they have no wings or horns, but are famous for using dark magic. That's all I heard from the government commissioners, since high-level gates mostly appear in harsh areas. Just getting permission to enter a gate is already difficult. Siu slightly tilted his head, his sharp eyes sweeping over with a venomous mocking smile. The dark mana you used throughout that battle, during your 15 years of disappearance, haven't you been colluding with demons? Though maintaining a calm exterior, Siu couldn't help but feel disgust. Nonsense. No. Immediately, he curled his lips slightly, letting out a mocking tone as if seeing through someone like you. No matter how much you despise demons, you can't resist the lust for power, right? Siu's patience seemed to have reached its final limit, his voice dropping low. Do I look like you? If you're done talking, let me out. The car quickly braked and stopped in the silent space. Siu stepped out, but before closing the door, he still leaned in. Got it? So don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of negotiating with those cunning demons, nor am I interested in watching brutal bloodbaths like your madman. Don't waste my time. Call me when you're about to die. Better yet, kneel and apologize to Yeon. Wah, properly. Dezon closed his eyes, a sinister smile immediately appearing on his lips. I know all your weird hobbies, but this time it's really funny. Just let them come. They can't even touch your toenail, so why be so close? You'll regret it. Before he could finish, you coldly cut him off with a deep, hoarse tone. Vice President Nam then stood silently by the road, his eyes following the car as it slowly drove away. In Siu's mind, a doubt began to form. A half-demon. Meanwhile, at the SMCS headquarters, work was still bustling, but the atmosphere was also thick with curiosity. The murmurs of employees gradually rising. The international headquarters is really coming. The gossip continued, full of confusion. They must be here to inspect the branch, right? Haven't you heard anything? Not a thing. What the hell is going on? Honestly, every day at work feels like a circus, but behind the door of the branch director's office, Big J and Ho, the space was solemn to the point of suffocation. Mr. Blackwood, thank you for your visit today. Jian Ho turned to introduce with a cautious demeanor. This is Hunter Min So, a new employee of the SMCS North Korea branch. Edward smiled politely, then slowly spoke. Pleased to meet you, Hunter Min Shu. In contrast to that formality, Siu just frowned and asked directly, What do you want, Edward? That aggressive attitude immediately made Jian Ho feel concerned. Softly reminded Hunter Min, in contrast to that worry, he appeared extremely generous. Calmly raising his voice, Branch Director Big J and Ho, could you step outside for a moment? I need to speak privately with Hunter Min here. Hearing that, a small psychological battle immediately played out in his mind. I'm dead, but if I resist, I'll lose the chance to get acquainted with the group manager. Though full of curiosity, Jeon Ho wisely accepted the order. Yes, then I'll wait outside. Call me if anything happens. Before leaving, he still couldn't help but spin around with countless thoughts and worries. I don't know what's going on, but be careful, Hunter Min. As soon as they were given private space, Edward couldn't hold back and shouted in fury. You bastard! He lunged at the table, violently grabbing the other's collar. 15 years, where the hell have you been hiding? Faced with that loss of control, Siu could only gently calm him down. Hey, calm down, then lightly punched him in the chest, letting out a curse, but with a hint of joy. Damn it, I'm glad you found your way back. Where the hell have you been? Siu sighed softly, as if tired of having to explain again, another person asking. Sit down first. Time quietly passed. After learning everything, Edward couldn't help but be astonished. Another dimension, another timeline, hard to believe, but looking at how the gates appeared in this world, nothing is impossible. Before, you were one of the key figures in this world. But now your name has faded into oblivion, yet now meeting you again. Feels like the sun has shone on my hazy memories, Siu calmly. Tried to break the increasingly sentimental atmosphere, but it's also too funny that you recognize me just by my name. Edward immediately continued, his voice full of certainty. How could I forget you? You saved my life countless times during that chaotic era. Hearing those grand terms, he could only respond humorously. Saving gives me goosebumps, by the way. How did you and Yoa get in touch? He quickly regained his professional demeanor, began exchanging information. The current SMCS headquarters is actively investigating cases related to guilds worldwide. Yoa and its leader of the same name are among them, thanks to contributions to a recent case. I was able to get her contact info, so tell me, are you currently with the SMCS Korea branch? Yu casually replied in a decisive tone, please save me. That indifferent attitude made Edward visibly surprised. What? Why are you still so calm? As if this is no big deal, do I need a reason to not like it? Hearing that, he persistently persuaded. All his flowery words came out. Come on, think again. A shark belongs in the big ocean. Besides, you'll definitely become my right-hand man. Siu remained unmoved, immediately answering with determination. If you believe that, I'm glad, but I also have something I need to clarify. Recognizing that seriousness, Edward didn't hesitate to make a promise of support. Of course, our resources are enough for you to investigate to your heart's content. The investigative authority of the headquarters belongs to SMCS, and it's more powerful than you think. Hearing this, your eyes gradually turned sharp, quickly steering the conversation to the core. I'll consider it. So what's the purpose of this investigation? Your voice suddenly hardened. When mentioning the recent critical war situation, another gate appeared in the desert area, causing widespread casualties both inside and around it. Normally, the blame would be placed on the monsters inside the gate, but the autopsy results said it was due to poisoning. They all died from inhaling something. We suspect the cause is. Edward's unfinished sentence, when uttered, immediately shocked the CEO. Illegal enhancement drugs? The CEO couldn't hide his astonishment. Unconsciously repeating, awakening drugs? Edward just crossed his arms and calmly replied, that's right. The composition of the drug, as well as the distribution channels, have not yet been disclosed, so no official information has been released. But the chairman has secretly been investigating the corpses of false awakeners around the world for about half a year now. He leisurely recounted what had happened during the investigation. The autopsy of the corpses didn't reveal any information, other than the body decomposing at a cellular level. It's very difficult to officially announce this when the victims are all criminal false awakeners. No traces of any drugs were found, so the investigation hit a dead end. Edward's voice remained steady as he recounted the turning point of the case. Fortunately, someone witnessed a similar incident occurring in China. The event happened quickly. Based on the witness's testimony, the dead false awakener showed signs of going mad and self-destructing after inhaling a black powder. After inhaling that powder, that awakener released mana and enhancement skills far beyond imagination, like a self-destructing weapon destroying everything in the area. Hearing this, Siu quickly grasped the general situation and immediately raised a question. So that black powder is like a stimulant for awakeners. And it's related to what happened in the desert. Edward calmly replied based on his own speculations. Yeah, not just related. I suspect the drug is the root cause of the incident and have been investigating. However, in Xiu's heart, there was still something he couldn't quite understand. This happened about half a year ago, so why did it become the cause of the desert incident? Right. You couldn't help but recall the situation back then. Along with a large number of deaths, a gate was discovered in the desert. At the entrance of the gate, the Tsinghua Association found traces of black powder. Right. From the first time the incident occurred. Furthermore, a caravan belonging to the trade guild named Easy was found near the gate. There was nothing unusual about this guild, and it seemed to be just a small one, but some things bothered me. The CEO quickly pieced together the entire problem. In short, they're involved again? How troublesome. Edward saw you like that and just crossed his arms, gently mentioning Iowa with a hint of tact. I know she's your disciple. This is a secret investigation, and she was the first to discover the drug. Kang Iowa can't escape this case. Finally, he softly reminded, if you help, her troubles will be greatly reduced. Your disciple is in a dangerous situation. Can you really not care? Edward slowly uttered the nickname that partly revealed your personality. Mad Dog Min Xiu. Hearing this, Xiu wasn't angry, but just fell into thought. You've planned everything out, haven't you? Finally, you sighed in compromise. Fine, since I need to go to the Middle East anyway. Edward happily clapped his hands, unable to hide his excitement. Great, if you help, we'll support you fully. Besides, what exactly happened to President Choi? The illegal practical training. If you want, I can. Before he could finish, Xiu cut him off. No, just leave him be. You leisurely and lightly mocked. He's just going mad with power. After all, that bastard's image briefly flashed in Xiu's mind. On the desk, papers and pens were scattered everywhere, the image of Deason, smug and self-satisfied. But not letting himself dwell on it for too long, you continued your sentence, still speaking vaguely. He's still just a human. Elsewhere, Sejun confirmed with Xiu in slight surprise. So you're joining the international investigation team at headquarters. He quickly noticed that your luggage was already packed, neatly placed on the floor. You just casually and calmly replied, yeah. Do you remember, Edward? He specifically requested it. Sejun was a bit stunned upon hearing this. I know, but why so sudden? You tried to explain gently to reassure him. It's just a little trouble. Iowa will give you the details. But Sejun still couldn't help blurting out, Sister Iowa, why so suddenly? Before he could finish, a phone call interrupted. Wait a moment, hello? He quietly left the room. Xiu walked while answering the phone. How did you get my number? What, him? Seeing Sejun's figure gradually fade away, Fra finally spoke up. Where are we going this time? You packed more belongings while planning. First, we have to go to Europe, where the headquarters is. He asked, is there chicken there? Xiu wasn't sure either, maybe. Fra asked cautiously and indirectly, you're not going to boost your mana to the limit like last time, are you? Hearing this, your voice carried a hint of teasing. What? Are you afraid of running out of food? He was displeased upon hearing that. Food? Why would I care about that tiny bit of mana? The problem is the change happening in my body. Xiu was a bit puzzled and frowned slightly, repeating, change? Fra calmly explained the feeling. Ever since you returned from that island, I feel my control gradually decreasing as I become more familiar with Earth's mana, and my power grows stronger. Moving through dimensions doesn't just affect you, but me as well. It seems the switch to activate it is the amount of mana released in battle. Xiu spread both hands as if feeling that flow of power. At the same time, Fra's voice continued evenly. Because I've made a contract with you, I will absorb the power of my host. But I think this symptom will worsen as your mana recovers in the future. Furthermore, I don't know what will happen if I lose control. There will come a time when you can no longer borrow my power, and that will be very dangerous. As he finished speaking, Xiu also fell into thought. Not long after, you clenched your fist as if making a decision. It's not too big a problem for now. Don't rely much on your power. Fra got a bit angry upon hearing this. What are you saying? I don't need my power? Xiu calmly analyzed the current situation. No, if we face demons, I'll need your power. But it's not an urgent issue right now. It's a bit troublesome, but warming up against that bastard Choi Desang is more useful than I thought. Standing before the mirror reflecting the image of an airplane gliding across the sky, the CEO pondered further. I smell something wrong. The sky is clear, but in my heart a bit of unease rises. From the awakening stimulant drugs elsewhere, quiet roof tiles surrounded and connected ahead. The city gradually expanded with rows of houses packed closely, immersed in silence. Time passed in a flash. 2 days later at the SMCS International headquarters, Layla was holding her face, a bit frustrated. Honestly, no matter how severely understaffed we are, I never thought Sir Edward would add someone while bypassing investigation security regulations. This was already within Hikari's expectations. Always unpredictable. And from the start, the Asia team having me here is enough. Right, Kumo? Kumo, standing nearby, immediately chimed in while proudly boasting, of course, sis, you're the youngest person recruited by SMCS Japan. Plus, you're the captain of the Tokyo investigation team. What problem in the world can't my beautiful big sister solve? Hearing this, she was very pleased. Keep the compliments coming. Layla, on the opposite side, was pensive for a moment before offering an opinion. She might not be familiar with SMCS, but I think meeting the hunter Yoa last time was more comfortable than meeting you. Hikari got a bit angry. What did you just say? Lila just casually ignored it as if she hadn't said anything. What? Nothing. She was a bit dissatisfied. I heard you, you know. We're wearing translation earphones, so if you have any complaints, say it straight. Suddenly, outside the door, Min-hyuk stepped in to announce everyone has been waiting a long time. Team leaders, Director Leone reminds everyone to gather in the meeting room. Hikari couldn't help being curious. So that person has finally arrived? He just awkwardly laughed twice. Aha, then sheepishly scratched his head. Let's go, I heard Vice President Edward has also just landed. Layla also couldn't hold back her curiosity. For the Vice President to come in person, who is that hunter? Does he really have no connection to SMCS at all? This character seemed to make everyone curious. Of course, he's the CEO. At that moment, he was leisurely pulling his suitcase at the airport. Edward had personally come to the airport to welcome Hunter Min, the CEO from the SMCS Korea branch. When everyone had gathered, Edward cheerfully began. Thank you for coming so quickly, despite your busy schedule. We start with a small introduction. This is Hunter Min Siu from the Korea branch, who will be joining the team today. Layla simply introduced herself and her partner, Lila and Stefan from the Europe branch. Hikari also crossed her arms casually, Hikari from the Asia branch, and this is my reliable partner, Kumo. After everyone had greeted each other, Edward slowly spoke. Because the situation is quite urgent, let's get straight to the point. With such a sudden addition to the team, could you quickly brief us on the situation? Layla immediately obeyed. Yes, Vice President. He continued to give instructions. Everyone already knows the details, but this is a classified investigation, so be absolutely careful with the information. Just then, Lucy's voice from outside reminded Vice President it's time for you to leave. Before leaving, Edward still didn't forget to instruct. All right then, Investigation Team 1. I'm looking forward to everyone's results. The room briefly fell into silence. Layla had to clear her throat loudly to ease the awkwardness. She spoke up to break the atmosphere. All right, let's start right away. Case number A3942FC, commonly referred to as the case of false awakeners using enhancement drugs. Investigation Team 1 is tasked on site to determine the main form of the drug. Layla gently recounted what had happened. The gate discovered at the scene has been classified as A rank. There are a total of 6 corpses of false awakeners scattered around the gate. The autopsy team showed that their wounds are linked to the previous case of enhancement drugs. False awakeners were found among the corpses. She couldn't help recalling that desolate scene. The gate only had a few traces of a skirmish near the entrance, and nothing else unusual besides them. Since no enhancement drug false awakeners were found inside, we are still assessing its potential risks. When the investigation concludes, we will decide whether to organize an expedition inside the gate. Furthermore, the vehicle owned by the Easy Trading Guild was found nearby. Layla continued to present the findings of the investigation. The investigation shows that they are a small, legitimate guild registered in the Middle East, with no specific illegal activities recorded. Finally, she concluded the matter, so our team will focus on a thorough exploration of the gate and conduct an investigation around the area. After finishing her presentation, Layla asked if anyone had any further questions. Siu casually shrugged, having no objections. I've already heard all about these matters, so there are no major issues. Is there any information about the demon or half-demon group? She wasn't entirely sure, so she wanted to confirm. Demons? Do you mean they are related to this case? He only offered his opinion on the matter. Even if they aren't related, I still think I should ask to be sure. If this drug was truly created by humans, it wouldn't be this difficult to find the original version, right? And if it were a skill-based type, the investigating hunters would have already found its source. That trading guild looks quite suspicious. And even before this case, if there were any issues related to them, regardless of what it was, the meeting room, now another voice rang out. I don't understand, Hikari said, crossing her arms and raising a question. Why are you mentioning things completely unrelated to the case, CEO? With an indifferent attitude, he explained softly, we still don't know if it's related or not, unless we start investigating. I only mention them because of what I've heard. She couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Information that even headquarters wouldn't bother mentioning, and a hunter from the Korean branch, someone who was only brought in midway, knows about it? That's funny, isn't it? Hunter Minakari also didn't forget to assert confidently if it were truly an important clue, then headquarters would definitely have mentioned it. You're not part of the union, and I've never even heard your name in the rankings. It's already very strange for an A-rank hunter to be suddenly brought into the international investigation team. And now, you're claiming the involvement of demons in this case? She continued with a sharp, critical tone. It's been 15 years since demons and humans joined hands. Are you really bringing that discriminatory mindset into this case? Hikari's voice carried a hint of mockery. Do you think you're an AI or something? Seeing the tension, Layla slammed the table to cut off the argument. Enough! Stefan also quickly chimed in to mediate. Calm down, we don't need to argue right now. She agreed with that. He quickly turned to remind Hikari. That's right. As the main representative of the branch, you should know what's more important right now. Let's put aside these petty quarrels and start investigating the case. Hearing this, she just indifferently crossed her arms in front of her chest. Layla also turned to address Xiu. Hunter Min, I also want you to focus on investigating the case now. He just nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. After seeing that both of them had calmed down and set aside their earlier conflict, Layla continued. Now let's talk about the remote area. We'll be going to tomorrow, and that's all we need to know. So prepare as I said, and we'll meet at the airport. Leaving the meeting room, all four quickly stepped out into the hallway. Hikari was still bothered by the earlier argument and was a bit displeased. That guy, is he an AI or what? Where did he come from to act so insolently? Why is he the vice president's favorite? Layla beside her softly reminded, we'll have to cooperate for a while, so let's just let it go. Hearing this, she became a little resentful. What? Are you on his side too, Layla? She calmly offered her own speculation. No, it's not that. He seems more experienced than I thought. In the meeting room, only Sue was left now. He was a bit bored and complained, this matter seems more troublesome than I thought. Fra was not pleased. I noticed this from before, but it seems you don't know how to read the room. You're more like an outcast from society. Siu simply explained, I just don't like following procedures. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. It seems you've made quite a grand introduction. He complained a bit to Edward. You took a long time. Being vice president must be very busy, huh? He casually sat down and began to advise. Don't make me start an international investigation team that acts like a bunch of children. You know that, right? They call themselves the Awakened, but in reality, they're just a bunch of lunatics hugging bombs. Whether it was 15 years ago or now, not a single peaceful day goes by without arguments everywhere. Xiu, though sympathetic, still understood what was more important. Power comes with responsibility, but if a person hasn't truly experienced it, they can't understand it. Edward seemed to want to probe his opinion. So what do you think of this team? He didn't care much. He replied, a bit troublesome, but I don't care. As long as they don't interfere with my work, it doesn't matter. He wasn't surprised by this attitude either. Of course you'd say that. You really haven't changed in 15 years, have you? Tomorrow's trip will be to the official investigation site, so don't cause any major problems. You have the entire international headquarters SMCS backing you up. The CEO could only compromise. All right. Elsewhere, an ancient kingdom appeared, imposing and silent amidst a city of sand and stone. A few figures emerged, signaling a meeting that was not simple. At the SMCS Middle East headquarters, a clear voice rang out. Welcome. We have received a message from headquarters about everyone's arrival. Rian has arranged everything thoroughly. The announcement was clear. Everyone's accommodation has been carefully prepared inside the headquarters. Please go in and rest comfortably. For tomorrow's trip to the site, we have prepared a vehicle for everyone. Layla quickly and sincerely expressed, thank you, Branch Chief, for the permission to enter the crime scene. On this side, Fra couldn't stand it anymore and grumbled, it's too hot. I didn't know there was a place this hot on Earth. This is the worst. Siu didn't pay much attention to the complaints, silently pondering. There's no trace of demons in the city. The mana density is also normal. That bastard Maximus, he completely ignored this point, huh? Suddenly, that AI voice came. Hey, Mr. Hikari. She stepped in front of him with a somewhat arrogant attitude. I didn't get to say this last time, but I'll make it clear right now. Always stay focused and careful if you don't want to die. He just scratched his head, silently thinking to himself, this is going to be a big problem. First day at the Middle East headquarters, and Siu is already urgently searching for clues from the locals. A half-demon? I've never seen one in real life. Everything I know is from rumors. I heard there's a village of demi-demons deep in the desert. Another young man nearby, despite trying, couldn't provide any useful information. The trade guild, Easy? This is the first time I've heard that name. We can't know all the small guilds, but a guild run by demons? I've never heard of that. Fortunately, the girl next to him kindly revealed some valuable details about what Siu was looking for. Demi-demons look completely human, and I heard that without a mana analyzer, very hard to distinguish them from ordinary people. I know the situation is a bit better now, but those demi-demons that appeared after the war between humans and demons 15 years ago were oppressed everywhere, becoming objects of contempt. She herself also acknowledged the significant difficulty in distinguishing them, hiding their bases, and pretending to be human when going out. That's definitely the better option. So, if a demi-demon is walking around here, who can recognize them? After gathering all the clues and information into his small notebook, Xiu was still scratching his head and ears in confusion. Not many leads to follow. Did I go deeper into the desert to find out more? Just as he was saying goodbye to the group of passersby to continue his quest, Fra's frivolous call suddenly rang out. Hey, Food, are you an outcast or what? Xiu didn't answer directly but asked evasively, why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? He pointed out loudly, everyone is going in groups, but you're walking alone in this distant sand city. Xiu took a break on a nearby bench, slowly explaining, that's because this is free time, so I'm doing a little reconnaissance. Just then a familiar voice from afar suddenly reached his ears. The hunter was just a few steps away. Layla politely greeted him. The SMCS office is over there. Why are you here? Middle East branch headquarters is quite impressive, so it's also a good place to rest. Siu glanced back and then politely replied to her inquiry. It's still free time. I'm just taking the opportunity to check a few things first. What about you, Hunter Layla? She generously shared the progress of their team's investigation. Oh, Stefan is getting the permit to access the teleportation gate we'll be checking tomorrow. But we haven't fully assessed the level of danger yet. Siu casually showed an expression of understanding. Layla, not wanting the conversation to hit a dead end, continued to probe, asking Hunter Min, if you're under SMCS Korea, then you must be under Director Bitch. God, I don't remember seeing you when I was in Korea before. He honestly confessed, my tenure is limited. I'm a new recruit who just joined not long ago. Layla's voice didn't sound very convinced. Really? But your aura makes me feel like I'm standing before a veteran. Hunter with 25 years of experience. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking of a way to respond. She's sharp. Did I make something up? The thought was quickly dismissed by the CEO, and he nimbly changed the subject. Edward, no, the vice president said that you're quite famous in the European branch. The unexpected question made Layla laugh it off. Haha, I'm just an ordinary investigation hunter. I mainly operate in Northern Europe. Siu smoothly continued the conversation. Northern Europe, huh? I remember cooperating with a hunter there not too long ago. Name was Handshoulder. The familiar name made her pause for a beat. Handshoulder? Then she tried to show him her phone screen. Is it this person? Siu took one look and confirmed firmly. That's right. I could never forget that smile. He's aged quite a bit in the past 15 years, but his face hasn't changed. Are you two acquainted? Don't tell me you're his daughter. Layla quickly explained, with a hint of surprise. No, he's my uncle. I didn't think my uncle would know a hunter from Asia. Anyway, you look about my age, so I thought Siu was choked up and quickly turned his face away. It's just that my face looks young. The familial connection between the two sides quickly won Layla's trust. If Uncle Han woke up right now, he would surely be very happy. Actually, he's been in a coma for 2 years now because of gate syndrome. Siu was stunned by the unfamiliar term. Gate syndrome? He kindly shared the situation. Mana and the teleportation gates are still mysterious forces in this world. The cases of infection or unexplained side effects from them are the same. Uncle Han stayed at the teleportation gate for too long while searching for a missing team during a raid. When the rescue team finally found him, he had already lost consciousness. From that day until now, he has only been able to survive thanks to the skills of the hunters. As he spoke of recovery potions, Lai's voice sounded choked in his throat. I want to help you as much as I can. Whenever I have free time outside of missions, I try to challenge higher-level warp gates, but I haven't had any luck yet. Instantly connecting two events together, I heard that sometimes there are recovery items called elixirs that appear in warp gates. Is that what you're looking for? She answered herself, feeling like a fool. Yes, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But even if it's just a rumor, he's still my only family right now. At that moment, Stefan's shout rang out, Captain, the gate entry clearance process is complete. They say we can depart immediately. Layla didn't hold back her praise. Good, well done. Then she turned and invited Siu. Let's go then. I'll stop by to see Hunter Hikari. The brief conversation just now. A small thought stirred in his mind. Maybe I should go check on his condition too. A moment later, the noisy engine sound stretched out, the dry orange-brown ground characteristic of the desert. The off-road vehicle paused before the desolate, uninhabited expanse of a sand dune. Hikari sat in the car as if she had been sitting there for a century. Dust. It feels like we've been driving for a while. Are we almost there? Stefan, with his smooth driving, calmed the restless heart of the person in the back seat. Almost there. The GPS signal here is unstable. So navigation takes a bit of time. Kumo couldn't help but grumble a few words. The sun is already high. When we enter the gate, the sky will probably start getting dark. Attacking at night is really troublesome. Hugh's gaze was always fixed outside, but he still clearly understood the rhythm in the car, as if AI knew. Warp gates are dimensional space entrances connecting different spatial regions. The weather, time, vegetation and creatures inside are all different from Earth, depending on the connected dimension. It could be a paradise where the sun never sets, or a hell where not a single ray of light can penetrate. We won't know until we step inside. As Kari arrogantly viewed the problem from a safer angle, as if AI didn't know that. Still, most low-level gates have ecosystems similar to Earth. Warp gates aren't monster mouths. They are simply an entrance. But Shiu abruptly cut in. No, the gate also takes something from the people who enter. Calling it just an entrance is oversimplifying it, isn't it? She sneered, looking him straight in the eye with a mocking tone. Don't tell me you're talking about gate syndrome, which only fools believe in. Staying inside without realizing time is passing. Losing all memories in oneself, eventually becoming an empty shell. That's something only greenhorns with inexperienced hands fall for. Is it necessary to mention such mistakes in a group of all veterans? Dung was about to continue the argument. Really, Layla noticed the atmosphere growing tense, so she quickly stepped in as a shield. All right, both of you calm down. While they were going back and forth, the car had sped to the stopping point. We've arrived. As soon as Hikari got out of the car, she complained endlessly. The gate entrance is quite large. Star level not yet determined, Kumo calmly announced. I heard the Middle East branch estimates it's Class A. Chie Stefan carefully observed the surroundings. It seems the external preparations are complete. U's eyes were also busy following the clues left on the golden sand. The mana traces around here faded long ago. Outside the gate, nothing is special, but it feels like too many traces have been abnormally erased. Seeing them each going their separate ways, Layla called out, "Wait a moment. Solo activity." But before she could finish, Hikari directly retorted, "What's there to see in an area that's already been cleaned? If you want to waste time, that's up to you. We will enter the gate immediately." The arrogant attitude of the two peacocks in front of her made Layla utterly exasperated. Really, even Siu found it unbearable, too hasty. But they had to follow the wishes of the two Hikari sisters, and gradually advanced into the pitch-black warp gate. At this moment, on a high rocky ledge nearby, three people in tattered clothes watched the entire group's actions. The deep voice of the leader rang out from under the dark brown cloak. Looks easier than I thought." They willingly crawled into the dead-end cave. The clock's movement ticked steadily towards dusk. Layla's voice also rang out at the right time, local time 5:40 p.m. She quickly reported the detailed situation. Estimated gate level A, a total of 6 hunters of Class A or above. We will begin an in-depth investigation at Gate K, north of the BA Desert. The sweat on his forehead revealed a hint of panic in Stefan's attitude. "Our main job is to investigate crime." Hunters are a bit nervous, really, but Layla seriously corrected him. "No, our mission is not to clear the gate." A pale blue light from the formation covered her entire body, and the system notification also clearly appeared. Skill, Plant Growth Secret Garden Class A. The surrounding area was instantly covered by a series of woody plants. Only then did Layla continue to clarify, "Our goal is to find clues about the illegal enhancement drug." Inside the gate, Siu quietly watched her activate her energy, unable to help but silently admire. A skill that both scouts and defends. The range is quite impressive. After deploying the special energy, Layla successfully obtained some useful information samples. "From my position, no monsters detected within a 30-kilometer radius. I will continue to monitor all unusual activity, but be careful as my perception range weakens. When we reach the edge, let's divide the area and begin a thorough investigation." Layla emphasized giving special attention to the two siblings. Hikari prioritized preserving the scene. Only engage when monsters act aggressively and absolutely do not act arbitrarily. Understood, she remained silent, taking that as a reply, and ordered her younger brother, Kumo, sweep the area. Liu found that gesture annoying, so he muttered a complaint, putting on airs of authority just to boss subordinates around. These words reached Hikari's ears, making her immediately furious. "I heard that, you know. I'm better than just doing the exact work." Layla, with a headache, urged them to get to work. "All right, spread out and start searching. Report anything unusual immediately." Hiraki casually agreed. Got it." Watching each person go their separate ways, Siu couldn't help but wonder. Then what's the point of forming a group? The sky inside the warp gate gradually turned a dark orange pink. Now Fra finally had a chance to speak up. "Looking back, you really are the solitary type, huh?" Siu ordered him. "Shut your mouth." Suddenly his eyes fell on the ground. His brows instinctively furrowed as if sensing something ominous. The fresh black burn marks made Shu suspicious. It seems like AI has interfered with this area before. Fra seized the opportunity to taunt. "The soil here feels truly disgusting." But Siu let it go in one ear and out the other to focus on analysis. There's an abnormal mana mixed in, not like something naturally formed in the gate. That AI deliberately left this trace." But immediately after, he dismissed this judgment with a moment of hesitation. "No, this is demonic energy." Thinking this, Siu immediately took out his phone to make contact. After a few silent beeps, Ghost answered, "You called me, Master." Didn't waste time and got straight to the point. "Yeah, how's the situation outside?" The old man dared not hide anything. Quickly reporting the full situation. "As you ordered, I'm watching the gate entrance without revealing my presence. Currently, a suspicious group is lurking near the entrance." New pressed. "How many people?" Ghost looked at the group below and whispered, 5 in total." He smiled with satisfaction, as if holding everything in the palm of his hand. "All right. If they enter the gate, report to me immediately." 3. The old man was still a bit uneasy. "They don't seem easy to deal with. If you need my strength, I can go inside with you." But Siu firmly refused. "No. If they call for reinforcements and block the entrance, it will be very troublesome. Just stay here and guard the gate." So the old man had to fall silent and obey. Frank, who had eavesdropped on the entire call, now shouted loudly, "What the hell? That old man is here too? Since when?" Siu replied lightly, "Since I set foot in this country." He seemed skilled at moving discreetly, so I told him to follow from a distance. Though he couldn't see his face, his voice was sour enough. "Hey, you really know how to boss people around, huh?" Siu scratched his ear with pride. "I told you. If you commit a crime, you have to pay the price. So, what the hell did they bury underground that's so full of filthy demonic energy?" He clicked his tongue once, a cold impatience gradually flashing in his eyes. Siu's voice seemed to blend into the slanting sunlight of the late afternoon. "If the sun sets, things will get even more troublesome. Better on this side." Umo rushed back breathlessly to the old spot where Hiraki was waiting. As soon as he saw her, he panted and called out, "Sister, I've checked the entire area, but I didn't find even a trace of the awakening enhancement drug. Not even any monsters." Waiting all this time and coming back empty-handed made Hiraki furious. Impossible. An uncleared gate being this clean? Kumo caught his breath and lowered his voice to ask, "But sister." The traces of battle between those who used the drug and evidence of the drug were found outside the gate from the very beginning, right? If the theory is that those involved with this drug were all eliminated. In that battle, Hiraki keenly understood the speculation behind his question. You mean the victims never entered the gate? Even so. If they used enhancement drugs to fight, this gate couldn't possibly be this empty. Since the incident, the gate entrance has been strictly controlled. If the victims tried to clear the gate, there should be traces left by them if they never entered. At least the resources inside would still be there. The more she spoke, the more she convinced herself. There must be something valuable inside this gate. If there's no more evidence, at least we have to collect something worthwhile to report. The branch chief has high expectations for us, because this is a direct order from headquarters. This isn't good. A firm idea took root in Hiraki's mind. If this is a Class A gate, there should at least be valuable mana stones underground. This forced her to use her abilities. Even if she has to dig up the entire ground, she must find something. Kagutsuchi, at the call of summoning. O divine spirit, overturn the ground. Behind Hiraki, a giant mythical serpent apparition appeared. Then, a colossal pillar of light with explosive force struck directly down at the area of the two siblings. Layla strained her eyes to see what unexpected situation. I haven't received any notification. She hurriedly called out to her right-hand man, Stefan. He recognized the problem immediately from her voice. Understood, I'll check right away. Layla watched Stefan's retreating back with a restless heart. Really, nothing ever goes smoothly. She worriedly muttered, should we end this here and go back? Without noticing that Ivan's group had already ambushed her from behind at this very moment. Umo was startled, amazed by the immense destructive power of the serpent Kagutsuchi. Sister, you just collapsed this entire area with one blow. As expected, you're still too strong. Hiraki calmly faced her brother's praise. All right, whether it's mana stones or enhancement drugs, show yourself now. But the sight of corpses lying scattered on the ground terrified her, and she screamed loudly. Everything was beyond expectation, causing the two Hayakawa siblings to immediately raise their defensive shields. Corpses. Are these corpses? The whole ground is covered in corpses. No, these are definitely monsters that have twisted the cycle of life and death, devoured the darkness, and burst into flames. The depraved faces and inhuman actions of the monsters affirm only one thing. They are nothing but corpses. Hikari watched the chaos before her, unable to help herself, while Kumo Underground was also shocked by this strange event. What's more, normally these monster types that eat flesh couldn't move in such large packs. Hikari tried her best to stay calm. We have to eliminate them all before we can find the cause. Having said that, she immediately used her S-rank skill. Magical power quickly gathered into a mass, summoning the spirit of the serpent god who had signed a contract. Hikari commanded firmly, take him out, Kagutsuchi. Following her order, Kagutsuchi charged forward powerfully, flinging away the ghouls blocking the path. Its massive body swept through everywhere it went. Enemies were sent crawling and scrambling. Seeing she had the upper hand, Hikari smiled triumphantly. It's just a bunch of ghouls. But they really did startle me. Suddenly, a violent tremor cut off her celebration. The ground split open, and wave after wave of ghouls emerged, leaving Kumo utterly stunned. There are even more? How many layers of these things are stacked on top of each other? As she was shouting, she suddenly froze. A few ghouls tried to take advantage of Hikari's lapse in attention to ambush her. Kumo hastily warned, sister, behind you. Luckily, Stefan arrived in time to support. The current dire situation gave him quite a scare. What the hell is going on? Where did these monsters come from? Hikari was already tired and short of breath, making her more irritable. I don't know either. Didn't you set up a detection barrier? Why didn't I detect them buried underground in such numbers? Stefan, being questioned, looked extremely flustered, but there was no mana reaction at all. They must have been attracted by the loud noise. And why were you messing around in that area? Kumo spoke up to stop the two from shifting blame. Now is not the time to blame each other. Ignoring her stubborn sister who kept arguing, at that very moment she still wore a blank expression and activated a B-rank skill to summon the spirit of the bone weasel Kamitachi. One by one, groups of ghouls were torn apart, but they just fell down and got back up as if nothing had happened. Kumo frowned slightly and observed, if we don't completely destroy their heads, they will keep rising again. Hearing this, Hikari clicked her tongue in annoyance. Damn it, and commanded the serpent god Kagutsuchi to attack relentlessly. Mana was continuously draining, gradually exhausting Hikari. My skill needs living souls to sustain itself. Gnawing on these dried-up corpses like this can't last long. Call your captain. Stefan wanted to help but was powerless. Do I look like I have time to do that? With this level of chaos, he will surely show up soon. Kumo was also starting to feel tired. While trying to maintain the rhythm of her attacks, she silently complained, I have to smash every single head. While they keep charging at us continuously. For people like us who specialize in wide area skills, this is the worst type of enemy possible. At this rate, we won't hold out much longer. This is bad. But just before everyone fell into despair, a deep, warm voice rang out. A magic circle flashed in the sky and countless crimson arrows rained down all at once. As if guided by instinct, they aimed straight for the ghouls' heads. Hikari was so surprised her eyes widened. Such massive quality? He's aiming precisely at each one's head and crushing them like a sniper. She looked across the battlefield, her gaze locking onto the figure standing proudly amidst the fierce rain of arrows. She couldn't help but wonder, who is that guy? And just like that, curiosity had successfully built a nest in her heart. What kind of person is that guy, really? Not far from Makari, Ilfan was tiredly hanging his head, muttering, finally a chance to catch my breath, a portal filled with ghouls. No wonder the captain's skill couldn't detect any signs of life. He weighed the pros and cons, then spoke up to suggest, for now, let's retreat and come back at dawn to counterattack properly. Kumo shared the same line of thought. Sister, we should withdraw from the portal, as he said. Only Hikari stubbornly objected, but Siu coldly cut her off before she could finish. Stop being so stubborn. The more you charge in, the more you'll just damage the area. He deliberately challenged her to make Hikari stop being obstinate. You don't want to waste time, but you're willing to waste mana for nothing, huh? Hearing this, she could only fall silent in embarrassment. Things seemed to be calming down, but then an unexpected change occurred. Kumo cried out in horror, "Hey, another wave is coming!" Gritted her teeth and channeled her mana. Damn it, another wave just like before! Hikari worriedly leaned over to ask Stefan. Hey, where's your superior? Still can't get through? He replied apologetically with uncertainty. I'm still trying to contact him, but he's not picking up. With the situation this chaotic and him still not here, Siu quickly caught the key point. Leave her here alone, huh? Without giving anyone time to react, he simply tossed out a sentence. I'll leave the rest to you. Then he quickly turned and ran off, leaving Stefan stunned, calling after him, Hunter Siu. As he sped along the road, he pulled out his phone and dialed. As soon as it connected, he gave orders. It's me. You need to enter the portal right now. The voice on the other end quickly replied, Give the order, my lord. What should I do first? Siu calmly directed based on the situation. The ones outside have all entered the portal, right? Follow the traces they left behind. He already had his own calculations in mind. Siu spoke calmly in a steady voice. It seems one of our people has been captured at another location. Beside the crackling fire, Layla was gagged and unable to speak. Her hands were tightly bound, making her even more aware of her own dire predicament. I was completely ambushed. All the entrances to the portal were heavily guarded. So how did they get in? The robot, getting bored from sitting too long, said, Boss, can I send that one to the afterlife? No matter how I look at her, I just want to kill her right now. Bop stopped him from causing trouble. Hold it. If we want to take out all the Songwonrini in one go, we need bait. We can't fail like last time. If we succeed this time, our organization and match will completely control the domestic underground market. It was more hopeful than ever. In the world of the Awakened, where everything is ranked by power, how much do you think those low-rank hunters scattered everywhere would pay to get their hands on this powder? If we ride this wave right, the organization will grow into a massive force. So put aside your entertainment for now. Robert had heard these words so many times he was sick of them. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. I know how terrifying that drug is. I saw it with my own eyes last time, but how long do we still have to? Skulk around like rats and follow that idiot's orders? Bop was displeased with that attitude and frowned in warning. Watch your mouth, Robert. No matter how it looks, as if to confirm his words, a heavy wave of dark energy approached. When Ivan activated his formation, he didn't hesitate to leave crisscrossing scars on his own arm. Black blood dripped from the wounds onto the ground at the marked positions. The ghouls burst forth from the ground with a roar, breaking through the stone. They obediently prostrated themselves at Ivan's feet like loyal subjects bowing before their leader. Bop lowered his voice and seriously warned Robert. He's a necromancer too. The dark summoning magic that Ivan had just used was a skill that defied common sense by manipulating life and death. This was one of the most forbidden and dangerous summoning techniques. Just possessing it made people wary. Even Bop, a veteran who had been through all sorts of dirty business, had never seen anyone dare to use this skill. Ivan was truly a headache-inducing figure, making one wonder if he was even human anymore. Thinking this, Bop silently clenched his fist, calculating, I need his connections. To rebuild the Anmatch organization my father left behind. Robert curiously peeked over and seeing what he was holding showed interest. Haha, is this that drug, boss? Just let me take one sip. Bop immediately frowned and warned him, Stop, don't be reckless. Do you want to end up like those who died outside the portal? With just one small vial like this, skill power can explode up to S-rank hunter level. Once you try it, you'll never be able to quit. In the end, your body can't withstand the pressure and explodes. He darkened his face, emphasizing the seriousness of the issue. It's like a drug that creates a flame that burns brightly for a moment and then goes out. I've seen that hell with my own eyes right here. Every time he recalled that horrifying scene, Bop could barely keep his composure. It's clearly made from mana, but the detection skills can't find it. Where did they produce this stuff? He couldn't help but hesitantly voice his doubts. Hey, Ivan, we're in the same boat now, right? I think I have the right to know the supply source for this drug. Ivan curled the corner of his mouth in a knowing smile. He showed no respect for anyone, speaking with contempt. You can't even manage your own subordinates, letting this drug leak out to international investigation organizations. And yet you dare to ask about the supply chain? Bop, being criticized, stammered to find an excuse. That was force majeure. And in the drug trade, incidents happen a few times. That's not rare, right? Ivan drawled sarcastically. Heh, you've got some nerve too. I like thick-skinned souls, but I can't tell you the supply chain. It'll be troublesome if a stupid boss like you leaks information to even stupider subordinates, right? Robert flew into a rage and shouted loudly, "How dare you talk to our boss like that?" The boss, afraid he would ruin things, tried to persuade Robert. Just then, a voice came from somewhere. Oh my god, why is it so noisy? Crow leisurely strolled over to the three men. She smiled without really smiling and issued a warning. Making a racket is trouble. There are investigators lurking outside. Shouldn't we keep quiet? Ivan, being directly called out and warned, felt a little guilty inside, but kept a fierce smile on his face. Heh, Crow, why are you here? Crow didn't let him change the subject and continued to accuse him. It seems you're doing some unnecessary things. I don't want to interfere in your affairs, but shouldn't you stop? These games that are pushing the entire anti-demon organization easy into danger? Ivan didn't take it to heart, just felt extremely annoyed and complained in dissatisfaction. It's those outdated old leaders' words again. Heh, if it's too much trouble, just kill them all. Tell them not to worry. Grow was amused by that naive way of thinking. Even, you only play with corpses so you don't understand people, right? Their bonds are very persistent and troublesome. She walked up to Layla. This person, whose voice had been gentle a moment ago, suddenly turned gloomy. Grow enunciated each word slowly. Will be dangerous. Ivan tried to defuse the situation by explaining and plan step by step. I'll keep her alive for a while until I've dealt with all the Sanggawanrinyan. But Crow didn't care at all and coldly cut him off. No, I'm talking about that person, Ivan, not her. Before disappearing, Crow also carefully instructed, though it's a bit late, think carefully about whether they are truly on our side. Ivan gritted his teeth in annoyance. You can only run and hide and observe. Robert silently watched this whole scene and became even more confused. Boss, who are those people, really? Bop didn't want to delve into matters that could endanger himself. Shut up. It's best to just pretend you didn't see anything. He leisurely stood up and commented, anyway, that tied-up woman and everyone outside the portal probably can't hold out until dawn. Back at the place where the fierce battle had just taken place, the ground was trampled beyond recognition. Stefan looked at both sides of the path and couldn't help but sigh in frustration, then rushed out without a second thought. Now the whole road is full of goblin corpses. If it weren't for Hunter Min clearing the way ahead, it would have been dangerous. Going out to call for reinforcements would be better. Hikari, being combative, refused to back down. She couldn't lose like this. Despite her tough words, her legs had already gone weak. A slight carelessness and she would collapse on the spot, making Kumo call out worriedly. Sister, Shu, who had been standing there who knows how long, suddenly spoke up and asked, Why are you following me here? The whole group was startled and blurted out, Hunter Min, Shu? Hikari stammered in embarrassment. Brother, why are you here? Stefan was a bit calmer but still couldn't hide his impatience. Hunter Min, where's the captain? Sue slowly updated them on the situation. She's no longer in the same spot. There are signs of a fight around. Looks like she was taken away. I found a weak mana reaction coming from that direction. Kumo frowned in disbelief and questioned. Taken away? By who? Sue replied calmly in a matter-of-fact tone, the summoner who created these goblins. Old sweat covered Stefan's forehead. Impossible. How could the captain be captured so easily? Sue didn't want to hear his nonsense. So you think these goblins just appeared out of nowhere? If you're scared, stay here and try to hold off the ones running away. Stefan was afraid of being left behind, so he hurriedly chased after him. Wait, Hunter Min! He tried to ask more as he walked. So that means there's a summoner inside, along with the goblins and the kidnappers? Sue replied with a blank expression. Possibly. I've already dealt with about 4 guards around this area after you all entered. Hikari quickly sensed something strange. What's that weird smell? The 4 of them walked for a long time without reaching their destination, making Kumo marvel. It's deeper inside than I thought. Stefan's heart burned with anxiety. The captain was dragged all the way in here like this. Finally, they came face to face with the enemy. Robert met them first, speaking in a provocative tone. What's this? You came on your own? Saves me the trouble of searching. Thanks for delivering yourselves here. Hikari wanted to charge forward but couldn't, only managing to curse. You intruders! Kumo understood and leaped up aggressively to fight in her place. You bastards, how dare you exhaust my sister like this? Robert was just as hot-tempered. Annoyed, he snapped back. You eat the government's rice but don't know your place? Normally, you should introduce yourselves first. Bop showed a cold, contemptuous look toward the kids. Rat, your wounds haven't even healed yet. He lightly flicked his hand, gathering energy as a magic circle appeared clearly beneath Bop's feet. The enemy chanted a spell and magic beams immediately shot out from within his threatening words. I'll make you regret ever stepping in here. Siu dodged in disgust, clicked his tongue and muttered, how annoying. He quickly erected a protective wall. With one side attacking and the other defending, it was hard to tell who was winning. Hikari was gradually losing patience. The space is too narrow. If I summon Kagutsuchi here, the whole cave will collapse, and everyone will be in danger. I can't just stand still. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. That's right. Without a second word, Hikari dashed off. She had to use this chaos to find Hunter Layla, but she hadn't run far before Ivan blocked her path. Just as I thought. Leave it to them, and they always miss a spot. Hikari angrily shouted, "Get out of the way, you rude thing!" Unfortunately, her weak magical power was easily neutralized by him. "You're truly hopeless now." Kumo saw Hikari get knocked away and immediately rushed over. Sister Shu also glanced over, hearing Kumo call out urgently, "Sister!" Realizing Hikari was in a disadvantageous position, Kumo screamed in panic, "Sister, right now!" Siu didn't hesitate to use her ability. She raised her hand, forming a ring of light that enveloped Hikari. The light grew stronger and stronger. The energy surged more and more. Hikari could feel the power wrapping around her and couldn't help but wonder. This light as Ivan witnessed everything, lightly resting his chin on his hand in amusement. A death mage? How interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone actually use it. Not that I have the right to judge, since I'm also a death mage on this side. Once she confirmed her sister was safe, Kumo quickly focused all her speed on attacking the enemy. "You bastard!" Robert smiled provocatively and called out to her, "Come here!" With that, the two clashed. He didn't forget to threaten, "We're not done yet!" Watching the chaotic scene before him, Siu couldn't help but remark, "Too many people." Fra inside also seriously reminded him, "Food. That guy is much stronger than an ordinary person." As if sharing the same thought, he silently assessed the situation. "Yeah. Because he prepared this gate in advance, we're at a huge disadvantage. This fight won't be easy." Ivan saw his attitude and showed some approval. "Not backing down even after seeing me? You've got guts. Let's see if you can make good material." Suddenly, a blue whirlwind rose up. Along with it came a calm voice. The winter wind. The goblins crawling at their feet all turned their eyes to stare intently at the wind. But just a moment later, as the wind swept through, it scattered them. Ivan sensed what had just happened. He couldn't help but admire. "You've learned to handle my little ones neatly, haven't you? In a planet full of people like maggots, how did you survive to gain such skill?" As he spoke, he extended his fingers, gathering a stream of dark energy. "Could it be, are you a monster that eats its own kind?" At the same time, Fra instinctively tensed up as the goblins, just swept away by Shu, came back to life again. They keep multiplying. Disgusting. Yeah. Rising from their mangled bodies in extreme horror, he saw the goblins reaching out their gruesome hands toward him and immediately dodged. At the same time, he unleashed a technique. Too many. No other choice. Time to go all out. Fra lightning. A high-voltage lightning bolt shot through, paralyzing them all at once. Ivan was now truly astonished by his ability. What a surprise. A human who can control mana to this extent. Siu casually wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand and replied, "I'm the one who's shocked. I didn't expect Trash to speak so fluently." Hearing that, the man frowned in annoyance. "Trash? Such rude words. If you're talking about that powder, I've never touched it. That garbage is just cheap stuff for the lower class. Pity the mongrels who can't use mana without a gate." Siu heard this and couldn't help but ponder. Ivan continued, his face unable to hide a mocking expression. "Funny, isn't it? The one who hired me for this job is a human who sustains himself by eating his own kind. Even a brainless goblin wouldn't do that." He began to recall the origin of the matter. "I took this job just to give that Trash a chance to be reborn, that's all, my noble justice. Humans are most beautiful when they die, especially those who've used white powder. Excellent material." Watching the goblins rampaging before him, Shu had countless unanswered questions. No disturbance in the flow of demonic energy. He's not lying. So someone else made that illegal enhancement substance. Your noble justice stinks like a broken doll. Truly disgusting. Aren't you ashamed? But to Ivan, that was no concern. "I don't expect someone like you to understand. But that statement is truly offensive. Kill, then create more. Kill again, then create more. Too bad for you. As long as the moon still follows the sky, I still have endless mana." While they were talking, the battle on this side continued fiercely. Robert was busy fighting, but still didn't forget to taunt, dealing with the goblins. Watching the corpses, healing the victims. "You look busy, don't you?" Siu heard this and turned his eyes toward the man. He casually raised his hand, using his power to suppress. "Then how much longer can you keep that smug face? Mana, but half-demons don't use mana, right? They use demonic energy." Ivan's step paused slightly at those words. His emotions were unclear. Only repeated indifferently, "What did you just say?" Siu didn't care about his attitude and gently repeated, "You're a half-demon, aren't you? Cursed bloodline, abandoned by both demons and humans like a lost bat. And now you're playing tricks, lying, using that stinking demonic energy. So tell me, who's the real mongrel here?" As the words ended, Ivan looked down at his own hands, tears welling up. The anger in his heart exploded when his sore spot was hit. "You filthy lowlife!" Frost sensed the rage and quickly warned, "His demonic energy has gone completely insane." But Siu remained very calm, assessing the situation. "It's fine, he's stronger, but his attacks are easier to predict. As long as he doesn't summon those damn bugs, I can handle it. But if this continues, I'll have to go all out. Fra, are you ready?" Hearing him call, Fra's voice rang out with a hint of worry. "Pushing yourself again?" Siu remained nonchalant as if it were nothing. "Just an upgrade to the move I used before. Are you scared?" Fra couldn't help but angrily retort, "Me? Scared?" Niu just smiled. "Ready for a real fight. Now this is more like it. It gets my blood boiling." He unleashed his power as if summoning countless chains to lock down the goblins, taming them instantly. They were bound tight, unable to resist. Their hands reached out but were held back in the central ring. Stefan saw this and couldn't believe his eyes. "Huh? They've stopped moving?" Robert beside him was also furious. What? Why aren't they moving anymore? Bob cursed under his breath. The goblins. Kumo, exhausted, was also astonished. Are they being controlled? The goblins were like mindless undead, attacking back toward them. Bob shouted in panic, trying to stop them, but in vain. Don't come near! Don't come near me! Robert was also stunned by the situation. Their leader. He could only turn to the person beside him for help. Hey, Ivan, do something! But now they only obeyed orders, crazily charging at them. Ivan looked at them in disbelief. Controlling so many undead at once? This is so ridiculous I can't even laugh. And the Dark Mana, there looking at Shu unleashing unimaginable power, he could only utter one sentence. Who the hell are you? Sensing Shu's immense power, Ivan couldn't help but ask, are you even human? He wasn't too concerned about the power he had just unleashed, only scratching his head in confusion. That was quite a jolt. I wonder if my head just got a little bigger. Fra inside kept nagging, I feel like throwing up. Yu heard that and quickly arranged, take a break, I'll handle the rest. With that, he controlled the goblins to attack Ivan. Now go meet your father. The man defended against the attacks from all sides, while cursing under his breath, damn it! A burst of power was released, making everything seem about to explode. Ivan was truly angry and decided to use all his strength. Fine then, I won't hold back anymore. Siu appeared behind him with a calm demeanor, mixed with a hint of provocation. Anything else to show? Ivan was astonished, silently marveling in his heart. His speed-boosting skill? When did he activate it? He seriously unleashed his power while not forgetting to taunt. Thanks for breaking the wall. A blinding light radiated, forcing Ivan to cover his eyes. In that light, something seemed to explode. Crow appeared from the central ring with a smirk, standing in front of Ivan while greeting, long time no see. Seeing the arrogant attitude of the opponent, Shiu quickly recognized Crow. I thought you wouldn't interfere until the end. So, you're not allowed to kill people? Crow helped Ivan heal while making excuses. He may look like that, but he's actually a pretty important figure. Once he's outlived his usefulness, we can do whatever we want with him. So can we let this slide? I really don't want to go up against someone as strong as you. Hearing that, he quickly weighed the pros and cons of this situation. Unlike those who had died before, this guy was deeply involved in drug distribution, and his personality alone would cause trouble down the line. I want to deal with him right now, but I have to prioritize more important matters first. Besides, Crow's ability was also something Siu was concerned about, and she was definitely stronger than that corpse-summoning mage. So then, he opened his mouth and asked a question as if mocking. Are you the current leader of the anti-demon faction? And yet you're involved in something this dirty? She propped her chin on her hand, looking contemplative, and replied, Oh my, you know a lot about us. But you're wrong. The Phoenix faction has been in charge for a while now. This incident was entirely caused by this child. He accepted a request without permission and acted on his own under our name. A strange figure flashed through his mind, but no one really knew their identity. He didn't even know who had made that request. However, that explanation couldn't convince Siu. Don't talk nonsense. You're saying you're involved in what he did, but you don't know who's behind it? Gro, seeing his anger, quickly waved his hand. Involved? No, we only intervened because we had to save this child. We only found out what he was doing not long ago. I know you have many questions, but I really don't know much. Hearing this, Siu stopped caring. He just turned slightly to gauge the situation of the others. Everyone was exhausted after the tense battle. Finally, he turned his head and decided not to pursue it further. Fine. If he's not the main culprit, then it's not important. There won't be a second time. After that statement, Crow clapped her hands excitedly. Oh my, you believe me that easily? Siu simply explained, I read your mana wave pattern when you lie. That wave distorts. Hearing that, she became displeased and pouted. How boring. He just casually put his hands in his pockets. Last question. When you say we, who specifically are you referring to? Hearing that question, Crow dusted off her sleeves with a nonchalant attitude. I guess it's time to answer. She disappeared, leaving only one sentence behind. We are called Easy. Not surprised by that, he just pondered silently, so the anti-demon faction wasn't heavily involved in this case. If it were just for money, no one would deliberately choose the anti-demon clan, who were always hostile to humans as their pawn. And that guy sensed an unusual source of power, but it wasn't mana. It was a type of energy I couldn't recognize, something I'd never seen in the other world. After thinking it over, he silently made a decision. Easy, huh? Looks like I'll have to investigate them too. Just as Siu finished his train of thought, Layla approached, scratching her head in embarrassment. Thank you everyone for saving us. I'm the team leader, and I feel really ashamed. First, let's leave the gate. We've been here too long. Like this. Stefan hurriedly comforted the team leader. Please don't push yourself. He just sighed, looking at the mess, thinking to himself, we need to clean up first. Hikari, unable to contain her curiosity, immediately asked Shu, that guy, the corpse summoning mage, he answered. He ran away and got ambushed. Layla couldn't help but blame herself, taking all the fault. I'm sorry, I let my guard down. Gumo quickly comforted her while reminding everyone. At least everyone is safe. That's some comfort. Well, let's get out of the gate first and figure things out later. Looking at the tired scene of everyone, a thought crossed Siu's mind. Now, going alone is still easier. But not completely alone. This one is always by my side. He casually broke into a smile as if to a kindred spirit. Right from! But then, for some reason, that smile gradually faded. Lifting his eyes to the vast sky, the call of Fra echoed in his heart. 2 days later, at SMCS headquarters, Edward suspiciously repeated that name, Ghost. Still unable to understand, he raised a question. I've never even heard of a corpse summoning mage, and now you're telling me they're not the main culprit either? Siu wasn't too sure either. From the way they talked, it seems this is just the beginning. Edward propped his chin on his hand, looking slightly angry. Damn it. I was too complacent. I thought this was just a routine site inspection. I really owe you one. He stretched slightly, rubbing one sore arm, and replied nonchalantly, no one could have predicted what happened to the dispatch team. It's a relief no one was seriously injured. He spoke with immense gratitude. Thanks to you, everyone can get back to work immediately. Especially Hunter Hikari. Otherwise, it would have been really bad. As expected, the skills of the former Mad Dog are still as sharp as ever. Shu just waved his hand and turned to leave. Alright, nothing urgent now, right? I'm going back to Korea. If you find any new leads, call me. Edward reluctantly wanted to keep him. Going back already? We'll meet again soon. But at least say goodbye to the other members. Siu didn't care, just left one sentence and walked away. No, I'm busy. Strolling leisurely down the street, he suddenly stopped. Before him stood Hikari. Looking a bit shy, she had specifically come to find Siu to express her gratitude, then quickly walked away. I came to thank you for healing me. Even though I couldn't perform well this time, next time I'll be someone who can truly help. Hearing that, he didn't care much. Just casually spat out 2 words, up to you. But immediately Siu's mood sank. From that day on, Fra still hadn't woken up. I have no problem using the skills I learned through Fra's ability. The mana flow and core recovery are all stable. Nothing unusual. Looking at the vast sky, his heart was occupied by only one concern. Fra, you bastard, how long are you going to sleep? At the SMCS Central Headquarters, Lucy was recounting the main events. According to reports, an organization called Anmax has been secretly operating an illegal enhancement drug trade in the area, and calmly analyzed the situation. However, Anmax does not directly produce those drugs. And with the departure of the leader who played a central role, the network has been nearly severed. Nevertheless, there are still scattered remnants in the market, so continued crackdowns are necessary. Edward flipped through the documents. How's the gate situation? Lucy frowned, looking uneasy. It was severely damaged due to internal battles. According to reports, the gate itself is no longer valuable and will soon be closed per procedure. What a hassle. If the former chairman's faction accuses us of damaging the scene, she paused slightly, and for a moment, worry was clearly visible on her face. Edward, looking stern, was also utterly frustrated and sighed wearily. That again? Lucy reminded him of their current precarious situation. Vice Chairman, you know the situation well. The former chairman's faction now controls almost the entire headquarters, especially Carol Joan. Their most influential guard is a semi-special grade hunter. He's always eyeing your position. He will definitely use this incident as an excuse to get involved. Given the seriousness of the matter, I dare not let my guard down. We must minimize any potential loopholes that could be exploited. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from somewhere. Oh my. Forgot to knock. Speak of the devil, and he appears. He casually said in a teasing tone, long time no see, Vice Chairman Edward. He signaled Lucy to step aside for a moment, then turned to taunt me. I heard you've been very busy with the enhancement drug investigation. But it seems the results weren't as expected. Edward caught the sarcastic tone in the other's fake words and grimaced in annoyance. What are you implying, Dawn? Dawn shrugged nonchalantly and said bluntly, don't play dumb. The rumors are everywhere. I heard you brought an unknown hunter from a distant Asian country into the investigation team, and he came back with nothing from the scene. Edward clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in anger. You're mistaken. That team was attacked right at the gate scene. They managed to subdue the attacker in time. Dawn pursed his lips contemptuously, his disdainful attitude unconcealed. Even so, what they found was just a small organization. They didn't trace the supply line or the production source. Of course, a respectable man like you wouldn't send someone there for no reason. But this investigation has been going on for too long, hasn't it? He dragged out his words, half threatening, half cajoling. So I have a proposal. Make the enhancement drug investigation public, or the awakened. Edward had never felt so ridiculous. He angrily raised his voice to question. If we make this public, even ordinary people who have never heard of this drug will become curious. Damon will explode. Are you prepared for that consequence? Dawn remained stubborn, refusing to give up his intention. That can be solved by quickly identifying and eliminating the source of supply, right? Actually, the current leaders probably already know about the investigation, even if it's not public yet. He left a self-satisfied challenge before leaving. Well, I should go hear what the other semi-special grade hunters think. I wonder whose opinion will be valued more. Edward watched the others retreating back, unable to swallow his anger. It took him a long time to recover enough to contact the CEO, Maine. So there was a possibility that the illegal enhancement drug case for Awakened would soon become a public investigation. If that happened, it would cause chaos on an international scale. After hearing this, he became a bit anxious. We don't have much time. Edward, full of dissatisfaction, complained. Yeah, I plan to end this case myself. but its roots are deeper than I thought. In another corner, Vaughn was chatting with Ghost. There really is a corpse summoning mage? The old man waved his hand confidently. I guarantee it, I saw it with my own eyes. The call with Edward was still ongoing. Ah, right. About the matter you asked me to investigate, we're still tracking Pandemonium and Izette, but information about them is extremely scarce. The CEO had anticipated this variable, so he nodded calmly. It's fine, I didn't expect immediate results. Edward lowered his voice, shifting to another more important matter. About the gate we investigated after you returned. We sent a large-scale investigation team there, and just as you reported, the gate is completely worthless. Completely different from the initial assessment. He calmly pointed out the contradiction. When the bodies were first discovered piled around the entrance, the initial assessment was probably rushed, but usually after being thoroughly looted, gates become empty. However, the strange thing is that this time, there wasn't a single monster left inside except for a few dogs. Even if someone had secretly farmed monsters in there, it wouldn't make sense. The corpse mage and the Anmax group who attacked you probably cleared the gate beforehand. After Edward finished explaining his reasoning, he cautiously probed. What do you think, Siu? Siu just found the whole thing too absurd. Gates are cross-dimensional spatial fissures, unaffected by normal spatial laws. They appear randomly. And there's no sign to predict where an empty gate will appear, then use it to transport illegal enhancement drugs. Even with a super mage, it's unthinkable. He connected the pieces of information together. Very quickly, he came up with a hypothesis. Unless that gate wasn't actually a real gate, if that gate was just an extremely sophisticated spatial illusion, mimicking a real gate to serve as a transport hub, Edward couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's too far-fetched, Siu. Ignoring his mockery, I'm just throwing out a hypothesis. Just playing around for fun. But deep down, Edward trusted him. Anyway, your intuition has always been quite sharp. I'll look into that possibility a bit more. You still have the right to investigate, so keep assisting in the illegal enhancement drug case. Wake up then. Siu showed no concern and agreed right away. Yeah, don't worry. But after hanging up, he let out a dejected sigh. Mayman, who had been waiting all along, immediately walked over to provoke him. Done calling? Long time no see. How about a quick spar? Rose frowned and stopped him. Stop causing trouble. Can't you see he's tired, Lou? Just be quiet. However, Siu, with his usual move, when you feel like it, fight when you're touch spirit, calmly stood up. It's fine. I was planning to get some exercise anyway. Seeing the offer wasn't tempting, Wong decided to bail early. I'll sit this one out. This match was pretty unlucky for him. Ghost had already blocked his escape route a step faster. Where do you think you're sneaking off to? If one person bails, the whole group gets beaten. Warming up his limbs, said nonchalantly. Just loosening up a bit. Besides, that guy lying there panting heavily is probably about to wake up. Night was falling, but the streets outside were still bustling. People gathered in groups, seeking entertainment to drown their sorrows. Inside a certain bar, the thumping music mixed with excited cheers. Chiwi quietly slipped through the drunken crowd. Stopped in front of a VIP room. I have business inside. May I pass? The guard at the door, expressionless, uttered seemingly irrelevant words. Darkness has no color. Chiwi was well versed in all kinds of secret signals here, so he easily continued the line. Only red blood is the same as ours. The door immediately swung open as if inviting him in. Behind it, Chiyu, who had been waiting for who knows how long, stood ready. He greeted politely. Welcome. Long time no see, sir. Chiwi also courteously asked after him. Is everything going well on your end? Chiyu replied vaguely, then steered the conversation elsewhere. Yes, sir. Is the great sage accompanying you? He calmly opened a pack of cigarettes and pulled one out. With the investigation into the drugs in Korea getting increasingly intense, Gao, we'll be limiting our movements for a while. After this agreement, we'll also temporarily suspend all trading activities. The man nodded, showing understanding. Understood. We'll send someone to escort you back. At Chiyu Jun's command, he appeared in an instant. Chiwi naturally accepted the lighter from his hand. Perfect. I wasn't planning to go back right away anyway. There's still a lot to clean up after this agreement. Ever since the new shipment arrived, everything's been in chaos. Those damn cops. I have no idea what's gotten into them. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation. Oh, you're here. Cloud slowly walked over to join them. Long time no see, Chiwi. He turned and praised the guy with satisfaction. Still punctual as always. Huh, you clown. Then he turned to remind Chiyu, where's the merchandise, while we wait? And Chiwi took the chance to briefly explain the situation. Sorry for leaving you with such a big batch. We got cut off in Korea before we could distribute it. But the great sage insisted. Gao smiled, showing no sign of worry. It's fine, as long as I can sell it all, that's what matters. After fumbling around for a while, Chiyu had everything ready. Here's the goods. Want to inspect them? Chiwi stepped forward to open the box and examine it. The items hidden inside caught him by surprise. It was truly an astonishing sight. New day arrived with a bustle. It was still early, so the office wasn't too crowded yet. Lisa was about to head to her seat when she suddenly stopped. Oh my god. You're coming to work today too? She turned and whispered loudly to Kangyu. Have you heard the news yet? Lee, about Hunter Min? There's a rumor that he went on a business trip to headquarters this time. I'm not sure how true it is, but I'm just going along with the gossip. Really? So that's why the vice chairman from headquarters came here recently? Lisa, getting more excited, started making wild guesses. What kind of connection is that? Maybe he has backing, or maybe he was parachuted in. Kang Yu, half believing, half doubting, retorted, "No way." The two were going back and forth enthusiastically when they were forced to stop, because Rongu suddenly rushed over. "Hey!" He stormed forward to ask, "You're here? Did you happen to see the official document that just came down?" Siu replied calmly and coldly. "The investigation into illegal enhancement drugs for awakened individuals. Looks like it's finally been made public, huh?" His attitude caught Rongu completely off guard. "You already knew? So the business trip too?" Realizing he was getting too loud, he lowered his voice. "Was your last trip to headquarters also about this? Even if it's a top-secret investigation, you should have given some notice. Even the branch director didn't know. Now it's all-out emergency." Siu, feeling blamed, grew annoyed. "They told me to keep it secret. I was just following orders. What's the problem?" Rongu could only grumble in dissatisfaction. "Look, this is not okay at all. You have a regular employee cooperating in an investigation, while the branch director knows nothing. Even if the regular employees don't know, the team leaders have all figured out that you went to headquarters." He was rambling on when Mina called him back. "Team leader." She hesitated slightly before explaining, the branch director is looking for you, and Hunter Min too." So the two had to obey orders and rush to the director's office. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Jano got serious and cut straight to the point. "As you all know, headquarters has sent a major cooperation request to each country." He carefully probed the situation. "An illegal drug called enhancement drug for awakened individuals, used to boost skills, is spreading on the black market. Hunter Min, during your last business trip, you must have confirmed the details, right?" Siu confidently spoke up. "That's correct." Donho's face darkened as he questioned thoughtfully, "But what exactly happened on that trip?" Then he suddenly changed his tone. Throwing his head back, he wailed pitifully, "Why are they only targeting the Korean branch and demanding results?" This sudden shift left Rongu dumbfounded. "Huh?" Jian Ho, still frustrated, grabbed his head and pulled his hair. "Anyone can see we're being played. Results, results. They keep shouting about it. Where in the world is as clean of illegal drugs as Korea? What achievements can you expect from such a tiny country?" He slumped onto the desk, complaining. "And the person contacting me isn't even Vice Chairman Edward. It's someone from the former chairman's faction. That's what's infuriating. What the hell is going on? If I get caught up in this, my promotion path is ruined." Siu tentatively suggested a solution. "Then should I just quit?" Nyanho quickly cut off his crazy idea. "No, absolutely not. Even if you get promoted to headquarters later, you must always remember that you came from the Korean branch. Got it?" Finally, the Korean branch SMCS must perform exceptionally well in this investigation. We have to produce the best possible results on this illegal enhancement drug. He paused for a moment to compose himself, then gave clear instructions. "So Jonggu, from now on, your gangbook team will be reassigned as the task force for investigating enhancement drugs for awakened individuals. Got it? If your team doesn't produce results this time, the entire Korean branch will get a bad reputation." Jian Ho, well-versed in the carrot-and-stick approach, pushed the hot potato onto his subordinate. After that, he gently encouraged him. "Of course, other teams will also investigate enhancement drugs as key cases and regional matters. Major suspects will be assigned to gangbook. Consider this an opportunity for advancement." Even so, Jonggu still couldn't muster any enthusiasm. "But director, the other teams will definitely protest fiercely." Jianho laughed as if he'd heard something hilarious. "Since when did your team care about that?" He ignored the excuse and turned to speak. "To Siu. Hunter Min, if headquarters continues to send cooperation requests in the future, I'll approve your business trips anytime. But until then, focus on domestic investigations, okay?" He obediently nodded. "I understand." Jianho clapped his hands in satisfaction. Then the first case for the task force on enhancement drugs for awakened individuals. Despite Jonggu's panic shouts of "right now, it's already started," just shrugged calmly. "Don't be surprised. I've already had the data department prepare all recent suspicious cases." This announcement, like a thunderbolt, made him burst into tears again. "Sorry, CEO." After distributing the necessary files, Jeon Ho continued assigning tasks. In short, an abandoned warehouse on Manhwa Island, many suspicious activities have been detected. That warehouse has long been notorious as a drug trafficking den, but recently many unfamiliar faces have appeared. It seems to have become a distribution center. People from other provinces are also flocking there. He tried to explain in great detail, and it seems some awakened criminals have gone there to cause trouble. There have been quite a few casualties. Even now, several large and small disturbances are still occurring. Rongu was sweating with worry. "With that scale, our team probably can't handle it." Mayon-ho cheerfully reassured him. So I've already sent a support request to a private guild. They know a bit about this case, so getting approval from headquarters shouldn't be too hard. Everyone just needs to focus on getting results." Siu frowned slightly, muttering suspiciously, "A private guild?" The gangbook team quickly set off for the mission. Soon they arrived at the location in the documents, an abandoned, dilapidated warehouse. The scene was desolate and bleak. Siu, with a grim expression, looked at the people in front of him. "I knew it. It's you two? That private guild they said sent a support request?" Iowa beamed brightly and quickly approached him. Who else were you expecting? Of course I had to come. Zijun also swiftly walked alongside her, sighing as he went. Why do you always get involved in such big cases? Siu deliberately drawled sarcastically. Those so-called guild leaders must have too much free time to come in person. Zijun flared up and retorted loudly. Do you think I came because I'm free? Iowa, on the other hand, was completely calm and even seemed excited. Of course, my master's work is the top priority. Sijun stopped arguing to observe the surroundings. Hey, you came alone? Where's your team? Siu calmly explained the assignment. They're on observation duty. Bringing too many people would just be a hindrance. They're outside, ready to catch anyone trying to escape from inside. Yoga didn't think this mission was dangerous enough to warrant such precautions. Really? Half the people in there are probably just ordinary folks, mostly here to buy regular awakening support drugs. The fights between awakened criminals were probably just drug dealers fighting each other or rival enforcers clashing. Siu didn't care much either. Anyway, if he could conveniently nab a few more addicts, that would be good too. Iowa pointed at the gate ahead. That's definitely the main trading area. Let's go check it out. Sejun disapproved of this impulsive plan. Hold on, if we charge in head-on, we'll easily miss a lot of targets. It's better to infiltrate first, get a feel for the situation inside, and then set up an ambush. Seeing her opinion rejected, he pouted in dissatisfaction. Then when are we going to act? Might as well sweep through from the start. While the two were still arguing heatedly, a strange voice rang out. They say the advertising party uses Ben, but when you go in to eat, there's nothing good. Siu quickly signaled everyone to be quiet. The voice still echoed in his ears. I heard this place has top-notch stuff, but all I see is old junk. He held his breath and watched, seeing only two men staggering in. Josh sneered contemptuously. Top-notch stuff? I doubt it. The world's turned upside down. Those awakened bastards are causing chaos. Now they're even making specialized drugs for them. It's truly filthy. Jack thinks it's only natural. So what? Selling that stuff makes a fortune. Josh can't stand your friend's mindset. You have no morals at all. I've been rolling in this business for 15 years, Jack. I don't care about all that pointless criticism. Living like that will just burn you out early. Hey, have you heard that Zhang Qiwi came to Korea? Josh calmly nodded in confirmation. That's also the reason I've been hanging around here for months now. Suddenly, an unexpected question made both of them jump. An AI? Jiang Qiwi is an AI? Jack turned around in fear. An AI, huh? Josh was also startled, flailing his arms and legs wildly. If you're an AI, then if you're addicts, the main entrance is that way. Niu curled the corner of his mouth into a sly smile. I'm not interested in drugs. He led the formation with an extremely composed air, declaring freely that he was just borrowing the entrance. You drug dealers, Shu and Iowa cheered in unison with excitement. Good, we've broken through the door. The guy pondered for a while before asking her opinion. Now what do we do next? Pretend to be an addict or wipe them all out like he said. Iowa immediately responded with great excitement. I agree with that approach. Sejun looked visibly flustered, sighed in resignation, and said, Everyone, come here and stand close. As soon as he finished speaking, immediately took out a small pen from his breast pocket. In the blink of an eye, that tiny pen transformed into a majestic staff, radiating an eerie aura that enveloped the entire space. Holding the glowing staff, Sejun activated an S-rank stealth skill, creating a field of light refraction that made the whole group vanish from plain sight. A technique requiring extremely skillful mana coordination. Siu curiously reached his hand through the shimmering curtain, silently assessing it. A type of conversion spell in this kind of magic is Iowa didn't hold back her praise. Invisibility magic. The nickname Great Mage of Korea is truly well-deserved. I never thought this spell actually existed. Hearing that, Sejun held the staff while explaining. My skill is elemental magic. Elemental magic can be used in countless ways, depending on one's level and application. For example, stealth uses light, one of the 5 elements, specifically light refraction, to conceal one's form. Niu smiled meaningfully. If Fra were here, he'd probably make a huge fuss demanding to see this skill in action. And he raised an eyebrow, unable to help asking, That freeloader? Where did he go? Siu answered vaguely, saying there was nothing to worry about. More importantly, you've grown a lot, Min Sejun. After saying that, he patted the guy's shoulder and stepped forward. Sejun got a bit angry and pretended to snap. Oh my god, stop treating me like a kid. Immediately, Iowa also chimed in quickly. Master, what about me? I've been working hard too. Hearing that, Siu had no choice but to hurriedly urge them. Let's go, hurry up and get in. Let's handle this quickly and go home. With that, they all moved toward the iron door, leaving behind Jack and Josh tied up together. The damp warehouse space revealed towering stacks of wooden crates, where a loud voice rang out. Clearance sale here. Up ahead on top of a wooden crate, Jack waved his hand in refusal while smiling bitterly. I can't sell it at that price. Hearing that, Mark tried to plead. Come on, buddy. On the ground, men lay writhing on the floor with weak groans, next to a scattered pile of syringes. Iowa, still in stealth mode, moved closer to observe. Most of them look like ordinary, unawakened people, right? No, they're criminals, not ordinary people. Sejun thought for a moment and then proposed a plan. There must be a separate market for awakened people. It won't be easy to find, but if we eavesdrop on these guys' conversation, we might be able to track down a lead. Iowa objected, thinking this place was even bigger than she imagined. Just rounding up all these people and handing them over to the police would already be a great achievement. Sejun firmly objected again. But arresting people like this day after day is useless. They just pay bail or get a suspended sentence, and then they're back out. Even if we shut down one market, they'll just open another somewhere else. Unless we uproot the organization controlling the supply of that drug. Suddenly, the gaunt figure of Rick appeared ahead, his sallow face screaming as he charged forward. Before everyone's stunned eyes, he crazily rushed through the warehouse door. Wondering about this madness, what's going on? Seeing this, Jack grumbled angrily. What else? He's high on drugs, seeing hallucinations. I told those bastards they had to go outside to use it, but they went down to the basement again. He was curious about this strange phenomenon. But why does everyone who goes down to the basement end up like this? He sighed helplessly in frustration. How should I know? Probably bad feng shui. Iowa crossed her arms warily. This place is full of crazy people. It's infuriating. Siu immediately gave out assignments. 2 of you stay here and monitor the situation. Sejun panicked and immediately stopped him. Wait, where are you going? If you go, then she also voiced her objection at the same time. What? You won't let them finish their sentence? Didn't you hear me? Nu turned back, looking both of them straight in the eye, and left a cold remark. Stay here. Ignoring their flustered expressions, he decisively turned around and headed straight for the basement entrance. Siu stepped lightly down the dark stairs, leaving behind the noise and sinking into the eerily silent space below. As he walked, he observed, is this a sewer used for escape when the police come? The passage is really complicated. Siu glanced toward a pitch-black, deep corridor. I can sense a strange energy from this direction. It's not mana, how should I describe it? While he was absorbed in analysis, a terrifying long-haired head suddenly emerged from the ceiling ahead. It feels like a summoning that an investigator I met recently used. Not like a spirit summoning, Siu calmly speculated. A beast spirit? A grotesque ghost had silently materialized right behind him. Immediately, Siu gathered power, creating a blazing golden light, enveloping his hand and threw a punch. Not exactly, this thing isn't damaged at all. But that magical force passed right through the target without causing any harm. Siu frowned in thought, then realized he couldn't interfere with mana. I don't sense any malice or killing intent, so what do I call it? There's no other word to replace that term. When the keyword demon flashed through his mind, another small figure suddenly emerged from the darkness behind him. Don't hit my friend. Siu spun around, startled, and blurted out. It can see through stealth skills, a child? Who are you? Silent calmly replied. I should be the one asking that. Siu immediately blurted out. What? The little girl raised her hand and pointed ahead. You're an outsider and this is my home. He was stunned, crossing his arms with raised eyebrows. A sewer is your home? And Silent exclaimed as if it were obvious. Anywhere you can rest is home, that's my motto. He was helpless against the girl's answer. Good heavens. Seeing Sane's body covered in wounds, Siu pressed further. Fine, let's say this is your home. But more importantly, where are your parents? Why is your body covered in so many injuries? The little girl sighed sadly and revealed, I don't have parents. They left me here. A long time ago, they traded me for white powder. Sian fearfully recounted that the other wounds were from her trying to go outside through another exit to find food. Yoon-ho crouched down to comfort her and realized, so you've been living in this damp, filthy place with ghosts. As soon as he touched Xian, a miraculous light appeared, healing all her wounds and cleansing her body. Diane happily looked around her body and exclaimed in surprise, such a wonderful power, different from mine. My power is cold, but yours is warm. Siu immediately understood. So you're the one who made these ghosts manifest with your power. The little girl nodded slightly in confirmation. That's right, my friends protect me. They tell me to hide when bad people come and show me the way out of this maze. He smiled with great interest. Is that so, kid? What's your name? The little girl happily answered immediately. Sion. Siu smiled meaningfully and made an offer. All right, Sion, I want to ask your friends for a favor. Among the exits connected to this place, can they find the bad guys who also use special powers like you and me? The little girl eagerly agreed. Yes! In the dark corner of the basement, Red laughed gleefully. Is this the goods, Minjin? Minjin held up the product and confirmed. Yes, imported from Nara. 100% pure, no impurities at all. Just one dose can take down most B-rank hunters like it's nothing. Red leaned down and chuckled. Are you sure it's the whole batch? He calmly replied. Of course. Limited goods aren't easy to come by. What about the side effects? Minjun smiled confidently. Clean product, low addiction. Only use it when necessary. I'm sure you checked thoroughly before coming to me, right? It's a new drug, don't spread it around. We all have our reasons for coming to this filthy underground place. Red nodded in satisfaction. I understand. A strange noise cut them off, startling both of them. Minjun trembled and glanced at Red. Didn't you hear that sound just now? I'm sure I heard something. The guy thought he was being overly worried. Who would come all the way here? It's probably just a rat or something. Raising an eyebrow suspiciously, Minjun placed his hand on the door. Anyway, there have been some strange rumors about this factory lately. They say something weird has appeared in the underground pipes. Bizarre glowing red hands suddenly appeared. Minjin and Red's faces drained of blood as they screamed, Ghost! Both panicked and fled like the wind. And Siu, carrying Saiyan, unexpectedly blocked their escape route. He said coldly, It's not a ghost. Siu unleashed a technique, sending both of them crashing into the wall. He stood tall and proud, declaring, "It's a person." Siu set Saiyan down and told her, "Hide in there. I'll call you when I'm done. Thanks for finding them for me." He approached the two collapsed figures. "So, what's that holy merchandise you guys were hiding so carefully? Let me have a look." Siu coldly kicked Min Jun and taunted him. "Hey, not getting up? Hey, did I hit too hard?" Siu bent down to pick up the scattered bottles of medicine on the ground. He mused, "So it's already infiltrated Korea." Kangmin attacked from behind, knocking Siu down instantly. He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed under his breath. "This damn rat crawled all the way here." Lu landed from above. How did they find this place? Du Hyung also arrived, he wondered curiously. Could the addicts have heard the news? Kangmin thought for a moment and then said with certainty, "No, this abandoned factory only started operating today. There must be an informant contacting Team 4 and Team 0. Team 10 dispose of the rat's body." Siu, lying motionless, suddenly shouted, "Poison fangs!" Immediately his hand touched the ground, activating a formation from his palm. Purple light exploded, sending Kang Min and his companions flying far away. Despite the surprise attack, all three quickly regained their balance and landed easily. He scratched his head in surprise. "Faster than I thought." He took a hit well, not panicking after being counterattacked. Clearly very used to this kind of fighting. Siu glanced around and coldly questioned, "Who sent you?" Kongbin frowned in panic, calculating. The skill just now and the way he healed himself without a scratch, not an ordinary person. Du Hyung gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "Playing dead, you coward?" Siu waved his hand and mocked him back. "I had to. And hiding on the ceiling is really noble, huh?" Lu and Do Young charged together to attack. "What guild did you crawl out of?" Lu raised an eyebrow and smiled confidently. Immediately, two invisible hands appeared, grabbing both of them simultaneously, blocking the moves they were about to unleash. He coldly pressed both of them. "I asked first." Not answering, Kang Min, who had been watching, sneered. "Well, you're getting too worked up. Calm down. You probably heard some rumors and came running here." He immediately created a blue-white vortex. Kang Min swung his hand up to attack Siu. "Lion's roar, if you want to buy, get in line." That blow forced him to let go, helping Lu and Do Young escape. Lu casually stood with his hands on his hips, contemptuously declaring, "Nonsense. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't want it." Kamin started to worry. He immediately contacted to check the situation. "Team 4, Team 10, what's the status?" Siu saw Kong Min's technique, smiled with great interest. "A defensive skill? Not bad. Might as well test its power first." Lu clutched his stomach, panting heavily. What the hell was that? He'll bleed to death before he can use his skill. Du Young struggled to endure the pain. Checked. 3 broken ribs. Kang Min, hearing this, fumed with frustration. "At this rate, we won't last much longer." Oh, the determination of the Demon Slayer Corps. Lu angrily picked up the damn potion. Du Young and his comrades tipped the potion into their mouths. Gritting his teeth in humiliation, he never thought he'd have to pick up the trash that useless scum use. Medicinal power exploded, instantly boosting their strength. Lu and Do Young suddenly became muscular. Both laughed confidently. "We'll crush you to dust." Lu charged madly, trying to bite the dust, but Xiu nimbly dodged. He sighed. "The power has indeed increased." Du Young immediately attacked from behind. "I'll blow your skull off." Flower blooms. Lu leaped up to dodge the attack, secretly assessing. The power released now is on a completely different level. He taunted Kang Min and his comrades. "So now you can't survive without drugs, huh?" Du Young and Li Yu attacked from below. They shouted in unison, "Shut up!" Kamin finally made his move. He unleashed the black coffin technique. Siu was immediately locked in a confined space, restrained. Siu sighed in frustration. "Damn it, that's right. There's still one more." Kamin immediately smiled triumphantly. "Got you. This time you're done for. Team 4. Team 10, crush him now." At that moment, Iowa appeared and unleashed a wind technique. A blazing arrow whizzed past Kang Min's face. Like a stern warning, Iowa lowered his bow, annoyed, and glanced ahead. "So we always have to chase after you." "Let us join in, Master." Sejun slowly adjusted his collar, his expression sinking, clearly showing aversion. What a hassle. Beside him, Iowa gently moved to stretch his side muscles while speaking in a low voice. "Those who use that drug are abnormally strong, but they're still nothing compared to an S-rank hunter." Siu stood nearby, observing. A trace of lingering surprise remained in his eyes. How did everyone know to come so quickly? His movement suddenly paused for a moment, and he answered with some embarrassment. "Sister Yan Hua suddenly followed me, saying she had to follow me no matter what." Hearing this, she immediately retorted with a denying tone. "What? I never said that." Yoga then decisively pointed toward the door. His demeanor gradually softened. "Anyway, when I went downstairs, that child showed me the way." At that moment, from behind the door, Saul hesitantly poked her head out. She pressed close to the doorframe and spoke with a wary voice. 3 against 1 isn't fair. Fight fair and square." Hearing this, he walked over, gently placed his hand on Seon's head, and smiled reassuringly. "I see. Thanks." Iowa finally grew curious. "It's a bit late to ask now, but who exactly is that child?" Hearing that question, Sejun replied with some reluctance. "It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you everything after we're done." Saying this, he scanned the room. A thoughtful expression flickered across his face. "Right. No words. How could a child live in a place like this?" Meanwhile, she lowered her head. Her gaze was fixed on the potion at her feet. Illegal enhancement drugs have finally spread to Korea. Sejun knelt on one knee to observe more closely. A deep contemplative voice sounded simultaneously. I've heard some information, but this is the first time I've seen someone who used it with my own eyes. He didn't explode immediately, right? Yoa frowned upon hearing this. His train of thought shifted quickly. Maybe he relied on explosive power and then gradually increased it. The consequence was bodily disorder leading to death. That's my guess. At that moment, Siu suddenly spoke, his voice sharp and serious. Have you ever heard of the Demon Slayer group? Hearing this, he offered a somewhat skeptical assessment. This group is probably just bodyguards, hired from the trading floor, right? His voice then dropped low, filled with caution. Even so, they're incredibly strong. All three are at least high-level A-rank hunters, and they seem very experienced in killing. It's highly likely they were sent directly from the place producing that illegal drug. For example, an assassination organization like Bestia. Absorbing that information, Sejun began to calmly piece together the clues. If it's Bestia, the organization Minjun mentioned is involved with Pandemonium. Could it be that he also suspects? The demons are behind this? Siu tilted his head slightly, each word spoken slowly and firmly. Yeah, but it's just a hunch for now. Pandemonium, the artificial teleportation gate. It's hard to explain everything with human power alone. Could it be that someone in the underworld human realm is colluding with the demons to cause this? Iowa, meanwhile, was arranging the scattered bodies, speaking in a low voice. Come to think of it, the mad dog disappearing from the guild for the past 15 years is also strange. No matter how much time has passed, he was once one of the 3 pillars of Korea. If this is true, things will spiral out of control. It could be the seed for a renewed war between demons and humans. He slowly stepped forward. At the same time, he pointed out another noteworthy detail. Moreover, these bastards are numbered, meaning there are at least 10 of them. Siu finally lowered himself to meticulously observe the defeated foes at his feet, then coldly concluded. Anyway, those 2 junkies are still breathing, so we can slowly extract information from them in prison. If we're going to act, we have to finish it cleanly. At that moment, when it seemed like everything was settled, silence suddenly became extremely tense. She shot forward, a sharp cry tearing through the space. Brother, danger! Natural reflexes made Sejun and Iowa turn their heads simultaneously. Alert in an instant, he managed to grab Saiyan and leap away just before a horrific explosion erupted. Amidst the rubble, a cold, decisive voice rang out. People who don't finish things decisively won't live long. Lu led his men as they advanced step by step, an arrogant aura filling the room. I'll show you what a clean finish looks like. Instantly, all 3 entered a combat state. Siu quickly scanned and analyzed the opponents. Is that the rest of them? They're moving in even and odd numbers. At the same time, Sejun swung his hand, casting a spell on Sion to hide her. A sense of unease also surged in his mind. This mana level is completely different from those we've faced before. At least A+ rank. He remained calm, stepping forward 1 beat. His voice rang out, sharp as ice. Perfect timing, you drug dealers. Are you the boss? Faced with this threat, Liu frowned slightly, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. The leader of the Hwaseong Guild from the Empire? Has he already sniffed something out? I don't know who the one in the middle is. The other 2 are S-rank hunters. We have to deal with them here. He then snapped his fingers coldly, cutting off all speculation. No need to know. At that moment, the potion bottle simultaneously hit the ground and shattered. Amidst the chaotic noise, Liu led the charge, his voice dripping with arrogance. Either way, you're going to die. Responding to the provocation, Sejun immediately spoke. Leave it to us. At the same time, Iowa was also ready to take position. I'll support from the rear. Then the 2 sides clashed. The fierce force created powerful shockwaves. After directly blocking a blow, Siu smirked contemptuously. A martial arts user is quite familiar, but you're clumsy. Was your teacher a novice? That remark made Liu's face darken in an instant. He let out a furious roar, pouring all his strength into the attack. How dare you! The direct blow, carrying immense weight, immediately sent Siu flying. Witnessing this, Iowa's face changed. He shouted and immediately changed his attack direction. Master! An arrow tore through the wind, shooting at maximum speed straight at Liu's opening. A painful blow. He immediately gritted his teeth and adjusted his skill to counter. Damn it! As soon as he dodged the counterattack, she was shaken to her core. Why did my skill power rebound, exploiting that opening? One of Liu's trusted men rushed from behind with a knife, no time to turn away. But as the blade swung down, it hit Sejun's solid magical barrier. After casually dealing with the surrounding grunts, he calmly spoke. Sister, leave the weak ones to us. Sejun then turned to look at the pile of rubble, his voice short and firm. Stop dawdling. Get up now. From amidst the broken cement fragments, Siu calmly sat up. That guy uses a strange technique. He then gently rubbed his hair and let out a sigh. Enough talk. Suddenly, the corner of Siu's mouth curled up. A thought rose in his mind. But it seems my body remembers. The feeling of fighting together, chaotic and messy, yet smooth and overwhelming. His voice suddenly became arrogant. A declaration rang out simultaneously. Are you two ready? 10 minutes. We'll take them down in 10 minutes. With that, CEO's figure vanished from its original spot. The air was torn apart as he swiftly charged forward. With a heavy punch, Liu was knocked backward by the powerful attack, blood spraying out in a streak. Not giving the opponent a chance to breathe, he pressed close, his voice threatening. You've been baiting attacks toward me this whole time. Was that right hand strike your skill? Hearing this, Liu flew into a rage and charged into attack. You talk too much. Can you just shut up? Siu lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a stronger blow. Gathering and reflecting the opponent's attack energy, he immediately stepped forward, raised his thigh, and delivered a lightning-fast straight kick. Counter skill hit! Liu angrily gritted his teeth, veins bulging. Damn it! Niu chuckled softly, his voice cold and sharp. It seems you can't use it anymore. Niu continuously pressed forward. Each step he took was so powerful that the ground cracked under the pressure. Liu's face turned pale. How can a nobody like you reach the Asura realm? But Siu paid no attention, leaving behind an indifferent remark before charging in. That's obvious, because I created that technique. A thunderous blow struck down fiercely, sending Liu flying. As soon as he struggled to get up, a magical hand descended from above. He smirked faintly, his voice dripping with mockery. Confused, are you? For someone who only clings to a single awakened skill to survive, it must be hard. Mana can transform infinitely depending on how you use the energy core. When those forms are systematized and named, they become Asura. I never expected it to spread and become an entire school. Faced with this dire situation, Liu was desperately dodging each wave of attacks while quietly calculating the situation. We're about to be forced back. He had to create an opportunity to retreat. While trying to escape, he shouted out the name of his subordinate who had just been knocked away. Number 1, come here now. However, Siu's figure quickly appeared right behind him. Coldly speaking, don't get distracted. The subsequent blows rained down in rapid succession, leaving Liu not a single second to breathe. That terrifying pressure slammed his entire body hard against the wall behind him. Amidst that struggle, he slowly bent down to pick up the medicine bottle from the floor. Siu leisurely approached while calmly saying, I answered because you asked, but since you clearly weren't going to listen, now it's my turn to ask. You're the only one who can talk. At this point, Liu could only utter hoarse words in a raspy voice. Damn it. This is insane. What the hell are you? He slowly lowered himself to close the distance with his opponent. Utterly calm, he spoke. So you didn't hear anything, did you? I just told you. As he finished, Siu reached out and grabbed his face, tightening his grip without any mercy. Now it's my turn to ask. Seeing his opponent trembling from the squeeze, but Siu didn't care at all. Oh, why are you enduring it now? Weren't you hesitant to give your underlings that stuff? That's the new product you're so proud of. Isn't it because you know exactly what it is that you don't dare swallow it? If you don't want to die, confess who made it, who distributed it all. Though his strength was exhausted, when that hand loosened slightly, Liu still stubbornly spoke. It's obviously a fake. No matter what you do, it's useless now. The strong survive, the weak are devoured. Since the gate opened, this world only values power from awakened skills. If it makes you stronger, whether it's medicine or poison, you drink it, right? Do you think eliminating a few dealers will end it? This world is already rotten. A similar drug will appear again. The weak will forever be devoured by the strong. If that's the case, burning brightly even for a moment, isn't that a blessing? As soon as those words ended, Xiu immediately reached out and grabbed the opponent's neck tightly. That sounds like real philosophy. So if we follow your logic, then why? At this moment, his face gradually sank into the shadows, his expression turning somewhat frightening. You're still weaker than me. Liu squeezed so tightly, painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Meanwhile, Xiu still had no intention of letting go. The mana of anger began to spread around him. Now I'll ask again. You better answer before you're truly devoured. Who created that illegal enhancement drug? Right after, a miserable scream rang out, tearing through the silent space. Standing from afar, Sijun and Iowa quietly witnessed the entire scene. He then slightly stirred his voice, lowering it thoughtfully. Sis, do you understand? I feel that way after everything that's happened. But I don't think he has changed a lot compared to 15 years ago, right? In response to that doubt, she only smiled faintly, her eyes dimming slightly. Yeah! Stronger and more ruthless. They say 15 here equals 100 years in that other world. 100 years where he didn't know anyone. Of course, he would change. Sejun observed seriously and then slowly gave his assessment. But now he's like someone who has returned. After losing something, sometimes it's as if he's no longer human. Yoga, hearing this, just smiled gently. A fragile smile but filled with unwavering faith. But the master's nature hasn't changed. No matter what he loses, I believe he will find it again. Right then, Siu suddenly turned around with a direct question. What have I lost? Caught off guard, Sijun immediately evaded. Nothing. What do you know? He raised his hand to wipe away the remaining traces on his face while calmly answering, to be honest, not much. This time the drug was distributed simultaneously in many areas, and the center in Asia is in China. He exploded from the inside before he could say anything more. Probably due to a mana contract or some kind of secrecy oath. Hearing this, Sijun pondered for a moment and then spoke up to suggest, let's go back first. Who knows? Wang might have gotten something from the remaining ones out there. As he turned to leave, he asked with concern, and what about this kid? Iowa, carrying Sauron as they moved, answered decisively, take it along. Try to find its parents. If not, I'll find someone to take care of it. Silently watching the figures of his two colleagues, a heavy thought rose in Xiu's heart. If not controlled in time, this drug will spread and become uncontrollable. They must have taken a risk to speed things up because they realize SMCS is closing in. If so, the abandoned factory might just be bait. They said China is the main distribution center in Asia. Then there must be a separate control for the Korean region. The atmosphere at the Nara Private Club is currently very lively, with thumping music and figures dancing wildly everywhere. Chiwi at this moment frowned slightly, his voice full of doubt as he began to interrogate. What? An abandoned factory? Junho immediately reported with a tense expression. That's right, SMCS surrounded and raided it. Because of that, we lost contact with Mr. Liu and most of the team. The Onus Layer was at the factory. Hearing this, he pressed on, and what about Liu? Without hesitation, he answered immediately. He's very worried because he hasn't heard anything from his twin brother, Mr. Liu. But he's still holding his position as ordered by DCE. Hearing this, Chiwi started tapping his foot repeatedly, clearly annoyed. Damn it, everything's a mess. And I have to fly back home tomorrow. Just as his rage was simmering, the phone rang, cutting him off and startling him. Chiwi then hurriedly answered the call in worry. DC, what's the matter? The voice of DCEO came through from the other end, cold as ice. I heard the operation in Korea is having trouble. He didn't hide anything and immediately reported the situation. That's right. As you directed, we launched simultaneously in many areas. It seems the rats have caught the scent. Contrary to that worry, remained calm upon hearing this and continued, I know. We were the ones who leaked the information to those fools at SMCS. That sentence made Chiwi freeze, blurting out, Sir, what did you say? Keeping his tone unchanged, DCEO calmly revealed the trump card. The drug has already been distributed nationwide. Even if we lose a few trading points, it's only a matter of time before we control the entire market. We threw them a bone to keep them focused on the abandoned factories for a while longer. Distribution will be handled by cloud. You just keep pushing the product out. Even if it's risky, you have to do it. However, he couldn't help but worry, his voice suddenly dropping. DC, if we push this hard, they'll trace the trail back to us soon. We've already lost contact with Liu and the Oni at the factory. He immediately gave a decisive reassurance. Don't worry about that. They all signed a life-bound mana contract. Even if they fall into SMCS's hands, they won't reveal anything. Besides, the truly strong hunters in Korea all died 15 years ago, so hold your position. His voice then deepened, clearly wanting to emphasize Narak. Non-Ho thought about a series of recent events. Many dealers, distributors, and addicts, ordinary people at the abandoned factory, were arrested. Trading points were destroyed. Normally, this would be a great achievement. But have the sellers of illegal awakening drugs truly been completely wiped out? Inside the SMCS branch director's office, Jong-gu led the way to urgently report the situation to his superior. They said there was no other choice. The users had exceeded the limit, completely out of control. That's what they said. Still, we seized quite a few drug samples, and discovering that the distribution source starts from China is also a major success. Jaeon-ho didn't care, speaking in a low voice. You have such high-level information, and that's all you've accomplished? Jong-gu was at a loss and immediately gave his opinion. No, Director, so what should we do? Should we directly confront the Empire or the leader of the Thonhua gang to demand accountability? He hesitated, thinking unsure of what to say. Jeon-ho turned to look at the others. What about the other teams? Any findings? Team Yoon-ho continued the report. The situation is frozen, no progress at all. Our team is still investigating, but currently there are almost no leads, and it feels like everyone is starting to retreat and hide. Dong-soo beside him continued. The southern team only found one person, suspected of using drugs, but the resistance was too fierce, so he escaped. After hearing the situation, he let out a long sigh and slammed the desk repeatedly with extreme dissatisfaction. Do you people really deserve your salaries? What the hell are you all doing out there? Trang-won voiced the doubts of everyone present. But Director, has this illegal drug really spread? We've been busy dealing with awakened criminals every day. That skeptical attitude pushed Jeon-ho's anger to its peak. What? You think headquarters is just bluffing? Don't you know the Japanese branch is also in chaos over this? Unwilling to give in, he tried to prove more. That's true, but before Trang-won could finish, Jeon-ho looked at the other teams and analyzed. I've said it many times, the Korean branch is under scrutiny. Even if we obtain the basic drug, we can't analyze it. We can only send everything to headquarters. What? Are we going to accuse the Chinese branch? Ni. Based on mere speculation without evidence. How do I explain that at the International Branch Directors meeting with such terrible results? Dong-soo, standing in a corner, sighed and whispered, this obsession with headquarters, blinded by ambition. Yoon-ho quickly agreed exactly. Just because they saw a famous rookie, they jumped in, and what was the result? You've seen it. Looking around the room and not seeing the person he was looking for, Jeon-ho grew even more irritated. Where is Hunter Min? Where is he now? Trang-won, not wanting to add fuel to the fire, carefully reported. He said there was too much to handle and took the day off. At this moment, at the quiet Zaho mansion, Iowa cheerfully asked the opinion of Siu's group. Do you like it, Master? He was overjoyed inside but acted modest on the outside. I do like it, but can I really accept this? She was delighted, her voice full of deep gratitude. Of course. After everything you've done to take care of us, Si-jun, standing nearby, also spoke up. It's time you had your own home. Besides, you have many people living with you now. He looked at the two people beside him, who were moving things, then continued. Those two also used to live in the office. Even Hunter Chu-hamin visits often. And you also said you'd adopt that child, right? Siu looked down at Cyan, who was gripping his hand tightly. I looked around a bit, but since she's a natural awakener, I think she'll have trouble adapting anywhere else. Yoga stepped forward and patted the girl's head affectionately. In this day and age, being born awakened without going through a guidance tower is a rare talent. Saying, remember to listen to your master. I'll visit every day. The girl looked at her with admiration. Your red hair is really cool. Sejun used his hand to adjust his glasses to hide his embarrassment. I'll come every day too, even though I've moved in with you now. With the money I put into this place, basically, this is already your second home. Iowa excitedly invited the little girl, do you want to come inside with me? Seeing the enthusiasm of the two, he couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, was this their plan from the start? He stood still, watching the three people walking ahead. Time seemed to rewind to that moment. Oh, so this is going to be our new secret base? Iowa was surprised by the vast space. It's even bigger than I thought. Each person gets their own room, right? Minjun asked in a suspicious, distrustful tone. You didn't just take over some house in the middle of the war, did you? Sejun also shared the same thought. It's possible. I mean, where did you get the money to? I can afford a place like this. DC stood in a corner, questioning in a confused tone. The goal is to wipe out those demons. So why do we have to live so close together? A hand reached out and patted his head. You have to be within reach. Then I can protect you all. Siu flashed a confident smile. No matter what happens, I will protect my people. That's my belief. Yoa's voice echoed from outside. Don't just stand there. Come inside. There are beds too. DC irritably brushed the boy's hand off his head. We're not your kids, you know. Siu nostalgically recalled the warm, happy image of everyone back then. 100 years in another world. I held on by dreaming of moments like that mirage. In the end, I couldn't protect everyone. Siu returned to reality. Looking at the three people standing before him, he made up his mind, telling himself this time has to be different. Cyan, who was walking, suddenly turned around and called out to Siu. Brother, you're walking too slowly. He smiled, thinking to himself, that little girl Fra is going to be in shock when she wakes up. Then he hurried inside to catch up with the others. I'm coming. In the blink of an eye, dusk had fallen and the day was almost over. With sparkling stars shining in the sky, Cyan curled up in her blanket, hugging a teddy bear and sleeping soundly. A voice rang out in the middle of the night. Oh, Rangu! Siu picked up his phone and continued the conversation. A private lab also said the link is uncertain, right? He looked over the documents again and quickly replied, that's right. This illegal drug shows a form of mana they've never seen before. Demons really do use a different form of mana, but just because it has demon mana, saying they're connected is just speculation. Even if it really does use demon mana, finding demon mana on Earth isn't rare anymore. You just need to go to a black meteorite to get it. The lab thought so too. Not to mention, in the current situation, mentioning demons is a very sensitive issue. No country wants to be the first to cause trouble over unverified rumors. Niu had grasped the situation and interrupted. Got it. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, he held the phone in his hand, looking furious. Those damn demons have actually built up trust over the past 15 years. C quickly sat down and searched through a pile of document boxes for the strange drug sample. The anti-demon faction is clearly involved, and it's related to demon mana, but there's no solid evidence. It feels like we're getting more and more lost. There's no connection to pandemonium at all. At this rate, the investigation will be stuck forever. Niu found a notebook sealed with a lock. He thought to himself, didn't Mizun once research demon mana? He walked over to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down in front of the computer. Siu typed into the search bar, Demon Mana Mizun. The results immediately showed a research paper, making him happy. Found it. But right after, Siu froze as soon as he clicked the link, and it was blocked immediately. He was furious at missing out at the critical moment. Damn it, this guy. At that moment, looking at the screen, Siu noticed the phrase displayed on the link. Easy. He read each word, thinking to himself. Is this really just a coincidence? Cyan, who had woken up at some point, was hugging a teddy bear and opened the door to walk in. Brother, what are you doing? Siu was startled by the voice and turned around. Oh, Sion, you're awake? The little girl said in a still drowsy voice. I knocked, you know.
Hey.
He stood up, turned off the computer, and walked towards Sion. Go back to sleep, nothing important. The little girl asked in confusion. Like those whispers, the ghost told me everything. You said so yourself. Niu helplessly knelt down to explain. It was just a short call. Did those people tell you too? That's an invasion of privacy. Cyan didn't understand the tangled web of adult affairs. It was the same before, down in the sewers. That's how Xian heard those scary uncles talking even before you arrived. Siu was a bit curious. What did you hear? Sauron was silent, not knowing how to say it. At that moment, in another building, an announcement echoed, Zhang Qihui has just entered the country. The flight from Nara has just landed. Spread it across the country. Minji was running for his life in a deserted alley when he suddenly tripped over a broken piece of stone under his feet. The unexpected fall slammed his back hard against the cold wall. Minji's anxiety soared as he saw the person opposite closing in on him. You bastard finally got you. Gamchan couldn't help but sneer mockingly. You worthless C-rank hunter. You dare to show up at our guild's doorstep? Minji trembled, searching for something in his jacket pocket while still trying to answer the other party. I had no choice. I needed money to buy this. That sudden action made Gamchan and Dusik both jump back. What the hell is that guy pulling out? What can a punk like him do? Minji struggled to bite down on a small object. With just this, you guys will be. In the blink of an eye, the entire alley exploded. Fierce flames engulfed everything. At the SMCS headquarters, an emergency meeting of the SMCS branch directors was held in a tense atmosphere. The illegal enhancement drug for awakened individuals was starting to take effect. Gradually, Rian presented his opinion to everyone at the meeting table. Initial control is the most important, but the situation is truly worrying. Another person also spoke up. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before it spreads like wildfire. Jonggu listened for a while and then began to voice his own opinion. The SMCS branches in various countries are all doing their best, but our situation isn't very promising either. Has anyone made any progress in the investigation? Speaking of which, regarding the incident at the abandoned factory in the Korean branch, this is the first major case since the disaster at the Middle East branch. I heard no significant results were obtained. Zombie nodded in agreement, not paying attention to Gunho's usual demeanor on the opposite side. I heard that too. Apparently, a hunter participated in the investigation as a close assistant to the vice director, right? Quay burst out laughing and then launched into a long sermon. Unexpectedly, the investigation results show that China is the largest distribution center for illegal drugs in Asia. A low-level employee dares to assert that. Even though this world values ability, promoting someone like that to assistant without following procedure is really not right. Does the vice director truly intend to carry on the will of the late former director? Rian, who had been silently listening all this time, suddenly spoke up to interject. The will of the late director? Hearing that from people who only seek personal gain from the gates is truly ridiculous. Dawn, who was chairing the meeting, began to express his thoughts. Don't be too harsh. The vice director surely has his reasons. Isn't that right? Why don't we hand over the comprehensive management of the awakened individual drug case at the Korean branch to that hunter? Maybe this time he'll make something happen. Dawn turned to ask the opinion of the person who hadn't spoken a word. What do you think, Branch Director Big John Ho? Caught off guard, he stammered. Yes. 2 days later, at the SMCS Korean branch headquarters, Jonggu was stunned and puzzled. Chief Investigator, given the current situation, everything is practically wide open. Making this official is no different from turning me into a scapegoat. The CEO agreed and voiced his own thoughts. That's right. This seems more related to internal power struggles at headquarters than any expectation of results. Well, it's fine. First, try investigating something for me. Ronggu read the content on the paper and then spoke. What is this, Nara Shio? The procedure began. It's clearly the testimony of a child who was at the factory scene. The abandoned one. I don't know what Nara is, but it's definitely an important keyword. Upon hearing that word, Jonggu showed his confusion. Isn't that factory case still under investigation? Besides, even if it is Narak, what could it be? A restaurant, bar, or even a company name? Siu couldn't help but sigh. Where do drug dealers gather? It's obvious. Can't an investigative agency figure that out? Unfortunately, Jonggu didn't see it as that simple. He muttered dejectedly. Even if it's an investigative agency, the scale is the whole country. Even if it's a smaller nation, if it's illegal activity, it's very likely they never registered a legal entity. Nara could also just be an internal code name. That series of information made the CEO's confident voice grow quiet. Then let's do this. Send an investigation assistance request to the 7 major golds in Korea. Start with the 7 stars. Rongdi jumped in shock after digesting the information. What did the other side give us? First of all, this is a secret investigation. Contrary to the other party's attitude, Yu replied very calmly. We just don't disclose the detailed information. This needs to be nipped in the bud. That calm tone made Ronggu cry his eyes out. He thought, do you think those big guilds busy with the gates will cooperate? The branch director won't just sit still either. He didn't care about that and shook his head in reasoning. But I'm the chief investigator now, aren't I? What can the branch director do? Anyway, Iowa and Sejun always show up immediately when called. His rising sense of helplessness made him scream in despair. Because they have a relationship with you, Siu? Suddenly, he slammed his hand hard on the messy pile of papers on the desk and lowered his voice. Shut up. You try to please everyone. Then when all the hunters in the country are addicted to the drug, what will you do then? Stop talking and make the calls. I'll handle the consequences. At the presidential residence D, Hunter had a private meeting with Jillian in the study. Long time no see, Jillian. She only nodded slightly in return without saying a word. He immediately got to the point. What's the matter? Is it related to the Infinite Legion? Jillian wrote characters on paper. She showed the content to the other party. SMCS just sent a cooperation request to all guilds in the 7 stars. Deezen frowned in confusion. A cooperation request? Jillian stepped forward and handed him a stack of report papers to read instead of speaking. All detailed information is kept confidential. They only request participation in field investigations and the collection of data related to awakened individual crimes, hunters losing control, or cases of sudden power enhancement. They emphasize that it has been approved by headquarters. Deeson carefully examined the information, then smirked. A nominal investigative agency dares to be this bold? sending a cooperation request with such one-sided conditions. The 7 stars, is this an aftershock of that mad dog? It seems so. He's starting to act without even bothering to keep up appearances. He delegated full authority to Jillian. It's up to you. After all, the Infinite Legion is yours now. Hearing this, Jillian focused on writing something on the paper. Time passed and Rangu stood in front of a food stall with a stunned expression. They're already rejection letters. Gisele looked at the stack of papers in her hand and confirmed once more. Yes. All the other guilds, except for the Infinite Legion and the Han Bing Soul, have agreed to the request and are submitting relevant data. This news made him dejectedly hold his head. Still, it's surprising that only this many rejected. I thought everyone except the Empire and Thon Hoa would refuse. New. Suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two, and as for what we discussed earlier, what's being done? Rangu hurriedly passed the hot goods to the other side. You arrived just in time. Here's the list of guilds that have agreed to cooperate. He skimmed the content on the paper and then voiced his question. Does it often happen that SMCS members leave the guild? Jizian pondered for a moment before replying. Not uncommon. The salary and benefits at the public agency aren't as good as the guilds. But there are still people who come out of a sense of responsibility, wanting to contribute to a legitimate investigative organization. But why are you asking that, Xiu? He scanned the list and then read aloud the names of 3 guilds. Diamond, White Lion, War King. From now on, keep a close watch on people from these 3 guilds. The sudden proposal caught Rangu off guard, forcing the other party to give a brief explanation. Someone might be leaking information from inside SMCS. However, he still couldn't understand. But what does that have to do with those 3 guilds? Those guilds have already cooperated with us. Siu didn't hesitate to voice his thoughts. This investigation involves the massive profits of large-scale illegal substance distributors, to such an extent that there is definitely involvement from a guild-level organization. Yet the request for cooperation in this investigation is unreasonable and too one-sided. If there's no benefit or special reason, why would they agree? Isn't it because there's profit that they cooperate? Just as Dongu was stammering a reply, CEO A suddenly ran in and interrupted their conversation. Team leader, though her breath was still ragged, she managed to relay the important information she had just obtained. I found it. I've confirmed the suspected location of Narak, right now at night at the headquarters. Chiwi's voice rang out as he saw the employee ID card on the table. You found it. Yang Hun nodded as if in agreement, then continued to present the content. Yeah, they found a clue in Gongbook. There's no cause for concern. Here is the list of inspectors at the abandoned factory. He picked up the file and scratched his head. What's going on? I thought SMCS Korea was useless. I thought we could finally start the work. Then Chiwi probed further, so they're planning an ambush. Hearing that, the man focused on answering. No specific date yet. I only heard they're forming a special task force. He suddenly interrupted Yang Hun. Then go investigate. Startled, he tensely listened to the person in front continue giving orders. At least you need to know who's on the team to justify your salary. A social worker like you might never even come close to the amount of money you're about to receive. Yang Hun hesitated for a moment, then honestly reported the situation. I'm not sure, but there's a rumor that one of the main inspectors at the abandoned factory will join this team. I also heard that an employee with ties to the appointed vice chairman is involved. Hearing this, he fell silent and thought for a moment. Then he waved his hand to dismiss the man. You can go. If anything new comes up, report directly to me. I'll pay you well. As soon as Yang Hun left, Chiwi was called in. You called for me, sir? Chiwi held up the file in front of him. Here is the list of inspectors you requested. Just a word of advice. Don't do anything stupid. It's not the time yet. Chiwi took the file, his face dark with murderous intent. Not the time yet. The man added, I understand the pain of losing a brother, but the situation right now isn't stable. A better time is coming. Be patient for now. He suspiciously repeated, a better time? Chiwi gently advised, yeah. SMCS has discovered the existence of Abyss. I don't know where the leak came from, but it seems Feta also had someone reveal information. Chiwi urgently pressed for information. Did DC say anything? The man immediately replied, I haven't told him yet, but now DC will probably start taking action. Go report to him. He said in a low voice, confirming the order. After the discussion, Chiwi left the room. At that moment, Chiwi picked up his phone. He spoke seriously into the receiver. Boss, there's trouble. At this moment in China, a weary voice rang out in the night. Doesn't sound good. Cloud sat leisurely in the car, leaning his head back comfortably. What's up? I'm busy with a deal. Well, Chihui's voice on the other end of the line was grave. Abyss has been exposed. This statement made him pause for a moment. He continued to explain the situation. After the abandoned factory incident, SMCS Korea is preparing something. Our mole can't help. I guess I need your help. Hearing this, Cloud smiled, not forgetting to add a few sarcastic remarks. You send me on a business trip, and now you want me to clean up your mess? That doesn't sound fair at all. Chihui had to negotiate. I can pull out after the sale is done. But if something happens to Abyss, you'll be the one in trouble. However, he didn't give in either. This made the man grit his teeth in anger. I can build a new base, but there's no place better than Abyss for drug trafficking. I thought you understood that. As he spoke, Cloud stepped out of the car. Cut the price of the drugs you sell to Abyss in half from now on. Maybe that'll make me change my mind and help you guys. Chi Hui was silent for a moment before replying, I need to ask DC first. He looked at his phone screen and skillfully operated it. Perfect timing, let me ask him right now. The man's voice rang out, full of surprise. What? Cloud replied as if confirming, I'll go ask DC myself. Inside the luxurious villa, the space was silent and still. His voice rang out clearly as he strolled in, as if it were his own home. You look even better in person than in your photos. Nice to meet you. However, DC only remained silent, slightly turning his head to glance at the newcomer. Even though he received no greeting from him, Cloud continued his story. Abyss has been exposed. SMCS Korea is better than I thought. Things are going off track. The idea of spreading fake news was good, but before he could finish his sentence, DC cut off his flowery speech, cut the act. He coldly turned around and stated clearly, Did you think we didn't know anything? Don't underestimate DC. DC already knows this person's identity. He coldly exposed everything, a high-ranking Korean drug dealer. Aren't you the one who asked us to supply the illegal strength-enhancing drugs? I don't care what goals you're pursuing, or who's behind this. If you want to enter the underworld, you have to go through DC first. We get paid, you do your job, that's it. The Cloud only lightly and casually joked, truly the Monkey King of Asia. You're right, our goal is just to spread the drugs, but SMCS China is still a threat. Even if you're a big shot in the underworld, if you get caught, those stray dogs will be a real pain. His tones seemed to be provoking DC's displeased mood. SMCS Korea even asked Heptagram, one of the 7 major guilds, for help. This can't be taken lightly. At this point, he finally interrupted and got straight to the point. What do you want to say? Cloud clapped his hands together and confidently made a request. Organize a meeting gathering all the notable underworld organizations and hold a meeting at Abyss. The image of all the evil forces converging in one place excited him. Then many people can discuss things together. Cloud's voice echoed, issuing an invitation. Who would dare refuse an invitation from DC? It's also a chance to promote and distribute the drugs. However, DC remained completely unmoved. He ignored it and focused on continuing his presentation. There might be rats sneaking in, but with enough people, we can bury their bodies too. He turned towards the large glass window and then deeply posed a plausible hypothesis. Are you planning to cause trouble before you lose your foothold? Cleaning up the aftermath won't be easy. Cloud, completely unfazed, assured him. I firmly believe in reciprocity. Having said that, he decided to leave. So I believe you understand what I want. Let's cooperate, DC. DC silently watched him for a long time, then turned his head again to look at the cityscape through the window. A name involuntarily escaped his lips, as if bringing back a distant memory. Juan, I told you to call me brother. Unbin, lying on the hospital bed, heard this and smiled. What time is it and you're still nitpicking about titles? Seeing his loved one wasting away day by day, DC hurriedly encouraged him. Don't say that. Hang in there a little longer, brother. I'll make money. Anyone with power can make money now. I'll do everything to get stronger. Then you'll get proper treatment, and we'll go back to China together, the homeland you always wanted to return to. Hearing these words, the little girl felt very reassured and gently called out to calm him down. A smile appeared on that innocent face. I don't need money. I only hope Unbin only managed to say these final words before leaving this world. That you have a happy family. Later, at an old, sparsely visited construction site, the sky was dim. The surrounding air gradually became hazy. Siu stood on high, looking down, pressing for more details about the person's purpose. Want to become my disciple? DC looked up with a determined gaze. Power. I need power. With power, I can have everything I want and protect the people who matter. You are the strongest person I've ever met, and I want to be even stronger than you. As he spoke, he wiped the tears rolling down his cheek. I don't want to lose the ones I love again. The present-day DC just stared into the void and let out a sarcastic remark. Meaningless emotions. His hands clenched into fists, then he thought to himself, I have enough money now, and I'm strong enough. But there's no one left I want to protect. Suddenly, DC called out in a low voice, Mr. Chun. The car appeared instantly. Yes, he ordered the distribution. Call all the organizations. Finally, the crucial last resort was decided by DC. We'll meet in Korea soon. In the conference room of a high-rise building, Siu's low voice slowly rang out. So from now on, we will begin the meeting to discuss the investigation plan for the Narak case. I'm sure most of you already know. I am Hunter Min Xiu from the Gangbuk team, currently temporarily in charge of the case involving illegal strength-enhancing drugs for awakened individuals. Everyone in the room listened attentively to Xiu. Some of you might be wondering why a stranger like me is leading. Well, feel free to send your complaints to the central headquarters. Since this is an urgent case, I'll give a quick summary. What you're looking at is a private resort in Incheon called Narak. It is the main distribution center in Asia for illegal strength-enhancing drugs for awakened individuals, and the first organization to spread this drug in Korea, also believed to be headquartered here. Siu held the remote and continued. The owner of Narak is still unknown. The location is registered under a foreigner's fake name as a front. Several drug-related cases have also been reported at other clubs in the same chain. Sijun suddenly interrupted. Considering that such a shady place could operate undetected for so long, it's highly likely there's bribery everywhere. Ronggu strongly agreed with this opinion. That's right. We are currently compiling a list of suspected officials, and after this operation over, we will cooperate with the regular police for a deeper investigation. Siu also pointed at the projector screen and continued. Furthermore, based on information obtained from the scrapyard case, where we first discovered traces of Narak, the distribution side was already aware of our investigation network. It's very likely there's a mole within the system. Therefore, with approval from higher-ups, we are holding this secret meeting with only verified core members. Drug-related cases always require swift action, and this time's goal is to wipe out the main distribution center, Narak, in one single blow. After clearly stating the objective, Xiu began a more detailed analysis. Narak is a key trading point, so security is extremely tight. Under the guise of a resort, they deployed a dense security force around the area we had been monitoring. We checked the recent entry and exit logs and discovered that most of them are connected to criminal organizations. Hearing that, Siu spoke up in a low voice, saying there's a high possibility that Narak has already been taken over by an armed force of awakeners from another world. So that's why you had to ask for support from Heptagram, right? He answered decisively, exactly. Apart from the agents participating in the operation, even the guild masters who had pledged support don't know anything about this plan. Rongu tapped away on the keyboard, stirring up the room that was already tense as a bowstring, and said, "The time and location will only be announced on the day of the action." Yunho nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but then immediately raised another question. I understand the urgency and the special nature of this operation, but why are only two guilds, Empire and Changhua, being given special treatment? If it's just because of personal or family connections, that's a bit strange. Even though their names were mentioned, the two from Changhua still sat there calmly. Meanwhile, Siu was recalling what had happened during their previous collaboration. Empire and Changhua had already known about this drug from incidents abroad before it spread to Korea. That's why we also asked for their help in the scrapyard case. Yunho picked up the information packet and nodded in agreement. If that's the reason, then I have no objections. Siu stood with his hands on his hips and calmly continued, but his gaze was wandering towards the world page. Alright, that's enough for the introduction. Now let's get into the details of the plan. His face hardened as he solemnly uttered each word. The operation name is Doberman. Meanwhile, in another waiting room, Dehan was the first to speak among the three. This really isn't any fun, is it? Even though it's a government agency, they call for support and then whisper and scheme behind our backs like this. They think we're just some low-rent mercenaries from a few no-name guilds, right? Yunhu coldly looked at the other two, bluntly peeling back Jihuan's mask. If you're so dissatisfied, why didn't you refuse to support from the start? Since you chose to participate, you should cooperate seriously and stop complaining. After all, the ultimate goal is still the common good. Upon hearing this, the other scoffed without any restraint, while Sung-in silently broke out in a cold sweat. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke up. That's true, but as Guildmaster Diem Gang said, this situation really isn't comfortable. Sung-in's brows furrowed in frustration. I understand why Murray and Dasu and Sirian refused to join. At the same time, Siu entered the room carrying a stack of files. Thank you for waiting. He introduced himself once again. I am Hunter Min Shu, the person in charge of this operation. Saying this, he suddenly stood at attention and sincerely said from the bottom of his heart, thank you all for accepting the request for support. Even though everyone is very busy, Dui Hon maintained his flippant attitude from start to finish. It's nothing, Hunter Min. Long time no see. Siu flipped through the information packet and distributed it to each person. This is the official document I wanted to give you all, but the content is simple. Eliminate the black market that illegally trades enhancement drugs for awakeners. The specific time and location will be announced within a week after the necessary forces for this operation are confirmed and clearly assigned. Please prepare a team ready to deploy at any time. It would be even better if the guildmaster could participate directly. Sung-in clenched the paper in his hand and hesitantly opened his mouth. Hunterman, this request is a bit. Before he could finish his sentence, Siu cut him off. I don't think it's an unreasonable request for a major guild belonging to Heptagram. But if it's truly difficult, please let us know as soon as possible. Jihuan laughed in a very provoking manner. Oh, I figured as much, but I didn't expect you to be so straightforward with your request, Hunterman. Or rather, Min Siu, the standout rookie who cleared the tutorial tower in 5 days. I heard you're a hunter who went missing 15 years ago. Is that right? As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to Jihuan. Although most of the information had been erased, those in the know used to call him Samsung. That's right, isn't it? You were a very famous hunter, weren't you? So where have you been all this time, only to reappear now under the guise of a rookie, stirring up the investigation agency? It makes me so curious. Faced with the barrage of probing questions from Jihuan, Yu was not flustered at all. This is my first mission within the agency, so technically I am a rookie. As for how that relates to the case, I'm not sure. Sung-in looked up, puzzled, and repeated, Samsung, that name. His eyes instantly turned dark and unreadable. If it's a story from 15 years ago, the time when the gates first appeared, the world was still in chaos. The war between humans and the demon race. Back then, he appeared in the war, didn't he? Siu turned and walked out, leaving only a reminder. Anyway, the relevant documents have been delivered. Please contact us again when your forces are ready. Sung-in wearily held his head while Di-hoon leaned back in his chair, completely at ease. Ah, okay. Goodbye then. Strange, why has such an outstanding person been forgotten for so long? At the same time, at the Japan branch headquarters of SMCS, Hikari was standing and talking to a man when she heard someone calling her. Director. Union stood at a distance, his voice full of gravity. We found illegal drugs at the scene of the recent riot. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! It's come to this, huh? At this rate, it will spread like wildfire. We have to stop it as soon as possible. Hikari casually asked about another matter. How is the search for the mastermind progressing? Without needing to think, she immediately answered. The leader of the riot is Kai Kisun. He is currently out of the country. She stroked her chin, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Then that's very suspicious. Lately, many leaders of major criminal organizations have also been absent from the country. Could they be connected? Just then, Umo rushed over, carrying a stack of documents. Sis, I just received orders from headquarters. Hikari took the information packet and asked suspiciously, from headquarters? He offered his own speculation. It seems to be related to the investigation into the illegal enhancement drugs. After reading the report, she was silent for a very long time before decisively exclaiming, prepare to leave the country immediately. Umo looked up at her in bewilderment, only to see Hikari flash a meaningful smile. It's time to repay that debt. Elsewhere, Siu's exasperated voice rang out in the crowded airport. Hold on, no, oh my god, I'm swamped here. Why is it me who has to go pick them up? Support? I didn't ask for Edward. You've gone and made more trouble for me again. He was still grumbling nonstop when two people Lai La walked over and called out loudly. Min Shu, long time no see, how have you been? You're actually on time this time. He stepped forward, still muttering complaints. Branch directors, aren't you all busy? Did you all come here just because you're happy to see me? Hikari crossed her arms in front of her chest in annoyance. Your nagging habit hasn't changed at all, has it? Iowa, standing behind, saw everything and thought to himself, I thought he went to the airport alone for something important. Even though she covered her mouth with her hand, she couldn't hide her utter astonishment. Turns out he went to pick up his girlfriends, and there are two of them. In front of the event building, several black cars of the same model were parked along the road. Before anyone could be seen clearly, Myung-Yu's booming voice rang out first. Oh right, we just got here. I heard there's a hot new product. Word is the profits are huge, so I rushed right over. The place was packed with people. This is DC. You're famous, so when you call a meeting, who wouldn't show up? Business is about following the trend, right? As they stepped into the hall, the murmuring of the surrounding crowd could be heard. What, an enhancer for awakeners? I heard it doubles the mana output. It's a black powder, but as for what's inside, rumors say it's already spread all over the Middle East and Europe. Essen had been noticing the noisy crowd for a while. Things are getting messy. No way, DC, are you acting alone? Is this that clown's doing? Kais, sitting next to him, also seriously assessed the situation. SMCS is becoming a bigger obstacle than we thought. They're probably going all out ever since they confirmed Black Mamba was taken down by SMCS. They can't afford to underestimate that organization. This could be our chance to flood the regional market with this drug. However, Kassin himself didn't fully agree. On the contrary, he was a bit wary. But we still haven't received any specific information from the VIP. Just because SMCS started investigating, they're releasing the product right here in Korea? Sensing Kassin's concern, Rumu added more information. Rumor has it that SMCS Korea has already gotten wind of Narak. Since this is the first time the drug has appeared in Northeast Asia, the pressure to handle it carefully is immense. Kais had now abandoned the idea of smuggling the product. He too had realized the host's intentions. It's just as DC said, you're arrogant. Him calling us all to this meeting was just a show. His real intention is for each of us to just hold our own turf. Once we're no longer useful, he'll trample all over us without mercy. Does he dare to treat Pandemonium like some low-tier partner? Myungju had now approached their table and loudly threatened, Hey, what organization dares to sit in the royal seat as if it's theirs? You've got some nerve, a total unknown. This is Akai's territory. For a nobody like you to even set foot here is reckless enough. But before Myungju could finish his next sentence, a fist slammed straight into the side of his face. Get out of here! Kessin watched Myungju get thrown away and didn't forget to sneer a few words. A bunch of wild dogs all gathered in one place. It's really an eyesore. I can't stand it anymore. The Young Sung group reacted immediately. This lunatic boss. The next second, a chair came flying straight at them, along with Arumu's contemptuous and arrogant voice. Shut up before I spit you out. You're nothing but trash awakeners. Just as the two sides were about to clash, do but step forward. Enough. Cause any more trouble and you'll be kicked out of the meeting. Be sensible. The Young Sung group showed no respect. Who the hell are you? They displayed utter contempt. Even the biggest fool would know which organization is behind this meeting. On this side, Sung Hyun's indifferent attitude infuriated Tashish. Hey, say something, boss. We've been thrown out. But he didn't seem to care at all. By now, Kassin had also noticed Sung Hyun's presence. What is he doing here? I heard he joined a private reel. Just how many identities does he have? Kai, however, didn't care. His attention was drawn to a few vials of the drug in a case. Still, this is pretty interesting. Just with what's left, it's already this chaotic. Clow now appeared to stabilize the situation. Come on, why is it so heated from the start? Everyone here? I am Clow, the head of Nara, in charge of the Korean market. And Chiwi sat silently in a corner listening to his endless chatter. I'm sure many of you here already know. The reason the Underworld CEO has called everyone here today is for this new product, a drug for awakeners that boosts mana output by 2 times, or even 4 times the normal amount. They opened the wooden box and solemnly introduced to the big shots in the hall the name of this drug. Lax. Every word he spoke was a vindication for this drug line. For the first time, this official name was announced right here in Iraq. There have been many nasty rumors about side effects, but they all came from the early test samples. All the issues, except for the addiction, have been resolved. Believe it or not, but the truth is, none of you came here because you need the drug yourselves. Everyone came for the profit. As the lucrative product was announced, the hall began to buzz with murmurs and discussions. Whether there are side effects or not, just looking at the increase in power is enough to understand how Lax will affect the underworld. Now, let's talk about the real reason for today's meeting. Cloud, switch the content immediately. Our people just brought back some news. SMCS has had its eye on Lux since it was still in development. Big deals always come with risks. Now it seems SMCS Korea has also caught wind of Narak, so we need to keep an eye on them to succeed. We need your cooperation. This proposal has also raised questions in the hearts of those sitting here. SMCS, so sudden? I thought the Korean branch was just a bunch of small fries. Kesson also felt annoyed. This wasn't in the report. What the hell is he talking about? Kais quickly reminded him. Silence. We only follow orders. Cloud continued to stabilize the crowd. Normally, we'd ignore investigations from Korea. But this time something is off in the way they've been moving lately. They even sent a reinforcement request to headquarters. That means within a week they will launch a major attack on Iraq. Speak up. This is where his true purpose is gradually revealed. Even the Hunter Association can't do anything. This world has its own laws. How arrogant. So, if the representatives here are in agreement, we can launch a glorious counterattack. Those sitting here were slightly swayed and nodded, continued to win them over. Consider it a reward. Give your subordinates a little lax and see its effects for yourselves. Once those bastards raid in Iraq and are utterly defeated, seeing your power, they'll have to think twice. Suddenly, someone raised an opinion. Sounds good, but why do we have to protect Iraq? What's in it for us? Cloud outwardly claims it's voluntary, but in essence, it's coercion, of course. Participating AIs will be rewarded. For the first transaction, you'll receive double the amount of Lux at the same price. Depending on your contribution, we'll add more. And most importantly, this offer comes from DCE himself. He's sure you wouldn't dare take it lightly. The declaration from Cloud made those with objections pause for a moment. Whether Narak exists or not, Lux will overturn the underworld overnight. Choosing to ride that wave or be drowned by it is your decision. But ever since the gates appeared, power has become the new law of the world. A concerned voice spoke from behind Cloud's smiling mask. I hope you make a wise choice. After his speech ended, the crowd began to disperse. But the Kais group remained seated, looking quite amused. Interesting. Lord Orobat once said, humanity's true power doesn't come from mana born from gates or those toys. It comes from something called ambition. Outside, she was standing on the rooftop of a building, observing. The current time was no hour, no minute. This is the command tower. Are all units ready? At another location, the Iowa team had been waiting for a long time. The assault team is ready. Ikari's team is also prepared. Understood. Having received word from both teams, Siu began to summon power. Good, the numbers are all here. If you're gonna hit a rat's nest, it's best to smoke them out first. He formed a seal behind his back. Meteor shower. Immediately, a giant star fell towards the building. The event from this moment on, the glee in his heart couldn't be hidden. It was all shown through his wicked smile. Begin Operation Doberman. 2 beers clinked together. Flashing everywhere, a cheer rang out. Cheers. A guest handed a beer to his drinking buddy. Fill it up, I told you so. No matter what the AI says, this gathering is mandatory. This is our chance to completely control the South. The other person took the chance to flatter. That's your level, boss. That guest shouted excitedly, let's get rich. His drinking buddy was eager. You know that dealer, right? Contact them first. In the corner of the room, Chiwi and Chu silently climbed the stairs. Niwi looked coldly at the scene before him. What met his eyes were 4 people already waiting in the room. He spoke in a praising tone. We've cleared out the inventory, hired mercenaries, and even planted a snake spy inside SMCS. You're quite talented. Glau replied casually, oh, it's nothing. It's all thanks to DC's full cooperation. Ni. The commander nodded in agreement with Klau's opinion. Right. Anyway, good job. If you need anything else, just contact me. I'll leave the rest to you. Clau suddenly blurted out. Huh? You're going back to China right away, Commander? The commander put his hands on his hips, his tone firm. I've already delivered everything I was assigned. There's no reason for me to stay, right? Cao understood and turned to ask the person next to him. Yeah, I guess so. Because you're not a fighter, Mr. Zhang. Don't tell me Chu is also pulling out, even though the killer of your brother is attacking. And Chu answered curtly. I'll meet DC and come right back. Clau sat up straight, I figured, as long as you're back within a week. Suddenly, a loud noise came, startling everyone in the room. They all turned towards the door. Clau wondered. What's that sound? Siri rushed over immediately, looking flustered. Something's wrong. Siri panted, hurriedly reporting. There's an artillery barrage outside the building. The main hall has been blown up. The entrance is completely destroyed. Han-chun said in disbelief. Really? An AI is crazy enough to bomb right in the middle of the city? The short-haired, green-haired girl also clenched her hands on the table, her face full of doubt. Cloud suddenly burst out laughing. Veins stood out on his neck. His hands on his thighs trembled slightly. Impossible. Siu stood on the rooftop. He was on a call with that AI. The person on the other end questioned. You said it would be a week later. You were saying that yesterday. Now you want an assault team today. Siu's gaze was fixed on the building that had been partially blown apart, flickering with raging flames. Surrounding the building was an invisible sphere enveloping it. The person on the phone with him still insisted. This is an emergency for the public good. I understand the situation is moving too fast, but still, in that case, our White Lion Society cannot cooperate. Siu's hand lightly touched the radio, his face unchanged. That's a shame, but I understand. See you next time then. The other person panicked. Wait, Hunter Min. Suddenly, Rong Di softly called out to Siu. The defense systems and barriers around Naraki have been fully deployed, and the attack team has just entered the main hall on the first floor. The people from headquarters are in the middle of a large magic circle, erecting a spherical shield. Rong Di continued. Thanks to reinforcements from headquarters, controlling the outside area and escape routes is going smoothly. As long as the internal combat goes smoothly, this mission might be completed faster than expected. Siu crossed his arms. The tone was satisfied. Good, it seems the plan hasn't been leaked. But Rong Di added, it's still a bit of a shame that only Solabi among the cooperating reals agreed to actually participate. If everyone had joined, we could have swept through cleanly in an instant. Siu wasn't too concerned. As long as the ambush succeeds, our forces are enough. Their helicopter was now hovering in the air right above the burning building. Siu calculated, all escape routes are blocked. Smoke is rising too. Just poke the hornet's nest and they'll swarm out on their own. Iowa stood in a daze, still holding her bow. Suddenly a call rang out. Leader! Ahead was a chaotic scene. Tables and chairs were scattered everywhere. Team members were helping each other, while others were subduing those inside the restaurant. Yoongyo began to report. We've secured the entrance in the hall. Team 2 is moving to the upper floor. He continued to report. All the awakened ones are fighting in the hall. They're all estimated to be A rank or below. No outstanding threats. The suppression is going smoothly. Iowa praised and immediately gave the next order. Good. Transfer all neutralized targets to the waiting SMCS agents at the scene. Any AI trying to escape through the entrance will be stopped by us. Yoongyo acknowledged. Understood. A doubt arose in Yanhwa's heart. But there's no drugs here. The main dealers aren't seen either. Suddenly, a sharp scream cut off her words from downstairs. A monster whose whole body was melting was summoned. Myungji shouted loudly, Get lost! Get the hell out of here! Behind him, Hidong and Texic were running for their lives towards Sijun, who was holding a staff and charging forward with 2 others. She blocked the path. That monster raised its fist and lunged at Yeonhwa. She shouted loudly to remind, Min Sijun, what are you doing? Get serious! Sijun talked back. I am being serious, okay? Myungji laughed loudly, a triumphant look on her face, her voice taunting. You useless bastards. This guy's an A-rank awakened I hired from abroad. He was already strong, and I even soaked him in lax. Just a touch and your brains will melt. If you don't want to die, obediently crawl out the exit. The monster's footsteps dented the floor. Inside those dents, a purple slimy fluid he secreted remained. The monster got closer and closer to Yeonhwa. She stepped back a few paces, grumbling. I don't want to touch him either. Can't you handle something like this? Nijun soothed from a distance. Come on, give me a hand. Then he decisively swung his staff. If that guy explodes right in this hall, it'll be a disaster. Sijun cast a freezing spell. A magic circle was launched right above the monster's head. Ice slowly enveloped the monster's body, causing it to scream in pain as its body grew larger. The 2 teammates were fighting hard. One of them cried out, Leader, he's swelling up! Sijun still held the staff tightly. I know. Everyone, get into a defensive formation. The monster was almost completely frozen. Iowa had a chance to draw her bow. Good. Freeze him completely. Fired a magic arrow. The bow glowed a fiery red. Wind and fire resonated, combining multiple different magics at once. The monster finally exploded. The strong shockwave made everyone around cover their heads and take cover. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, humming a tune and smiling meaningfully. That was Kai. He was standing on the observation floor with Kassin and Sung Yeon. Looks like Korea has some decent hunters too. Sung Yeon spoke to introduce. That person is the leader of Yeonhwa. He raised an eyebrow and listed them. Min Sijun, Kang Iowa, Choi Desun, Joki Ungu. One of the few S-rank hunters in Korea with a world ranking. Kai was skeptical. Oh? Now I remember. You said you had infiltrated a local reel here, right? You're the one who gave the information to Clow? Naeun immediately denied it. No, that was entirely personal. Besides, my gang, Neo Rihan, doesn't seem to be participating in this battle. Kessin finally chimed in. Based on the current situation, it looks like Narak is losing. So Cloud's contingency plan has failed. Kai shared the same thought. That's his personal fault. We don't need to interfere. He was only tasked with distributing Lux discreetly, not with confronting SMCS directly. Arumu suddenly jumped down from somewhere. Sir Kais, I just checked on Cloud's actions. Arumu recalled the image from just now. Cloud is leading his people, he continued. He's urgently transporting goods. It seems there's a secret tunnel. I've already sent a squad there. You can follow that route. Kessin turned his back to Sung Yin, who suddenly made a judgment. For now, Pandemonium will withdraw from Narak. Hearing this, Sung Yin turned and left. Then there's no reason for him to stay. Pull out completely. Kai smiled calmly and called after him. Hey, so you guys are abandoning your boss? Sung Hyun looked down at the mess below, so this was the end too. Akai Kisun was completely different from his initial appearance. Myungji gritted his teeth in anger, while TC looked somewhat flustered. Their ultimate weapon was only that? He should at least be A rank. Wait, look at those people over there. They're S-rank hunters from Korea, and even Hai Dong is just as terrified. What the hell is this? Why are they here? He calculated his next step and followed. But we're almost out of mana too. Let's go back inside and join forces with everyone. This escape route is too dangerous. However, not a single word reached Myunji's ears. He was filled with extreme resentment. These bastards dare to look down on me? Akai Kisun Myunji. Summoning his ability, a pair of horns and ethereal claws appeared. Don't be afraid. Charge forward. They're nothing. I'll clear the path. Shish and Hee-dong were moved to tears. Big brother Myungji crazily shot forward toward Iowa, roaring, "Get out of the way if you don't want to be torn apart." Sejun was overwhelmed by Myungji's speed. He's so fast, he entered a stance and called out loudly. Suddenly, someone unleashed a barrier to block the attack. Myungji couldn't react in time. That person continued to strike, causing Myungji to lose his balance and fall, letting out a pitiful scream. Myunggu rested his sword on his shoulder. This is fun, isn't it? Can I join in, you kids? The upper floor of Narak. The urging grew more and more urgent. Everyone, hurry up. A corner of the staircase in the house was empty. Only the wind blew through. Siu exploded with power, creating a stream of spiritual energy. Along with a fierce whirlwind sweeping through the hall, Yanma was immersed in excitement with a crazed smile. This drug is insanely strong. I'll kill them all. While Dongmin was shouting loudly, urging Yanma to get out of the way and lead, the bald man hurriedly informed him. Boss, they said all the exits on the first floor have been taken. Dongmin was thunderstruck. What did you say? This is insane. There's no flying type awakened. Smash the window and just run. He still kept that crazed smile on his face. It seemed his reason was slowly fading. What's there to fear? I'll kill them all with this drug. Whether it's real or fake, I don't care. As long as I have it, I'll wipe out everything. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive surge of energy shot out, attacking each member of Dongmin's group one by one. That light gradually faded, leaving behind at Hikari's feet the remnants of the ability just used. I won't allow that. He flashed a confident smile and declared loudly, "Resistance is futile. Surrender now." Kumo looked at Hikari with a puzzled expression. Hey, those people, she didn't let him finish and cut him off. That's right, Kumo. Hikari looked at Dongmin's group with silent contempt. They are internationally wanted criminals. Then she felt a fondness in her heart. With sparkling eyes full of joy, we thought this was just a raid on drug dealers. Who knew we'd catch such a big fish? This is a huge achievement. She snapped out of her thoughts and lowered her voice to give the order. Capture them all alive for me. Suddenly, Siri appeared from nowhere and landed forcefully. Oh dear, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Then she naturally delivered a kick straight to Kumo's head. He reacted by pushing himself back, secretly furious in his heart. Their reinforcements are too strong. Jun also appeared just in time and stepped forward at the same time. Go ahead, we'll hold these guys off. Hikari looked at the outfits of the people in front of her and vaguely recognized them. A familiar image suddenly flooded back into her mind. Every piece of information was crystal clear. It was the Gyeongdo Pum Guild led by DC, the boss of the Asian underworld. Hikari put on the brightly shining metal bracelet. Looks like I have a chance to test out a new mythical spirit. Snake was summoned from within at her command and attacked fiercely. Charge Kagutsuchi! Siri executed a dramatic jump to dodge. Observing the form of the ability, it was utterly baffling. A weasel and a snake. She angrily enhanced her legs and kicked sideways. Is this a zoo? Seeing someone dare to mock her, Hikari was extremely annoyed. A zoo? That's ridiculous. She raised her hand and channeled a stream of energy. Aiming at Siri, she was naturally surrounded by glowing serpentine spirits. Hikari calmly explained, "They are not animals, they are spirits." A massive explosion erupted with tremendous force. Spreading throughout the space, Kumo couldn't hide his admiration for her. Oh, you've gotten stronger. But from behind prepared to land a kick straight at him. What are you standing there gawking at, kid? Although Kumo blocked it, fear still rose in his mind as he struggled to assess the situation. It's too heavy. A reinforcement type skill? Then I'll block all approach routes. He created sharp green currents of air that swirled and flung the man far away. Thanks to those actions, Kim Jun found Kumo increasingly interesting and cute. Full of rat-like charm, he became angry when teased. I'm a weasel! Got it? Siri, after getting beaten in a fight, her face flushed red with anger. Damn snake bastard. With a spirit of refusing to lose, she was determined to charge forward and retaliate. Go sell salt. She was completely unshaken and calmly summoned the spirit Kagutsuchi. All fire. Snake obeyed and appeared, then attacked her head-on. Siri closed her eyes, trying to resist, her mind constantly in turmoil. Damn it. From afar, strange footsteps were echoing. It was Chu rushing out to block in front of her, trying to stop Kagutsuchi. She was a bit surprised to see him. Chu ignored her reaction and asked about something else. Even SMCS agents from overseas are joining in. Hikari was surprised that he wasn't harmed, and a sense of unease rose in her heart. He absorbed Kagutsuchi's attack. Chu found this troublesome, so he reflected the ability. How troublesome. Then I'll return it to you. He unleashed a blast of purple energy at her. Hikari was hit and coughed up blood. The pain struck, leaving her mind stunned. A counterattack? Kumo saw his sister severely injured, his face turning pale with worry. That feeling grew stronger. It left him unable to think, and he screamed, "No, sister!" Siu appeared from somewhere and caught Hikari from behind. Then he activated his healing ability and suggested running away. In the middle of a fight? Please, let's finish what we started first. Hikari blushed slightly when she saw Shu and hesitantly called out the name. Hunterman Shu. From afar, he immediately recognized him. It's you. He emphasized every word as if expressing his furious emotions. Right now, this bastard killed my brother. Shu thought back and remembered. Ah, those sunglasses looked familiar. You're the younger brother of that mirror reflection brat from last time, right? The flames of anger in Shu blazed up. He brazenly drank something and then decided to fight Ryo right here, right now. I swear on my life. On all my life. With that, Shu charged forward recklessly. The magical power gathering in his hand brought a sky-high murderous intent. I'll grind that bastard into ashes. Chu felt this round was already in the bag, so he bluntly exposed the truth. Sorry for ruining your climax moment. Chu skillfully grabbed his hand and gently locked it, preventing him from moving. Then he punched Chu's arm that was casting the skill. But I already know the rest. Arumu hurriedly reported the situation to Kais. Watching the fight of the people outside, the escape route is safe, sir. Kais, Cloud, and the others are moving the drugs down to the basement. So if we take that route first, we can escape. Seeing that he didn't reply, he called out again. Sir Kais. Kai watched Hikari outside, focusing her strength to defend herself. Then he assessed that golden light doesn't look good. He looked at Arumu and called his name to prepare to give orders. Arumu, Raven. You two stay behind to support. That kid isn't dead yet. Standing at attention, they obeyed. Understood. Cloud quietly approached the two people who were trying to move two containers into the elevator. While outside on the battle line, Yu's eyes grew thoughtful. This fire spreads wider than I thought. In a hidden corner, Chiwi was cursing under his breath. Damn it, damn it. I shouldn't have followed Shiu back then. I should have just quietly slipped away while distracting them. That would have been fine. I didn't expect him to charge in like a madman. What is that guy's real identity? He's toying with the CEO, someone on par with an S-rank hunter, like a toy. The more he watched that overwhelming battle, the more restless Chiwi became. Finally, he didn't hesitate any longer and stood up. I have to run now while they're still distracted. Over here, after Siu's earth-shattering punch, Chu had fallen to the ground, never to wake again. Can't hold on anymore, you bastard. Hasty footsteps echoed on the tile floor. Kumo ran while panting heavily. Sister, are you okay? Hikari tiredly propped her hands on her knees. I owe you one again, Shu. Hearing this, his eyes still didn't leave the two people. Siri, no need to mention it. Thanks to you, the raid was much easier. Even though I anticipated it, they were more numerous than I thought. So your support was truly valuable. He took the opportunity to boast about his achievements. The upper floor is almost cleared out too. After recovering a bit of strength, Hikari walked over and pointed at this guy. He's a high-ranking member of Thon Hoa. She slowly repeated once, Thon Hoa. She first gave a simple explanation, then hesitantly probed. They are a major force in the East Asian underworld. Their base is apparently in China. Is there an important meeting in the Abyss today? And Shu, out of habit, stroked his wrist and fell into thought. Seeing them rush out in such panic, it's clearly not something they anticipated. After a pause, Hikari continued with her question. But the important drug is nowhere to be seen. Is the key holder on the upper floor? Siu thought for a moment and then decided. Hunter Layla is trying to set up a sensory barrier surrounding the entire building. It seems there's an emergency escape route. He immediately turned around and hurried off. I'm going to the upper floors now, so please continue capturing those trying to escape. Jonggu will be here soon. Hikari reached out towards Siu's retreating back. Wait a moment. She took off the bracelet on her wrist. Take this. He was surprised by this sudden action. What is this? Hikari explained its function while putting it on Shiu's wrist. This is a magical power enhancement artifact, obtained from a previous mission. Back then, after seeing your unparalleled strength, I realized how superficially I had been living. So I've been trying harder ever since. This time, when I received the support request from headquarters, I was truly happy. But thinking about what just happened, Hikari felt embarrassed. Yangmai, I wanted to help. But it's still not enough. I have to work harder. Kumo couldn't understand her actions just now. Sister, are you giving Takemikazu to him? Looked unwilling. How could you so easily hand over a legendary grade artifact like that? Is he seeing Kumo's misunderstanding? Hikari quickly waved her hands to clarify. No, don't misunderstand like that. Right. She turned and walked away in confusion, leaving the two people who didn't understand what was happening. I'm simply repaying a favor. Don't overthink it. Let's go quickly. There are still countless small fries out there. Hikari touched her already flushed face with her hand. Hey. Really, just because I've been saved a few times, there's no way I've fallen for him. Suddenly, a small shout sounded behind her. Wait. In front of Hikari, Siu's resolute face instantly appeared. Her entire face turned bright red. She awkwardly turned around. What? But in the very next second, Hikari, already embarrassed, whipped her head away. She only saw Siu had already rushed over and grabbed Chiwi's collar. Where do you think you're sneaking off to? Tired of living, are you? The guy clutched his suitcase tightly and kept shouting, Wait, I'm not an awakened. I'm just a civilian. Just a civilian. He impatiently listened to the nonsense, directly bent down and grabbed the other's collar. Nonsense. From the plane, I can still see you're a henchman for the gangsters. What nonsense are you spouting? Still daring to talk tough? Want me to knock your teeth out? Hui, who was already timid, became even more terrified. Help! Stop! The voice continued, threatening from very close by. You're scared of death like this, yet you dare to sell that kind of drug? If you don't want to get beaten until you log out, then confess where the drugs are. Chiwi trembled violently, struggling to open his mouth. Underground. Underground, on the top floor, there's a special elevator for VIP guests that leads straight down to the basement. And in that basement, there's an emergency exit. They all ran through that route. Hearing this, Siu frowned. Damn, this is troublesome, Jonggu. There's something in the basement. Meanwhile, in a different scene, someone else exclaimed in shock. There's a tunnel under the basement? Sejun, while running hurriedly, explained in a low voice. That's right. One team has already gone ahead. But it seems they urgently need reinforcements. In Yanhwa's heart, a sense of unease immediately took over. There are more criminals than expected. Even if it's just the two of us, we have to go no matter what. Fortunately, the guards have already dealt with the lobby. Suddenly, the two of them simultaneously stopped in their tracks. Sejun, wait. They saw a crowd of people lying scattered on the floor, as if they had just been through a fierce battle. Arumu stood opposite them, coldly declaring, Sorry, you cannot pass this point. Get lost. In the minds of the two, Yanhwa, the same thought simultaneously surfaced. They've all been wiped out? Have they already engaged in battle? A drop of sweat involuntarily rolled down her cheek. Sejun, though he didn't finish the sentence, he still understood and nodded slightly. Yeah. This group is completely different from the ones we've faced before. At first glance, they're on par with us, maybe even stronger. On this side, Arumu and Raban were also silently assessing their opponents. Just a few seconds later, she bent down and whispered an order. They are national-level assassins. Be careful. We just need to hold them off long enough, then retreat with Cloud when he arrives. He propped himself up on his knees and slowly stood up. Worry about saving your own skin. Sejun immediately assumed a combat-ready stance. Here they come. As soon as he finished speaking, a hammer was thrown straight between the two of them. Yanhwa, not backing down, decisively raised her hand and declared, I will burn that troublesome batch of drugs along with them. Arumu gripped the chain in her hand tightly. You dare! The moment the two forces clashed,